It's a daily look at the stories, people, and trends that matter to you most, from gaming, pop culture, movies, and beyond.
We'll see you
Every day on VENN.
This is the game that we've been waiting for.
These are the two best teams in the world. They are fighting for the crown in CSGO.
Flashbang into the window. Sip gets the headshot. He needs just one more shot. Is right in front, and Sip, he's toying with him. He takes him down. Of course he does.
Waiting right around the corner. Could line them up, and here it is, the slaughter. Shaxi.
1 versus 4, and he's gonna get a headshot. Follow. Oh, what? No way! We have found our first finalist right here.
This is just what they are capable of. They crush your dreams. It's elimination. Somebody in this one goes home. Perfecto back behind new box. CZ's not going to get that kill, but here's Electronic. Double kill and the third. They push first and second from Flamey. He's looking for a third. Oh, and he just slides right through Fallen. Na'Vi have done it to 30 rounds deep, but Team Liquid sent packing.
It is Championship Sunday here for the Blast Premier Global Finals. A year of elite competition has led us to this very moment where today we will crown the winner, who will grab themselves $600,000 in prize pool for first place, and this beautiful trophy right in front of us. It's been a crazy year of Counter-Strike action, but we have been blessed with so many exciting and great moments featuring the best teams and best players from around the world. New champions have been crowned, new players have been discovered, and we are still not even done. This is the moment you have all been waiting for. This is what it's all about. And this is what we love about Counter-Strike. I am your host, James Banks, and I'm ready to guide you through all of this action here today. And alongside me, as always, I've got the ever so stunning Maniac.
Thank you, thank you. I am so excited. I'm actually trying to actively keep my energy low a little bit right now, because I just want to scream. We had so many questions at the beginning of this week. Would it be the best team in the world? Would it be who's going to be the best player in the world? Who's going to make it? Who's going to disappoint? We've had always some answers, but now we find out more today.
And then I've got Pimp, the man who always brings the kind of questionable decisions at times. You know, you like to throw a curveball out there every now and again, but he is the big brain player out here.
The big brain player. I'm glad you said that, you know. I'm just as excited as Matthew, let's be honest. We have Simple going up against Saivu, the best two players, I guess, ever to touch Counter-Strike at this point. I feel they're really, really up there. So having them facing off in the first game, and that's just the warm-up for the final, could we ask for anything else?
Well, let's look at where we're at. Let's look at how this tournament has gone so far. This is the overview of where we're at. And it's only fitting when it comes to this seeding that we're left with the 3 best teams in the world and the 3 teams that were seeded the highest.
And I'm so happy about it. I am so happy about it, because a part of me was scared, because this tournament was just after the break. I was scared, what would the result make sense or not? Would any team disappoint? But no, they didn't. We still have the Na'Vi, we have the Astralis, we have Vitality, and they're fighting for the crown.
And one thing I'll say, you said about teams that disappointed, right? No, the big teams didn't disappoint, but we also had some teams that pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, Liquid. I think Liquid has to be highlighted here of the team who didn't make it into the top 3, but definitely were the most impressive outside. They were playing, coming in with Fallen, a new player to this lineup, I wouldn't call him in-game leader yet, but soon to be in-game leader, I think, helping out Stu 2K with the calling, with the expectations that sure, if they had a good tournament, they could maybe win 1 best of 3, but they won 2, and they did a good job getting all the way to 4th, playing some stunning Counter-Strike, and even took Vitality all the way to a 16-14 match. So I feel Liquid gave us only positive signs for the future. So outside of the top 3, of course, they were my, I guess, surprise of the tournament.
Now, yesterday, we did get the matchup we dreamed of, Astralis taking on Vitality. The first 2 games really gave us all those epic moments, and then Vitality, they fell flat.
I know, James. And depending on what jersey you wear at home, you might either be elated, happy, or extremely disappointed. Because for the Vitality, obviously, Dust 2 must have felt a little bit horrible. It must have been hard to stomach it because Vitality was in control. They were 14-10 in the lead, and then it was through clutches from Magisk, from Xip, 5v3 situation being... Look at the scoreline here. It's 14-10. And then Astralis were able to push it back. They pushed us back. They won Dust 2. And doesn't matter if Vitality had a good reaction on Overpass. On Inferno, I have to say, I had throwbacks to the Vitality that could be shaking at the beginning of the year. Apex, very emotional, having a hard time.
Yeah.
Players not showing up. As a Vitality fan, because they're my friends, obviously I'm biased as hell, that's how it is. I felt it. That Inferno game, I really felt it.
We are got a bit of bias with us on the desk,
Why
right?
not?
You've got your Vitality, I've got my Na'Vi, and Pimp kind of just goes with whatever he thinks is feeling the flavor of the month.
Yeah, the Danes hate me. I don't know why. They think that I don't like Astralis, but as you said yesterday, they did a fantastic job. Na'Vi, on the other hand, against Team Liquid, right? That was a good performance. That was the Na'Vi where we felt, okay, Na'Vi, when you're playing Counter-Strike at this level, we can start to count on you. We can expect you to be up there with the very best, and we can even expect a close matchup. The way they manhandled Liquid, who were playing a good game of Counter-Strike yesterday, to me was very impressive. Na'Vi, they started out slow, but as we've spoken about so many times up here, James, every single game, they get better and better and better. And that's why I will not count them out today either.
Now, when it comes to this matchup, right, one thing that did show was that Simple can bail Na'Vi out of situations, but also Liquid could almost push them again.
True, and I don't think that Simple was the only reason why Na'Vi won that series. I think Boomich is a man that we need to mention. I think Flamey had a good map on Nuke, the few highlights we see in front of our own eyes. And I like the fact that Simple on Nuke had a slow start, but he remained calm, he remained activated, and he found impact at the end of the game. That, to me, is key.
Now, the teams are all facing off against each other in this tournament, not only for that right in front of you, this amazing trophy, but a huge prize pool here that isn't on offer. It's a $1 million prize pool in total, with $600,000 going to the first place team. And then we have the TW Steel Winners Watches. These are the only watches of their kind made by TW Steel. The winners will get it, all 5 players, including the coaches or a 6-man as well. I certainly want one, and I know you do as well. But before we go any further, let me introduce you to some special guests we have here over at VENN. They will be joining us for the official watch party. So it's over to you, Smix and dGon.
Global Final Watch Party right here on VENN, your new home for the NA qualifiers and path to Blast Premier. Make sure you subscribe to the VENN Esports YouTube channel for all the latest updates. Hi everyone, I'm Daniel dGon Gonzalez. That is Smix, and we're here to hang out with all of you.
Thank you very much, dGon. We know what it's like sitting here staring at chat, waiting for the games to continue. Well, today we have got you covered. Our virtual watch party will be joined by a long list of CSGO stars, including Pasha Biceps, Nothing, Miss Harvey, Guardian, and Kittyplays.
Plus, freestyle god Harry Mack will be here to get us hyped for the global finals.
But before we get to all of that, please welcome to the watch party one of the true OGs of Counter-Strike for over a decade, Miss Harvey.
Hey!
Hey! Hi, guys.
Oh my goodness, Steph, it is so great to speak with you. You've also got an impressive but ridiculously long title at CLG. I'm gonna try not to butcher this. Director of Esports, Franchise Dev, and Outreach. Did I nail it?
Yeah, it's a hard one. Even I myself struggle saying it, but you know, I do so many things that we had to cover it all.
But Steph, it's been a while, but I'm so excited to have you on here. How are you doing, and are these the top 3 teams you expected to be here in the tournament?
I'm doing absolutely fabulous, and good question. I think that the scene right now is quite awesome. It's great to see Astralis back on top, but I think there's something about me and Liquid. I really wanted Liquid to be there, but it's not going to be for today.
Yeah, not today. Hey, we wanted to chat a little bit about your transition from player to now director of esports, franchise dev, and outreach at CLG, or like I like to call it, the Dofdawa Kulga.
Yep.
That's the acronym for it.
It's a great acronym. Yeah, I mean, it's been challenging. I'm sure I'm not the only one in that station. Like, coming in from like most of the half of my life being a competitor and having to redefine who you are and you know, just have a new purpose.
Yeah.
It's super hard. So you know, you can never get out the competitor out of me. So it's great to be on these shows. It's great to sometimes compete still, but I'm trying to make a difference somewhere else. When it's not in the server, it's outside for the community.
Well, Steph, I think we can all agree we're all fans of Counter-Strike. That's what unites us. And going back to the tournament, we have gathered predictions from all of our upcoming guests today. So let's go ahead and take a look. Are there any predictions that stick out to you that you may not agree with? Or are you thinking, wow, everyone played it safe? You see Guardian just didn't make a prediction. He took the easy way out. So what are your thoughts?
Well, I don't know if we took the easy way out. I think that Zywoo is so impressive. Like every tournament that he does, I kind of have to go with him. He can always by himself carry the team on his back. But when it comes to the grand final, I think we can't just not vote like for Astralis. And I know they're not in the best form they've ever been, but still, like, you have to go with the legends. So I wouldn't count Vitality out of this grand final if they do make it there, but you have to go with Astralis.
Yeah, I think that's pretty safe. Again, only one person picking against Vitality, I think, believe getting in there. So we'll see what happens. Hey, Miss Harvey, thank you so much for swinging by to celebrate today's global final. We are partnering with Blast to give away a special edition Blast TW Steel watch, as well as 10 $100 Steam gift cards. That's a lot of skins you can get with that. All you have to do to enter is follow VENN Esports and Blast Premier on Twitter or on Instagram, and quote tweet who you think, or comment who you think will win the final. If you follow the experts, should be a pretty easy guess. Winners will be announced via DM tomorrow. TW Steel is also offering 20% off the Blast Special Edition watch with promo code VENN. It's time to head back to Copenhagen to get back to the tournament. Everyone's playing for this trophy right there. So let's get back to the action. Banks and the boys, take it away.
Thank you very much, dGon and Smix. That is our official watch party, but it's time for us to watch what really matters right here and now. We're going to get ourselves to a break, but when you come back, we get the pre-show for Vitality taking on Na'Vi.
Join me, Chrissy Costanza, and your favorite creators on Unexpected Adventures. Tune in live and join the action. Guest House on VENN.
Welcome to the download.
It's a daily look at the stories, people, and trends that matter to you most from gaming, pop culture, movies, and beyond.
We'll see you
Every day on VENN.
the download on VENN.
It's a nice headshot. He's in a great position here, Glaive, to try and do something, but he's checking it, and he fakes it another time. Styro in a 1 versus 3.
You never underestimate Navi. That is not a good idea. It can end up horribly wrong.
Flamey takes over control room, and Stewie's got a nice Tech 9 headshot. But Flamey, another 3K. That could have been an easy kill, but it's Hunter and... Oh! Blah, blah.
We are going in to our final matchup to decide who will get to the grand final. It's Na'Vi and Vitality facing off against each other, and it is a match that is sure to give us something that delivers, featuring the two best players in the world in the form of ZywOo and Simple. But there's a few more problems here for Vitality than we may look at, because yesterday's performance was very concerning.
I know, I said it in the pre-show. If you just watched Inferno yesterday, I would have flashback from Vitality when they just made the change, Apex moving on to the IGL. And let's be real, yes, he's always been an emotional player. I think that's part of his charm as well. But with time, I think he ironed it out. He got better, he improved. But if you look at the webcam and some of the images that we were getting yesterday, he really lost the plot. He lost the plot on Inferno. I'm not going to put only on Apex because all of the other players could not step it up, but that was a poor showing of Vitality. My gamble, my guess, my premise is that it's not going to happen 2 days in a row.
I'm not sure if you're right. I think I've seen enough of Avix being very emotional as of lately. He's always been like that, as you said. He's always been a very emotional player. He's always animated when he plays Counter-Strike, both for the good and the bad. Luckily, ZywOo is sitting next to him, and he doesn't seem to be affected by anything. So Apex can, in theory, do whatever he wants to and rage and scream and smash his keyboards as much as he would like to, because ZywOo is still that robot who's just going to kill and kill and kill. But I think it is a problem, and it is a concern. One thing is having a player on your lineup who's frustrated and may not be in the game. Another thing is when it's your in-game leader. I have never in my life seen Glaive like that, for example. You cannot be the in-game leader of a lineup without keeping your cool. You need to be the guy in charge of your team. You need to be the guy keeping it cool, even when it's not going well for you individually. So Apex right here on your screen, sure, maybe not the best individual player as of right now, but as an in-game leader, I think he's been doing a fantastic job, and that needs to continue today. You cannot get rattled out by a poor individual performance.
Yes, a leader must lead by example for sure, but Maynard, you touched on a really good point there, is that they really are in a situation where the other players didn't step up either, and my biggest concern was Navira. We'd hyped him up, we'd been so happy with what we'd seen by this man, and it was missing yesterday.
The thing about Nivera is that how he started at the highest level was insane. It was quite unbelievable. The stats he had in the first few games he played with Vitality got us all by surprise, caught us by surprise. What the hell is this? He was, what, 127 rating or something at some point, and we thought, for how long can he keep that up? Is he just going to be the next huge thing, the next huge rookie, making it into the top 20 of 2021? Now, yesterday, he slowed down. There is nothing to say against it. He slowed down, and when you have a matchup that is so deep, so thick as Navi versus Vitality, everyone just barely underperforming is going to be a problem. Nivera needed to do more, and he's going to need to do more today.
And he obviously was the pan that swapped out for Shox, who was coming in hot from the previous map. And actually, we get to catch up with Apex, who was speaking to Freya specifically about that.
Even though we saw Shox having a really solid game on Overpass, of course, he got subbed out coming into Inferno. Do you see that as a potential disadvantage of the rotating roster kind of format? If, one player is having a really good game, then having to sub them out coming into the next map?
Well, to be honest, he didn't have a good Dust 2 either, so he can be on both ends, So, yeah, obviously, he was really good on the Overpass. He did such a great Overpass overall. But yeah, for us, the most important is the way we work. We don't care about having substitutes. Who is coming or who is coming out. The most important is the way we work and how we see the whole process. So obviously, it was maybe hard for him to go out, but he knew before the game, so there is no problem about that yet with the team.
And that's much like what you were saying there, Pimp, right? You had this discussion on it, whether it should be a thing like you said, what Anders and Semler saw after that game ended, but this is the right decision to make.
It's always the right decision. When you practice with a certain player on a map, you stick to it no matter how it's going. Misuda right now as well, it's not like he's been playing much better. He's currently the lowest rated player in the entire tournament. That is a roaring signal, because you have Nivera right now, you have Misuda, who up until this point have been doing a fantastic job working with this six-man roster within Vitality, but as of so far in this tournament, they have not been performing. If that doesn't change today, I think they're going to be in a lot of trouble.
And then we come on to Na'Vi, who have only got better along their road. It started off in a terrible fashion in a game that everyone said they were going to win.
Yeah.
And then it became not just the simple show, but this team performance, Na'Vi, we keep focusing on.
Your first sentence could be the beginning of a voiceover for Na'Vi. It
just
started
keep
really
doing it
shaky.
again.
They had a lot of trouble, but then finally they showed up. And now this Na'Vi looks to be full force. Their game against Liquid and the last one they played as well, they looked a lot better. Simple is doing Simple thing. We had Electronic bailing them out of situations when Simple was quiet. It happened a couple of times. We had Boomich finding Impact. Bit probably played his best map last time around on Inferno with Na'Vi. He's been struggling a lot, but now he found form. And what I really, truly appreciate about Na'Vi is that they remained calm when it mattered the most. Na'Vi used to be also a team that could be emotional, could be animated right now, and miss the plot when it mattered. But here they stayed calm. They figured out solutions, and Simple, but Boomich, or Bit, or Electronic, they stepped up.
And now you just mentioned him there, Boomich. This man has been able to take the team finally by the horns and run on forward with it. We've been mightily impressed with what he's offered.
I think he's been fantastic so far. He's been great in the opening department. He's been great when it comes down to closing down rounds. He's making plays. He's creating space for his teammates. We even have a comparison of Boomich going up against Apex, and I think that's going to be a talking point for this matchup. It's even going to be a win condition, because so far in this tournament, Boomich have been playing better than Apex has. You can see right here in the stats, it's slightly better, but the opening kill department, right? Boomich is so much more effective. He's creating a lot more space than Apex is as of right now. Then, of course, you come down to the calling. I think Apex, as said, have done a fantastic job transitioning into being the in-game leader for Vitality. But if Boomich continues with this level of play, if he continues to create as much space as he's doing right now for the likes of Electronic, for the likes of Simple, and Flamey for that matter, then Boomich is going to be an asset for Na'Vi, and he could be their win condition.
Now, both teams are toying with the six-man roster. Vitality certainly a little bit more detailed than we've got from Na'Vi. But let's take a look at this, Vito. Let's see what we're going to get, because we know one thing, right? Dust 2 probably on the cards, maybe, yeah, a bit of nuke in there.
Bit of nuke, a bit of Dust 2. In terms of ban, it should be clear-cut. It should be Vertigo flying out the window, and it should be Train as well. I don't see why these maps would be here now. With Na'Vi and Vitality, you have two teams that sometimes can be stubborn in the picks they go for, so I might get surprised, but if Logic comes, it should be a, it could be a nuke pick for Na'Vi. That's the map they've picked the most, and they've played pretty much against anyone on the field, and that could be a Dust 2 for Vitality. We see Na'Vi going through with the nuke pick, and then Vitality could pick Dust 2. That would be, again, their stubborn pick, but it did work out for them, even though they lost against Astralis, or they changed things up with an overpass.
There's one caveat to that one. I just wanted to mention it, right? Because we talked about it with Astralis and Vitality yesterday. Astralis picked Overpass against Vitality. That was Astralis' pick, but Vitality played a good game of Counter-Strike. Up until that point, Vitality were one of the best teams, at least by statistics, on the map of Overpass. So if you're Vitality, you're gaining a lot of confidence from winning Overpass yesterday, and you know it's going to be a punish pick against Na'Vi. So why not go for it? It's a gamble. I agree.
I know.
It's a gamble, but it makes sense.
The problem is that for the longest time, the T side of Vitality on Overpass was shaky. And yesterday, Apex touching on the interview, Shox was massive in finding the impact, finding the calls, and the difference, truly. Now, they're going to pick Overpass, which means they will start on the T side, which makes me a little bit shaky.
I got to ask you this, though, right? We're now left in a great situation for Vitality with both Inferno or Dust 2, whichever they want to feel more comfortable on. Because, okay, we saw Bit play really well yesterday, but that was the only time.
I'd say Vitality would go for Dust 2 here. The question is, here's the question. How traumatized are they from that Inferno performance versus Astralis? We would need to be a fly on the wall in their actual team house to see what's happening, because there we go. Yeah. That's my point. Are you ready to play Inferno again after what happened?
It's simple, right? Because you saw them yesterday on Inferno. It was not looking great for Vitality. Whereas for Dust 2, you made the argument yourself. Vitality should have won Dust 2 against Astralis. Sure. They lost an amount of clutches against Smix. They lost clutches to Magix. Had they won just one of those clutch rounds, they probably would have beaten Astralis on Dust 2. So when it comes to confidence, when it comes to feeling out the maps as of right now, I think Vitality are super, super happy with this veto. They got everything they wanted.
And they should be able to win a veto against a team like Na'Vi and how they sit up at this point, but it's whether they can do it on the server. We're starting off on Nuke here, and this Simple versus Zywoo moment comes back into it, because you guys were praising Simple as being the best CT player on Nuke.
Oh yeah, no, he's an absolute beast. There is no way around the fact that Simple on the CT side of Nuke can find impact everywhere. He's so fast. Now, we need to take a minute to touch on this. Simple versus Zywoo, I tweeted it. We might be looking in front of our eyes the first page of the book of the best player in 2021. We are going to have a lot of duels between these two players, and these are the first steps for us to say, maybe 12 months from now, he should be the #1. Remember back in Blast Global Finals how he played in that game? Remember when they won the trophy? Remember they went third? These are the moments that matter for these two players. I know it's not only about the individual. Counter-Strike is a team game, and what matters is to win. But if you're Zywoo and Simple, that is your first opportunity to mark a notch for 2021.
I'm a little bit scared. When it comes to Simple, right? Because I was looking up the statistics from yesterday, and Simple on the T side on Nuke, he's not performing this tournament.
No.
Against Team Liquid, he went 6-12 with 41 ADR on the T side for Na'Vi. That's simply not good enough. Of course, on the CT side, we know how good he is. We know how impactful he is. He's roaming around with the AWP, constantly finding kills, constantly being annoying. He shuts down Yard, then he goes towards Rams, then he goes towards Inner, and then he goes back Yard. So he's here, there, and everywhere. But on the T side, where Na'Vi is going to start, most likely since they picked the map of Nuke, Simple has gone missing the last couple of games. That cannot happen against Saibu. That cannot happen against Vitality.
And I want to tie it back to the conversation about Boomich, and what he's bringing to the team right now. An impressive stat. Na'Vi in this tournament have won 60% of their T rounds. 60%. Wow. That's a huge win rate for the T side. When they are 5v4, about 90% of conversion on their T side. This truly has been the pinnacle for them. They've been winning via and by their T side. So we have to give credit to Boomich, maybe Blade chiming in as well. But in a world where Simple, as Jacob is pointing out, can be slow a little bit on the T side, that's a huge feat for Na'Vi as a whole.
And one thing we know is it's going to deliver either way, because these games in the past between them have always gone to overtime. It's time for us to get ready for this game. It's time for us to see who is going to take the opening map in this lower bracket run. It's Na'Vi going up against Vitality. Is it V for victory? Is it Na'Vi Davi all the way? We're about to find out as one of these teams wants to get one step closer to the final.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for the second best versus the third best to meet the first in the world. I actually can't believe it's worked out like this. This is so exciting.
Isn't it? I mean, top three teams, here we have them. The top three teams finishing at Blast are the top three teams rated in the world. And they rated themselves, Anders. This is what you were telling me going into it. It's like the teams ranked themselves, and this is how it played out.
They did a good job, and it played out. It it's better than you would have imagined, because it could have easily just been top 3 but jumbled a little bit around, so you know, Vitality waiting instead. That's not how it worked out. It's so incredibly cool. You see the seeds there. That's what we've ended up with as well. I think this is fantastic. I just can't wait for it. No matter what happens from here on out, there are some great storylines being built, and there's obviously an enormous amount of money on the line. But think about it. Either we get the rematch between Vitality and Astralis, which would be amazing, or you get some really interesting rivalry where Na'Vi actually stop Vitality from having that chance, and I bet you they'll want revenge for that in the future, and Na'Vi get a shot at Astralis. I don't think there's any way that this can turn out badly. I'm so excited.
It would be the most amazing run from Astralis, right? That's like the Hollywood movie aspect of this sort of thing, where it all comes together for Na'Vi. Like, Astralis will have had to beat everybody in the entire tournament, all the top teams, and they would emerge victorious, because I predicted them to win, obviously.
You did.
You know, it's just how it goes. But for Astralis to play out that way, that would be the most fitting and beautiful way to finish this tournament. Of course, I'm not going to be sad if I see a rematch of Astralis Vitality, because that match yesterday was insane. To get that again for a grand finals would be fantastic.
That's what I've bet on. That's what I think will happen. And, you know, I picked Vitality to win both of them. So
yeah,
I'm out deep. There's no, I can't even reach the bottom of the water here.
You're not as sick in the head as James and Launders are, though. At least I'll give you that. Those guys went double Na'Vi to win the whole thing. I don't even know at this point.
Na'Vi. Well, listen, if that turns out right, then I guess we'll have to give it up. You know, that would be really impressive. A lot of question marks all across the board. I mean, I think Vitality, you know, look at the seed and the world ranking is one thing, but I think even just the eye test, Vitality looked like a better team than Na'Vi right now on a bunch of different levels.
Yeah.
But that doesn't actually mean that Na'Vi can't win this, because they have some absolute freaks on that team.
That's the point that we need to be making here, Anders, going into this, is just how insanely talented Simple and Electronic are for Na'Vi. I feel like they are going to be the difference makers for that roster today. If they perform, Na'Vi stand a chance. If they don't, I think Na'Vi are going to really struggle, because I think that the maps in the end favor Vitality.
Yes.
As far as Nuke is concerned, it's the only map that Na'Vi have really going their way, so they have to pick it. Vitality know this, they're going to be prepared for it, and they'll have had plenty of tape to watch as well of Na'Vi and how they're playing that map this tournament, because Na'Vi have played it every series. Whereas Vitality, it's a little bit more up in the air, and they're going for the punish pick with Overpass. I love that for the second map from Vitality. That's them just playing the confidence, like, hey, we'll take you anywhere.
Well, Saiwu's 96 of the blast score there, and his 94 for Simple, and that's, I mean, that's a matchup that the desk talked about. You have to talk about it. It's, I mean, that's one of the things that'll be so interesting. But we did also see, I think, in that best of 3 yesterday against Astralis, that, you know, Vitality are, they're not immune to that tilt factor. They
not at all.
Clearly getting frustrated, and I mean, that can't happen today. It did happen at the end of the best of 3. It wasn't like right off the bat. They were, you know, but you could tell Apex was definitely feeling the pressure towards the end there. And hopefully that will, I mean, but again, if the pressure is on, if you see Simple and Electronic playing very well right off the go, and that, like, that could be really hard to deal with.
Well, I like that. I mean, you and I were casting that game. We got to kind of speculate a little bit as to what was going on with Vitality. I mean, Misuda and Nivera underperformed yesterday. There's no getting around it. Apex really struggled on Inferno as well, to the point where he was getting up in the match, like just standing up from his seat. So who knows where his head was at. But I got to give a quick shout out to Chad Sponge, the you know, the doctor, the madman when it comes to CS. He did provide Captain Counter-Strike. He provided some stats showing, you know, perhaps the reasoning for Vitality benching Shocks, you know, in terms of performance, individual performance. Shoxy was struggling. Where I want to challenge him, though, is just like, Shoxy dropped, you know, nearly 30 frags on Overpass the map before. He's been fired up all tournament long. He's been overperforming all tournament long. So I was kind of just like, I get it. You're gonna, you want to do the thing where you practice the thing, but
I know
it's Shoxy, dude.
I know. Well, it's, I completely get both sides of this argument, and I think if you take on like a, you know, take a longer view, you should be on the side of benching Shocks in that match. But, you know, in the moment, it's so hard to deal with. It's so hard to watch even. So I kind of get it. I kind of understand what they're doing on the Vitality side, but I kind of agree. I mean, yes, who isn't a fan of Shocks at this point in time? He's amazing. But yeah, when he puts on that kind of a performance, and then I think it's only because it's also matched with the underperformance of Nivira and Misuta, because obviously if those two had been playing really well, we would have cared a bit less about it. So I don't know, one map as a sample size probably is not quite enough, but you know, it's an evolving story. I'm so happy that Vitality are testing this for us, because it is really interesting to see how it's all unfolding. Yeah, some headsets being fixed there, but I think I think otherwise we're just about a player away from being live into the server. And then, obviously, we'll be starting on Nuke, which is, I mean, all on its own a very interesting match. I think if Na'Vi manage to pick up Nuke and win it, then we've got a very serious best of 3 on our hands. If they don't, I mean, the Na'Vi, they're going to be pretty deep into it. You have to assume that Overpass pick is going to be still pretty good for Vitality.
It's the best chance that Na'Vi had. And you know, coming into this where you're thinking, okay, how is the veto going to pan out? You know, Na'Vi's second best map is Train, and that's Vitality's auto ban, right? So already Na'Vi were kind of playing with an arm tied behind their backs coming into this when it comes to the veto, because their strengths are limited against Vitality. They had to go Nuke in the first pick, and they have to win Nuke here. So a lot of pressure on Na'Vi, but come on, this is the number 3 team in the world. They're up to the task.
Let's find out if they're going to be able to live up to that ranking. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Na'Vi starting on the T side, Vitality on the CT side. And we do not have a kit in play at all, which on Nuke, I actually think is a very big risk. Now, if you shut it down before they get onto a bomb site and get the bomb down, then it's not even a topic of conversation. But we'll remind you if it gets to that point. Saimu out here, clicking away at range. They do have a couple of pistols down there upgraded against him, and I'm sure he must have figured it out by now. Shocks catching Electronic coming back out, and there's Saimu hitting the headshot and taking down Simple. So now 3 versus 5. It doesn't even look like there's going to be a bomb plant here. Nivira catching him mid-air, and this is all looking wonderful. Boomer just doing a little bit of work here, but now Vitality, they should calm it down and just remind themselves of the lead that they have.
Well, you've still got 2 absolute savages alive here for Vitality, and ZywOo and Shoxi on pistols. It feels like those guys just, well, ZywOo just overperforms no matter what, but Shoxi and pistols, it's a match made in heaven. So still very dangerous. Ooh. There's ZywOo just taking Boomich out of it, and there's Shoxi. So there you go. Sure enough.
Oh man, yeah, and that was good, right? Because it did look like they kept fighting for a while longer than they needed to. So just the calm, like everyone stay still, don't move too much. He's not seeing a lot here, is he? Yeah, that's a pretty thin angle. Oh, we have enhanced the picture. All right, run it through the enhancements.
Miami, where's my like put the sunglasses on?
Yeah, like what is it called? CSI. Wow.
I guess he just let it get to his. Put the glasses on.
Listen, that even that might be a Boomer reference at this point in time. So I'm not even. It might be too old for me to know, but
can't be that old. Can't be that long ago.
Perfecto has bought a Zeus on the T side. I admire it. I don't see how is he going to run up and use it against someone? He's in the edge of the smoke. Okay. I appreciate it.
Wait, what? Yeah, there we go. Nivira's gonna get the deny on that one. just not expecting him to commit like that. But it is Perfecto, and unfortunately with that Zeus, he has yet to find anybody. He might be able to get close enough. No, Nivira's backed off. I'm trying to look for him here, man. I'm trying to help him out, but it's just not gonna happen. 2-0 for Vitality on the CT side so far. And okay, you know, it's not. We've done a lot of focusing on Vitality, and obviously ZywOo is just going to be just a massive factor for Vitality. He's he's player of the year. As far as Na'Vi are concerned, though, yes, they're simple. Yes, there's Electronic, but on Nuke in particular, Boomich, this tournament has been stepping up. Individually, he has been posting higher numbers. He's been making great plays at controlling the area around Squeak on that side of the map. And so here, as far as another guy who's going to come to the top for Na'Vi, it's got to be Boomich. And so eyes on the in-game leader here for Na'Vi, and we'll see what he's capable of.
I actually think that's even more true because I think the style that Boomich has when he's playing really well is so hard to predict. Oh, wow. Apex. You know, he was set up for that. He was the only thing his eyes could have been looking at was that little pixel movement for him to put down the smoke. So the fact that he was falling asleep and not seeing it is very, very unfortunate. Early kill there, and it's simple. Again, we talked about the importance of having him early and having a big presence in this game. Just on the board already here in the 3rd round. And the rest of what they have on the CT side, I mean, it's pretty questionable. They're going to be low on grenades early on here, so if it comes to a bomb plant again, the retake is going to be limited by that. You especially on Nuke, you really want grenades to block off. If it's the B bomb site down below, a lot of positions that you want to Molotov and smoke off, and the same really at the A bomb site. So 50 seconds on the clock, and Na'Vi, I think, are waiting for a reaction. They're expecting for Vitality to try and recover this early loss by going aggressive somewhere, and that's not happening at the moment.
No, it looks like Vitality have just elected to sit and wait. I mean, you've still got Shoxi alive with the M4 covering yard, and so they haven't made their way down secret. That part is controlled. There's the flash as well, allowing Shoxi to get even more information. This is going to be the upper push, though, and Boomich and Simple just doing work. all together. That was actually so clean from Na'Vi. Moving together as a killer unit. Very little warning for Vitality there. And, well, all right. That's the gamble, isn't it? If you're going to elect to go for the turret strategy, which is to just sit and wait for them to come to you, you need to hit your headshots. You cannot afford to miss any shots. It has to be a perfect defense if you're not making plays for information. And, well, this is what happens if you don't hit your headshots. You're just going to get smashed.
Yeah, I mean, it is. But I think also at that point in time, they'd just been waiting inside of that A-bomb site for so long, and there was no real warning. Normally, you'd have, you know, smokes and flashes to set it up so that you have, you know, just a little jolt of adrenaline if you're on the defending side. You're like, oh, okay, now we're going into action. But that was just really, you know, from a lot of boredom right into to something aggressive. So maybe they just got, you know, caught sleeping a bit, just like Apex was, which I'm not sure. I mean, that can't really be happening. Now, they did buy into this round here, Vitality, which, again, I think we'll judge it on the outcome. If it works and if they can actually, you know, win this round, then it's probably all fine. Shox is right here, but ooh, he nearly actually transfers that. Long-range fight, and Cyber will get the refrag. That's incredibly important, because just trading evenly out there would have definitely favored Na'Vi.
Oh, that would have been key. But, of course, Shoxy, he's going to be locking down the yard for Vitality. Really surprised to see Na'Vi kind of just giving that one up. Must have been a little telltale and some adjustments made, but it is going to be Zywhoop now just pressing forward. And, again, the one-man Wrecking Ball just walking right on through, taking these fights. He shows no fear, and RPK is here to back him up as well. This is shaping up wonderfully for Vitality, although as I say that, Flamey picks up 2 kills. RPK and Apex now alive. And still with a very good chance of locking it down for Vitality, but Na'Vi, I mean, Flamey's making it more expensive.
He's up there. He had the right idea and the right angle for it. Was very low on health. A couple of things to think about this round. I'm not sure if Na'Vi realized that actually Vitality bought in that round, because normally if you go to that position where Shox was holding, you would Molotov it. It's one of the most common positions to throw those Molotovs, or flash it, or anything. And they were just jumping around the corner, sort of expecting maybe to find almost no resistance, or at worst, a USP or something, or a deagle. So it sort of looked like maybe Na'Vi weren't quite expecting that, which, again, you make a couple of small assumptions, and it can absolutely backfire. Here we go, 5th round, and rifles are being picked up, obviously, for the Na'Vi side. They are a little bit cheaper, obviously, for the T side, sorry, when they've got those Galils, 3 of them in play. And it's also lacking in the grenades. But I can understand maybe a little bit more why they would want to keep the pressure on Vitality and that CT economy. Just a peek for Cyber, flashed in by Apex, who was a little bit further back, and he could do it again if it comes to that. But it looks like they want to execute into the side. Early flashes, and they're going to find Cyber wrapping around him. That was Boomich, I think, jumping down from that position. RPK up here on the rafters. He's going to get the one, but very quick return. And this trading is still going to be favoring Na'Vi. 3 versus 2 now, and outside, Electronic is looking to make a huge flank work. Apex actually falls down. Does he realize someone's out here?
Ooh. Does Electronic take that into account? He heard that. He heard the footstep.
Oh,
no way.
So Apex must have known somehow that Electronic was out there, and then Electronic, he didn't hear it, or he just forgot about it. That's incredible. Perfecto now, 40 seconds. He can go downstairs and maybe find a clean bomb site. Shox is walking up from that position, and he's just going to hold it in. I mean, there's no point in guessing. You're just crossing your fingers. Apex is right behind him, though, and he turns. Oh, still gets the headshot. A bullet, and he would have been dead. And now Perfecto's picked up an AK, and that's incredibly significant. Shox here. He's got 100 health. Got the M4. He's got an HE. All he has to do is throw it, but not yet. Perfecto on the run. And Shox is right behind him, banking the grenade, and it doesn't kill him. It takes a little bit of health off. Shox has to be careful. A little bit of free fire. He's going to get the round. Shox, just a single kill. All he needed. And no kit, but there's going to be time. Apex with a triple in that round. And, you know, just for him mentally, personally, we talked about him tilting a little bit yesterday.
Yes.
Probably feels pretty good doing something early on here. Good round.
Dude, I'm going to tilt if these rounds keep coming down to the wire like
this. They will.
But Vitality, this is such... Already it's a statistical anomaly. Because they gave up the first kill, and they only win 25% of the rounds when they lose the first kill in the round. It's so good. These teams are so good now at converting those opening kills into success, into round wins. And so for Vitality to go down a man and then come through in a clutch, this is one of those half-defining rounds. So important, and it's really going to be messing with Na'Vi that slipped through their fingers, because it feels like they had everything there going their way. It's just... well, Apex catching Electronic looking the wrong way. I think that's what does it. If
Yeah,
Electronic gets up onto the high ground there, I don't know how Vitality are able to work their way back into this.
That was really, really significant.
I control the high ground. I mean, how are you going to stop him?
I know. We have that. Sixth round is coming up now. Because they got the bomb plant and the $800 bonus, it means obviously Na'Vi will keep the pressure on. That was also a 1-on-1, so, you know, that's Vitality losing 4 rifles and Na'Vi getting the bomb plant. Of course they're going to buy. Of course they're going to keep the pressure on, and I think Vitality absolutely know that. Now, a big difference is Saibu on that AWP finally, and Simple does not have his to counter it with, although he does have an AK, and they try and put the pressure on. He shuts them both down. And that's a disaster. 3 versus 5 now. And Na'Vi need to take it easy. They've already got Boomage pushing up very far, but remember that bomb back there? And then, again, allow Vitality to make another mistake, and you've got your round.
Why are you trying to bully the Undertaker, is what Simple is currently wondering. Because that's a bully strategy. That's like, okay, cool, they're going to be a low buy. Let's go mess him up. Let's play aggressive. And Simple is ready. This is how he handles that sort of situation. He just shoots you in the face. 2 kills, making it a little bit more difficult here for Vitality, and I'm sure that it's crossed Vitality's mind now. Unless there can be some magic here from Apex, it's almost a situation where you want to save the guns.
Yeah, it's not far off at least. He is thinking about it. And Shock spotting out at least the 1. Good count for Na'Vi to even know that. Just realizing, yep, someone's in ramp. They're not all just stacked on a bomb site. Saibu, that's a nice headshot to take down Flamey. Could we get another one? There is a little bit of flame up there, so he's having a hard time spotting anything. Apex actually does turn for the kill, but Saibu can't get away. And that will lose them the AWP, which is a real shame. Shock's down here, really far away from the action, but I don't know. I mean,
I'm surprised that Saibu misses that second shot, to be fair.
Yeah. It looked like something could have been working there. It looked like they had just the beginnings of maybe something, but it was rough because Apex is immediately getting shot in the back. He couldn't even escape. If he could have got the kill and ran into Hut and just, you know, dodged out there, that would have been really interesting, but fair play. It will be Na'Vi to pick up the round and make it 2-4. Still in favor of Vitality, but their money, I mean, their economy can't sustain this. This is why Na'Vi kept the pressure on and just kept buying, and they will even lose that last rifle. This is great news for Na'Vi. If you're a Na'Vi fan, you're not at all worried about the scoreline right now.
No, it's still so early in the half. I'm just so happy to see that they were ready for that aggression. Simple and Perfecto, they had the firing squad just ready and waiting as Vitality came around the corner, and that was impeccable stuff. And so Na'Vi just letting Vitality know, you know, you may be ahead in rounds, and you've had a couple of rounds go your way that maybe they shouldn't have, but you can't take advantage of us that way. You can't try and bully us. And so Vitality now going to have to take that into account, and we are going to get a force buy out of Vitality. And I was curious to see if they were going to try and go for some risky plays here, and it's looking like it. RPK and Shoxy playing aggro outside. Electronic going to get caught. Point blank. RPK with the CZ.
All right, that's exciting. I think Vitality had probably done the math and thought, we're going to, even if we save here, that even in the upcoming round, we probably can't really do much. Like, it would have to be mostly for Masters or something silly like that. So why not just try and do this, and then hopefully the round loss bonus will help us out later on. And then there's always the outside chance that you actually make it work. Simple's very low on health. And the other part of the team here, pushing into ramp and trying to take that over. Once they get the bomb down, this would be such a different round for Na'Vi, and they could start to feel a bit more safe. But as long as they are in this weird position where they have to navigate across the map, it's pretty tense.
Well, RPK recovered that AK as well. And, you know, talking of, I mean, players that kind of underperformed. Pimp actually talked a little bit about that on the desk and also on his Twitter where, you know, he kind of called RPK out a little bit. Just saying he underperformed in the series versus Astralis yesterday, and he has been one of the standout players for Vitality recently. Him and Shoxy have really stepped up on an individual level. Gonna get some aggression coming in, though.
Oh, man, they're going to win both those fights. I was going to say the coordination between those two is actually really good because you could tell how distracted they were about what was coming in from hell. Instead, now the bomb does go down. It's still a 2-on-2, and don't get me wrong, this is still a fantastic round out of Vitality. The AI prediction there, still saying Na'Vi. Let's find out. They obviously do not have a kit, but they do have that AK that's been stolen. No smoke either to try and put on top of the bomb, and that's a problem. Flamey with one headshot, and it catches Saibu trying to jump on out of there. Good round out of Flamey, a nice triple kill, and I mean, Na'Vi probably shouldn't have been that close to losing the round, but when it gets out of control like that, you're just happy to make it through. And we know Vitality going to be saving. It'll be the next round before they could do much of anything.
Well, we need to see some. We need them to be a little bit patient here, Vitality. They can't let things get too far out of hand. And I mean, at least facially, you know, we're seeing the team keep their cool for now. Not too many Apex reaction moments just yet. But when we started to see more of the Apex, that's when things started to work against Vitality, I think, yesterday versus Astralis. So, still early days.
I'm very conflicted because I want the Apex reactions, but I'm glad we're not seeing them because it's a sign that they're, you know, like they're keeping their cool. So, I want, you know, want both things here.
You also predicted Vitality. I mean, so it's like doubly painful for you.
Yeah, it's true, isn't it?
But I mean, right now, this is going to shape up a little bit more into the norm here. I'm very curious to see for Vitality what the play is in the next round. If Shoxy's going to, if we're going to go for like a default kind of approach where Shoxy posts up outside and just holds from garage, or are we going to see a little bit of a change, more aggression from Vitality? Because now Na'Vi are starting to feel it. They've got bank, they've got money in the bank, and so far they've succeeded in tying it up 4-4.
Yeah, this is a very good result. And remember, Na'Vi did pick this map. They look really well prepared. They don't look like they are making too many mistakes at the moment. Cybers picked up the AWP again. You know, you have to call attention to, first of all, the lack of grenades, but secondly, the lack of head armor. Only shots. That means that the Mack 10 and the M4 there that Na'Vi have on their side are suddenly way more effective and can have a much bigger impact. So those are just little details here. We'll see if it actually gets to it. Every time Cyber has... Oh, actually, they're going to go for the straight A execute. Yeah, Molotov's in through the rafters onto the hot behind that the silo inside, and they're running them down. And there's the Mack 10 instant headshot on the viewer, and he dies in a second. Electronic and Perfecto will follow it up, but I mean, just the straight execute. And again, Vitality don't have the counter nades, and they don't have the head armor. Like, there's a lot of problems there. But that A execute it's a classic by now on you.
It's a classic by now, but also just for Na'Vi to call that and to execute it so quickly. No hesitation, just getting straight out there. The smokes haven't even cleared, the initial smokes haven't even cleared from Vitality before Na'Vi are pushing onto that upper site. And so that is such a change of pace from Na'Vi, Anders, because usually Na'Vi, we expect them to play slow into the round and take their time and then set up in the very tail ends of the round is when they start hitting sites. Na'Vi showing that they can change the pace is only going to destabilize things here for Vitality.
That Molotov that they throw that goes in and lands, you know, by the silo, where that's sort of the default position for almost all A players to stand there, it does something incredibly annoying if you're that A player, because you have a choice at that moment. You can either sit inside of the Molotov and fight, and obviously that's not going to be that great. But the reason why you want to do that is because you actually want to swing to your right to catch them as they come out of the hut, right? You want to catch them in that really confined space. But if you do that, I mean, you're sort of sitting in the fire almost, or you can stop yourself from sitting in fire and then take a smoke and throw it down and, extinguish the Molotov. But then you're letting them out of the hut probably. So it's a really annoying timing if you're there. And I mean, as soon as you do it, by the way, they obviously know where to look. They see the smoke instead of the fire, and they know, all right, great. Almost certainly someone is there, and they'll find you inside of that smoke no matter what. So it's a really cool Molotov. It does a bunch of different things. And
why does it sound like a horror movie? They'll find you.
They will.
Don't breathe. It's like Alien. Oh man, you're stuck in a locker. Yeah, isolation. Stuck in a locker. Don't breathe. Hold your breath. Simples slowly walking by.
Yeah, someone could definitely make that as a little animation with Simple outside instead. That'd be good.
Why you bully me? Totally. I'm down. All right, Zywoo, let's go. I mean, he's got the AWP, and he is posted up, ready and waiting, but it's going to be Shoxy who's going to get tested here on the ramp.
As a deagle, he's also being shot in the back. Seems like a really unfair fight at the moment. Boomich making his way down. We haven't seen it too much yet. I mean, Boomich, making the jump down here, but otherwise, it's just really pistols in the play. Well, they're going to pick up the AWP again. That's kind of good news. I was going to say they might have lost that. But Boomich vent diving is actually one of the most interesting things about Na'Vi, I think, on this particular map, on the T side. He's really good at that. There are some players that are really good at doing it. And also because he loves playing with the Mack 10. So even if you could have had something else, just sometimes being super quick and mobile about it will get you down there. It is going to be 6 rounds for Na'Vi, and as you just saw, they caught fire. They've won 5 in a row. All right. Boomich is he's commanding this squad. He's telling them what to do.
He's in-game leading.
He's also highest on the server on the ADR, so he's just doing everything right now. What a joy.
Clearly things are working out. I'm not shocked to see low utility damage on the side of Vitality. They are legendary so far this tournament and how ineffective their utility has been.
Yeah.
Na'Vi trailing a little bit behind, though, makes me wonder. But they're still on the T side. It's not CT side yet.
Oh, this is aggressive, but I love it. It's kind of an all-in, right? You missed the shot here, but he doesn't. He usually doesn't. And he's going to take down Perfecto as well. Yeah, you have only one chance, but some players just do not care about that. 5 versus 3, and that is one hell of a way to get your team back in. Now, just hold on. Everyone calm down. Flamey trying to sneak in, but RPK will catch him.
That's so cool as well. He stops at that angle because that's right where the right eye peek advantage is going to kick in. And so he knows, okay, at that point, he'll be able to shoot me without me being able to see him. So now I need to just duck right into the angle and do it quick.
Go hard at it.
So cool. So cool. Just the awareness of it. Zai was a beast. But that is a must-win kind of round here for Vitality. The first round where they can do the full buy with full nades, have everything going for them.
Yeah.
And then Zaiwu plays aggro as well. And Vitality needed to show that they had some fight in them. Otherwise, Na'Vi were looking likely to just start running away with this first half. And, well, I mean, as far as Vitality are concerned, I mean, for both of these teams, essentially, as we get a little bit of a walk down the vents, Zai was already in position down here. Could get some action in a second.
Yeah, I think he's going to have backup right above him, so I don't think he's too worried about that window. Boomich going down, so bomb plant, I don't think that's ever going to happen. Oh, he takes another one. A quad kill where it looked like he was just never even in danger of getting fired back at then. So incredibly quick, which, you know, we've come to expect that by now.
It's actually nuts right now how much of a home map this is for Na'Vi. 75% win rate, 12 wins, 4 losses. I mean, that is just...
Yeah.
And that's over the last 3 months. I mean, this has become their map. And every series, I mean, it kind of highlights how much of an upset that was when Liquid beat them on this map.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure they didn't enjoy that, too.
They didn't enjoy that, but that was, I mean, you know, good on Moses and the lads, because that was really against all odds.
Yeah, I think actually Liquid were really refreshing surprise for this particular tournament. I think Boomich started this round with 14,500 in the bank, just as a bit of a marker for how well Na'Vi have been playing the last many rounds. So it'll take a while here before Vitality really manage to run down their economy. Here we go. Similarly execute, but this time Nivira is there to stop them in the hot. So RPK not putting out the smoke. He's fighting instead, and Nivira is back. Merely could have had that double kill. 2 versus 3, and Vitality are doing a much better job. And it all starts with that early kill from Nivira, just to, you know, slow things down. And they'll end up winning that round 6-6 now. Vitality tying it up. But you see how you could match those 2 rounds and how that execute worked on top of each other, and you just see a massive difference.
Anti-rush nades and the whole kit and caboodle. Did nobody communicate the simple that the guy was on rafters there? That was weird.
Yeah, probably not.
Look at this. I mean, but that's seconds after his teammate dies there. So, okay, maybe some communication didn't quite happen there on Na'Vi's side. Interesting. But this is still going to beat Vitality, tying it up. And, I mean, just to give you perspective, I mean, Vitality, no slouch on this map. 7 wins, 5 losses in the last 3 months. And very quick play coming in from Electronic already. The pressure here from Apex, he's just getting in on it.
Yeah, it looked like Electronic even thought for a minute, oh wait, there could be someone here, and there was. Nivira goes down in return, so it's another 4-on-4, and RPK is so flashed. Again, instead of putting out the Molotov, he moves out, and then they catch him with a flashbang. So now, this A executor is right back on track, and it worked very well. And they do it, I mean, the timing for them, because they know Apex is normally playing inside of that bomb site, so even though he just gets the kill outside, that's already a pretty good signal that probably that bomb site is going to be slightly weaker. And like I said last time, RPK managed to swing to his right and take that fight, but this time he was flashed, so I don't know. We'll have to go back and find out if they threw the same flashbang or if that was a special gift just for RPK.
Exactly. The slight adjustments that are going to be made here from these different players. And, well, I mean, Vitality, the ones making the adjustment there. Na'Vi make the correct call. And that will net them a 7th round on the T side. And I kind of hope to see them just keep this pace up for the remaining 2 rounds of this half. Just bully Vitality, get in on them right now. Boomich goes up with the bomb, but that's fine. Like you said, he's filthy rich. He's going to have plenty of money to buy.
Yeah.
But let's see again this replay here. Perfecto, I mean, with the help of Flamey, right? Getting that opening kill on RPK, but then that was Apex just getting sniped.
Yeah.
Whoa, no, there we, no.
A little bit.
It's starting to mount. It's starting to build a little bit here. And actually, let's take a look at Apex's individual performance. 8 kills so far. He's not bottom, though, because Nivera is sitting there with 5.
Yeah, and Apex, I mean, I think Apex has been playing just fine this game, so I'm not so concerned about that. It's a flick and a half, taking down Perfecto. You love to see it. I mean, one of the rounds that got them back into this was obviously that double kill from Cyber, so he's just at it again, but he is just being jumped on with steel-plated boots. Boomich right on top of him. 4 versus 4 now. But that A bomb site is again under attack. Boomich does go down eventually, and I'm actually a little bit surprised that no one from Na'Vi in the lobby here tried to put some pressure on, because I mean, they had Boomich in a deep position. Electronic is also pretty deep on the map, so
yeah.
He's like the secondary player here that could do something interesting.
I think that's the big one where, you know, Electronic not able to chime in and help Boomich out there. That's got to be so frustrating. Boomich gets killed from Apex in a position where Electronic can't trade frag. And now they're starting to figure it out with 50 seconds on the clock. It's looking like they want to wrap back over towards ramp, where Flamey has created a little bit of room. And Vitality are going to start focusing on the bomb sites themselves by the look of things.
Yeah, it could easily be sort of a B crunch here. If Electronic gets a kill, then they're good to go down towards B. Simple nearly getting caught, but not quite. RPK will drop. So the question is, down on the lower part of the map, could Apex be a bit of a hero? It's Mike coming. Oh, he's going to get caught by Electronic. Won't even get the opportunity. That's a very important kill. I thought maybe he could have snuck in. Bomb is going to be going down. 20 seconds left, and Nivera, he'll have to back on out and save this gun, because they're not going to have much else for the 15th round that's coming up. So, wow, what a rough turn of events. Yeah, Boomich here. This...
Oh, wow.
I don't know what you say about that.
Yeah, sometimes it just works.
Timing is on.
I'm wondering, where is Shoxy? What is Shoxy doing when he gets flanked? Because he dies right before here by Flamey, and what that makes me think is that they've misread the situation, and that Vitality are thinking this is going to be an upper hit, and so they're not focusing on ramp, they're focusing elsewhere, and that just, it's like one domino hitting the next one, and it all just falls apart, right?
Yeah.
The Shoxy looked like he was focused on yard, and that was not. That was obviously not where he died from.
I mean, you also wonder slightly if. So, Simple gets the kill on RPK in lobby, and not that long afterwards, Electronic is essentially opening the B doors down on the B bomb site. So RPK is going to say, oh, they were in lobby and they were sort of walking towards the ramp, but that doesn't really imply that they're actually on the B bomb site, or at least that Electronic is. So I wonder also if just the sort of the weird mapping of the Na'Vi players in that round could have thrown them off. I mean, it could have been perfectly fine information for RPK to say that, yeah, at least Simple was in lobby, that's how I died. But Electronic, I think, it might have just completely caught them by being that far into the site. So we'll see. 15th round here. Last of the half. And Na'Vi, they've really convinced us at this point that there was a reason they picked this map. If we didn't know it already, then you're getting a taste of just how good they can be. Again, it's Cyber with an opening kill for Vitality, and it seems like a lot of what Vitality are doing right now, or a lot of the success they've had, has to do with him and opening those up and just getting those early frags. It's kind of a lot to rely on, but I guess if it keeps working, then why not? Let's see if they can get that 7th round.
But that is the big deal, though, Anders. And, well, I mean, Na'Vi are the ones who are battling up ahead because, again, Vitality have the similar stats where it's like 75% win rate if they get that opening kill. And yet Na'Vi are, you know, Zywoo's getting the opening kill, and Na'Vi are still finding a way to win. So they're battling uphill, and that's just how powerful this T side is for Na'Vi. Nivera going to take down Simple, but he gets traded.
Yeah, RPK's up here. Flamey's going to be walking in. That smoke will not cover him at all. So 2 versus 3. Cyber actually take a little bit of damage there. I think it was a Molotov or something burning him, so he's going to be unhappy about that. 35 seconds, and Electronic, he's trying to move around down the lower part of the map. That's only going to be relevant if Perfecto can vent dive in here and not get caught. He has the bomb, so if he fails this and gets caught somehow, then I don't know what they're meant to do. But right now, Electronic is trying to clear that up. He's going to get the kill. Oh, no! The bomb gets stuck. 15 seconds. All he had to do. Oh, it falls back down. They can actually pick it off. Electronic, does he have time? 9 seconds. Is he gonna? He could turn around and just try and kill him. I mean, they have to come for him, surely. They're running right behind. 3 seconds. He's gonna have the bomb plant, but they're on top of him. They're right there. RPK to take him down. And Vitality will get that 7th round on the board in an absolutely ridiculous fashion. It was all about getting down that ladder. That was the only thing that mattered. What a way to conclude the first half, and we've got so much more to come. At the end of it, top of the scoreboard, it's Cyber with 14 kills, right behind him, Boomich at 13. Second half is going to be absolutely explosive, and it's coming up after the break.
Introducing Guest House, a live, unfiltered show inspired by the streaming generation. Join me, Chrissy Costanza, as I welcome rising stars, industry leaders, and the biggest personalities to play, laugh, chat, and interact with all of you at home. Tune in live and join the action. Guest House on VENN.
Seeing all the reasons why Na'Vi picked this. It looks like they've got it lined up for a win right now. Vitality, they are going to have to fight pretty hard, I think, on this T side to get away with a map win on the first one here.
Without a doubt, and it's looking like we're going to get some quick action here as well here from Vitality. Electronic, if he peeks this, he's going to be in a world of hurt.
Yeah, a lot of people out here. He's just looking for a quick little tap. Oh,
yep,
no! But there was a P250 waiting for him. He just wanted that one little shot. I didn't even want to fight it. He was just like, let me just throw some bullets this way and it'll be fine.
You do not do that with Zaiwu.
No. No, it's never that easy. I like that underhanding the grenade now. It didn't do that much damage, but that looked interesting. So, 4 on 5. RPK, not that far away from maybe finding the top of his head there. That could have been really dangerous. Let's see if they're going to be able to make the... Oh, yeah, he sees the gun barrel, and he's within range. They're going to just overwhelm him. Boomich in trouble. Simple trying to reload that CSAT 75 and closing the door behind him. But yeah, Bomb is going to be going down. And Na'Vi, how do you retake this? I don't even know how you could do this. 3 versus 5. You need Vitality to give you some fights. You need them to go and, yeah, take a fight like that. An instant headshot. Otherwise, I don't think you're going to walk. When the crossfire's in here, I mean, it's just a giant web that you're walking into at this point in time. Perfecto goes down. Cyber's looking for a bit more and challenging Simple, and he'll find that headshot. He's not even reloading. He's just looking for more headshots, and now they're coming for Flamey. Could have almost knifed him, but I respect the fact that they didn't. Might be a little bit too much on the line at this point in time.
Super sick. And hold on, we're going to see. All right, this was the opening duel versus Electronic. But then what's even better is that that's just the fake from Vitality, because obviously Electronic's info is, oh, they're going down secret. And so Vitality, Na'Vi are going to be shifting around, trying to cover that angle towards the lower site. No. Vitality then goes straight up into the upper site and just catch them completely unawares up there. So it works out wonderfully for Vitality, and that was an excellent pistol round. Bit of a planned strategy, and then playing, light on their feet. just reacting to how the round developed. I love to see it, and that's the kind of calling we need to see here from Apex if they want to find success on the T side, because to be fair, the first half went pretty hard against Vitality.
Yeah, it did. And I mean, if Electronic in that round is the only, you know, anchor that they have outside to look for what's happening in Yard, they lose him, they just lose all vision out there, and Vitality exploited. I think that's probably true. They probably did improvise a little bit there. RPK is holding as the rest of them are going down secret. It's always nice to leave someone behind that red container so that you're not getting flanked while you're walking down here, because you can have some pretty wild timings where the CTs will walk in through the smoke right behind you, so I can understand why they want to do that. Molotovs. Oh, that's a fadeaway shot. Fire at his feet, and he just made that work. That's really beautiful. He's back for more, and Simon will take him down, so no second chance there, but it's always flamey. He's trying. On top of the flames as well. I mean, it's probably worth it if he could do it, but not quite this time. And RPK is still outside. He's been holding that the whole time. I mean, that's even good information, right? Once the bomb is planted and they exit this bomb site, they at the very least know no one is going to be that far back. I mean, they could still be in the vents, but they don't have to even check it, so that's also helpful.
They'll have that focus, and well, I mean, it is a position for Na'Vi where they're just going to be thinking about saving these guns, I think. It's just too much of a stretch. Right. Down a man, going for the retake against rifles. You've only seen rifles, so there isn't even a weak point for you to exploit. At this point, you're just thinking, okay, hold on to these guns for the next round, and let's see what we can do then. And well, that is going to be, well, it should be another beatdown here for Vitality. Really, this is the biggest save from Vitality picking up this pistol side, because Nuke is actually one of the two maps that is CT-sided still, 53%. So for Na'Vi to come out ahead T-side in the first half, at this level, you know, before, or at a lower level, you're like, you know, it could go either way.
Yeah.
At this level, in the top 3 teams, every round matters. Even a couple percentage points could make the difference in the series. So that just goes to show how good Na'Vi are on this map. This really is their home map. For them to come out ahead on T-side in the first half is fantastic. Vitality getting this, though, is worst case scenario for Na'Vi. These couple of rounds here from Vitality, we'll see if Na'Vi can stabilize when it comes to the buy round in the next one.
I'm very, very interested. And I'm also interested to learn, I mean, I think because Vitality are such a team that's so well prepared and have so many strategies, I think out of all the maps out there, Nuke might be one of the highest on the list in terms of what you can make out of that. Like how much the map will give you back if you know what you're doing, because you can shift around the CT defense to such an absurd degree. I don't think any map compares. You know, maybe Vertigo. Again, those double-layered maps, the rotation time on the CT side is almost all that matters. And if you're good at that, if you're good at manipulating that, it's absolutely wild what can happen. So we'll try and keep an eye on it. Now, we didn't really play their side quite like that, and you don't have to, but I could see Vitality being prepared in that fashion, and that'll make it really interesting. Good couple of kills there with the Mack 10, and no real surprises in this round so far.
Dude, I swear that's the stuff of nightmares to me. Like, surprise CZ behind a door. And that is a very common setup that we see from CT side as well. CZ up close, right at the door, and you're just waiting. In fact, we saw it yesterday, right, where the guy tried to open the door at the same time as the T's were trying to open the door, and it just kind of went, didn't really work out for him. But that is, we're seeing that strat quite a bit now from Na'Vi. And why not? I mean, CZ up close, it's a hand cannon.
Yeah, and it's, I don't know, you're right. Sometimes you can get ridiculous multi-kills with it, and I don't know how to do it personally.
I would just be having nightmares if I'm taking point down there as entry, and you know, every time it's like, is there somebody behind that door or not? Is there somebody there? Just be freaking out.
How do they decide? Is it like seniority?
Who gets the farm?
Just get the youngest kid in. Like, you go. Open the door.
Open the door first, and then tell us what you see. And it's Electronic this time. Just ready. Yep, surviving. Yep, there it is.
Yeah, well, 10-8 the scoreline. 2-round lead for Vitality. Na'Vi picking up rifles, but I'm noticing that is not an AWP on Simple. And he has an extra 3,700. He can't he can't miss. I think he would have had less if it was a misbuy. Did someone drop it to him? I don't know. I am not smart enough to figure this out. Someone will have to help me. 19th round, though, and Scout versus AWP, of course it makes a difference, so we'll see. Oh, what an entry! Nivira taking down Flamey, and he was just falling back from that position. The timing could not have been better. That was so clean. When we talk about him and his performance overall, oh no. Apex, I mean, who's to blame? We'll never know. But that is a little bit unfortunate. Still a 4 versus 3, and Na'Vi, remember, they can't really fight hard for this. They just do not have the economy as much as... I'm sure they would love it. I'm sure they want to. It's so risky to go for this. Perfecto will find a free kill there, but is it still even worth it? They're so far away.
I mean, do you let Vitality get up to 11 rounds?
Yeah, I think they have to.
Oh, man, it's such a painful one. I mean, you have to get a kill within the next 2 seconds, and I just don't see it happening. They don't have time to, you know, they're going to be backing off to save these guns. And while with 3 guns, maybe they can drop some MP9s in the next round. Simple will have enough for an AWP, so you could try and make some plays here. Simple will be able to pass that AK off to somebody. And so, Na'Vi, actually, you're going to get a fairly decent buy out of this. Yeah. The thing is, though, for Na'Vi, is I think Vitality, they play with so much confidence in that sort of scenario because they realize that Na'Vi have gone to their default. Like, Simple in the garage, all the way back in the garage, no action in yard. You know, just Flamey holding ramp. Like, it's just, this is, if you see this, you know what to expect from Na'Vi. And so Vitality don't waste any time at all. They just power down and they know what to do, given the fact that these guys are prepared. And, well, Apex, look at that. A little bit of a chuckle, even.
Yeah. It's comedy. Once they win the round, it's comedy, right? If they lose it, it's not fun. That's how it works.
True.
Now, you know, just talking about Nivira and his performance, right? Whatever ends up happening here, just keep that round in mind. That's a huge round, and it's on him. I mean, that opening is worth so much. So, I don't know, put a little gold star by his name in the back of your mind or something like that. Just remember it, because the scoreboard is not everything. RPK and Nivira taking a lot of grenade damage, but they've got shocks down here, and that's interesting.
But they don't have any idea that Electronic is close. The thing is, there's no nades to give this away. Na'Vi do this every now and again, though. Electronic, like 1 round and a half, he'll push up like this, and there it is. It actually works, and he gets that kill on Apex. This is big. Can Shoxy trade him back, though? Shoxy, he hesitates. He's worried about the setup.
Yeah. It definitely looked like Electronic was looking for it. He was paranoid about that, too, so everyone is getting real suspicious at the moment.
Yeah, so suspicious, like nobody wants to be the one to make a mistake.
Yeah.
You're just like, I don't want to peek.
Shox is looking out there and saying, I'm not seeing anyone else outside. The bomb is dropped far back. Nivira inside. We're going to go back and take a look. Try and see if they could find anyone. I don't know if they want to try and help out Shox out here. 45 seconds, though. I mean, they're actually running this clock down slightly low, considering where the bomb is. That's a very good catch. Boomich taking down RPK. Makes it 5 versus 3. And now, I don't even know if you're Vitality. You need some very, very easy, clean kills here for this to be close to worth it. Shox outside. He's been spotted. So I don't know if they can make their way through here. It seems very unrealistic. 20 seconds. They could still do a lot of damage to the Na'Vi economy, and that is the secondary objective in every single round. But Simon maybe on his own. Shox, that's a pretty good headshot. Time is running out. 10 seconds left here, so I don't think they can actually do it. But one more kill would have been huge here. Again, the difference between 2 and 3 when you get the rifles away is really huge. Three rifles left on the Na'Vi side means they're building money. They're still making some. Whereas if you take that extra one left there, it would be interesting. Suddenly they'd be losing money, and you could do a lot more.
Yeah, somebody has to force. What we're gonna see, yeah, that's Boomich. And Boomich, again, it's worth mentioning. T side, really solid with the vent drops. Really solid around Squeak. CT side, he has been marking fools there. He is so good, on point this tournament. He's really figured it out, and so he is a nightmare to deal with in that position. RPK is gonna have his work cut out for him.
Yeah.
If he's gonna keep holding there, and man, Shoxy just got rocked.
He did. He's not gonna hit the follow nade there, unfortunately. I mean, looking at the Na'Vi scoreboard, though, Boomich is top, Electronic is behind, and then everyone else is in a cluster. But, you know, it isn't the Electronic and Simple duo and everyone else far behind. I mean, actually, you know, as much as we love that, this does look like a slightly healthier version of Na'Vi. And I'm sure...
Well, this is the winning Na'Vi.
This seems like the winning Na'Vi, yeah. And obviously, we all know it's only a matter of time before Simple, you know, is bored of being down there, so that's also probably going to change. Now look at the setup here. Very similar, except for Apex not getting killed by Electronic early, but Shox is down here again, and the rest of the team, they're over in lobby. And what's so interesting about this is you could do anything you want with it. You could crunch the B bomb site, but you don't have to. You can easily turn it into something A-related and just have a guy coming out of the vent at the right time. Boomich actually getting completely caught. No warning, no flashes, and they get every single kill in the bomb site. That is a completely naked walk-in. Normally, again, wow, you throw grenades and it signals also to the CT side that something is happening. But this time they just walked in, and it's mega risky. I mean, if someone is holding those angles and you're just walking in like that, you could be dead in a second, right?
Dude,
but the timing was unreal.
Boomich has just got to not tilt off the face of the planet when that happens to you, man. That is so frustrating. You just nailed it, Anders. No nades. I mean, Boomich, you saw it. He checked the door, sees the smoke. Okay, cool. I'm going to go ahead and focus main for a little bit. And, of course, that's when they push. That's just the unwritten rule of CS. As soon as you turn off of an angle, that's when the person peaks, or that's when they push. Or that, you know, it just has to happen that way.
Yeah, it is. You're not wrong. Those are some of the funniest clips whenever they pop up of someone holding like a long position, A long or something on Dust 2 with an AWP scoped in for like 20 seconds. And
smoke is still there, dude. Like, the smoke is still there.
It's unreal. It's absolutely unreal.
Who called the timeout, though? I imagine it's Na'Vi.
Yeah, I mean, no one has run away with this.
Yeah.
I think the really interesting, yeah, you're right, it is Na'Vi. I think the really interesting stuff is that Vitality actually have a pretty good economy. So that, you know, they're up 3 rounds, but they also have some money, so they know they're not instantly being reset. Na'Vi really, really need to start converting some rounds here. And I mean, so stringing rounds together, they've only won 1 round in the second half. So that has got to change. There are many ways to change it, though.
You can't go to your default. The round you've had success on is when you played aggro.
Yeah.
So, you know, I mean, but you got to get aggro on a different part of the map. If you go out there with electronic again, you're going to get
simple
bopped.
and hot and shoot people with the AWP.
That's a fair point. Just shotgun them.
Yeah, do that all day. Or lobby crunch them. We saw like an attempted lobby push, but you can push from squeak and hot and ramp at the same time. It's really interesting. And especially when they've been running this 4-1 type setup, Vitality looks like they're going to go real quick right through into the smoke, but the spray is great. So what? He takes him right through the smoke. He just spun and took down Electronic. He had no idea where he was. 2 versus 4, and Flamey and Simple, I mean, they can't even get close. They just have to get away. What a ridiculous human being.
Oh, Vitality just spanked him. That was savage. And Anders, that's what they were doing. Electronic, he was going to do the same thing. Push up under Silo. Simple is in garage right now. Simple was going to be there to support, and Electronic was going to push up the same way he killed Apex that last time they found success. So they were going to rinse and repeat on Na'Vi's side.
Yeah.
But Electronic, because of that, he's in position to put that spray through. If he's out there, he's in position in Mini to put that spray through. Except that Vitality also have 3 guys there just ready to spray through the smoke.
Absolutely outrageous. Oh, man. Here's something that would be very interesting. They've put quite a bit of pressure on that squeak door now. If you get the right spawn, and I wonder if they're trying... If you get the right spawn on the T side, if you spawn far enough over on the bomb side, you can make
out of here.
It's so crazy. So crazy.
All right, sorry.
You can jump up on the silo and jump up onto the mini roof and just jump right down and kill the CT that's playing there.
Yeah.
And if you just put the same pressure on Squeak Door, he's going to be if it's Boomage again, think of how incentivized he's going to be to just guard that. If you're quick about it, you can absolutely catch people off guard. So I would love it if they tried to do something like that. But this time it looks like they're going to slow it down. They want to take it cool. Don't want to be throwing anything away. It's 13-9. They have got a very good lead. And Na'Vi... I mean, they keep saving some guns every other round, which is, I mean, that's what's keeping them in this right now.
Yes.
If they lose all the rifles, they're really toast.
Actually, it felt like some indecision there from Vitality. It looks like they were about to set up for an execute, and then they called it off. So something is got them right in the nick of time. They called it off, and something warned them that they needed to slow down the pace a little bit. And so this smoke going down, it's either Shox or Apex that throw this smoke. So that's some information for Na'Vi to go off of. It's either one or the other that throws this exact smoke that Shoxy just threw. So Electronic can kind of have an idea that somebody's out here now.
Yeah. I'm wondering why he put out that smoke or the Molotov. I'm something I don't know. Simple. Right position. Really quick about it. But now he's a little bit trapped in here. Saiwoo's on the other side. And Simple will take him down. That's a massive fight to be winning. Saiwoo's been very much outperforming Simple in this game so far. And that is a critical duel right there. 5 versus 3. 38 seconds. Na'Vi have to keep the economy going. Shox with just a single point of health.
How mega tilted are you if you're Electronic too? You've been sitting there waiting for Shoxy that entire time, and then he just bops you in the face. Well, RPK and Apex heading down the vents, it looks like, going for the drop.
There's no one there. The B-bomb side, well, Simple's just now showing up, but they could get a bomb plant. This is not out of the realm. Oh, he's going to get shot right in the face. That's pretty good from Apex. That'll give them the bonus, and it's still a 2-on-3. They have no grenades left on the Vitality side, and that makes this very tough in the after plant, but I wouldn't rule this out. Shock's a single point of health, but he is an absolute god in the right position. So let's just see what happens. Apex turns in, straight headshot to take down Flamey, and now it's real interesting. 2 versus 2. Shox has walked in this hallway. Apex shooting at the door. Shox coming in, and 1 health, all that he needed. And Perfecto has to back on out. What an incredible win. They had that set up. Simple gave them the double opening that they needed, and Vitality somehow took it away.
Again, going against the odds, Anders. This is just such a chaotic map. It's so hard to predict. It's not going anywhere near. It's a complete statistical oddity.
Yeah.
7 rounds on the T side so far for Vitality, just utterly dominating the T side of Nuke. Na'Vi are getting no say, and even, like you said, Simple getting a double kill to open it up. You're thinking, that's it, they've got this round on lock. There's no way for Vitality to come back in here, but Apex played that so well with the wrap and the duel on the lower halls there. That was so big.
Yeah. This, I mean, this has been a very impressive map from Apex on all fronts. It's really worth emphasizing. The calling has been really cool. Shox to take the opening fight outside and dropping Simple. They still have money, Na'Vi. That's the most surprising thing about everything that we're seeing right now, is how they keep having just enough to still put up a fight. But, I mean, that's going to come to an end one way or another here. First of all, they're running out of rounds to do this with, but certainly their economy is you know, it's right on the edge. They have $650 total amongst them right now, so round loss bonus will not save them if they lose everything here. Setup, Boomich is downstairs, so he's just playing that angle, and will probably just, you know, smoke and run back and buy some time if he can. Hope to pick up a kill before that happens, I guess, but this is dangerous for Electronic, but is he going to get rewarded? Stepping, making a bit of noise. Yep, there's the smoke from Boomich. And I can't believe Electronic is not looking behind him.
But they got it to go down early enough where Vitality, they can still back around to halls if they need to. It's going to not leave them a whole lot of time, but they still have that option. And it's looking like they want to hold on to that option.
Electronic must have heard him right there. He must have heard something. He hasn't moved in a really long time. He's still in the server, I could tell. Boomich goes down, and now it's 25 seconds. Oh god, they're gonna run straight for it, and there is no one on this B bomb site. They just do not have the read. Remember when I said earlier how much you can manipulate that CT setup? And, I mean, there's just no one here to deal with it. This is not quite a free round. They obviously worked for it, Vitality, but they just needed that opening. And that's going to be 15 on the board for the Frenchman.
I mean, this is an outrageous performance coming in from Vitality. But I'm wondering right now if Na'Vi aren't their own worst enemy. Sai was about to walk up here. Ooh, he turns around. He's only got 9 health. Yeah, Electronic. I mean, it's such a difficult position to find yourself in, Anders, because every time it's like, do you need... Eventually, you can't just keep playing to save. Eventually, you need to play to win the round. Even if you're behind in the round, you still need to be out there fighting. And I'm wondering right now, you know, it's like, Electronic, is he playing too passively in that yard, giving up too much space? I mean, that's just one example, but there's plenty of examples where Na'Vi, they're playing very safe, trying to save guns for the next round. It's just that you're going to eventually run out of rounds.
We talked about, you know, simple... you know, combat AWPing, you put, like, we haven't seen really any of that. I kind of agree with you. I think there is that bit of a problem. And in terms of what you brought up as well, Na'Vi being their own worst enemy, we need that space meme, you know. Oh, they always were, you know. that's just how it's always been. There's no...
Oh, man.
That is the truth.
Really, I mean...
That's the most true thing that's going to be said on the broadcast today.
Electronic, he's playing with the lights off. That's the problem. You know, he needs to turn those lights on, man. Every time they succeed, he's got the lights on.
Is that real?
Why are you changing things? Why are you changing things in the setup?
Listen.
Somebody call Electronic and tell them to get those lights on.
Someone fact check this claim. We need someone to go back and check. If that's true, yeah, of course.
That's what's changed. Check the socks that you're wearing. Are you wearing your lucky socks right now if you're Na'Vi?
Maybe tweet at Electronic and see if he does better on the second.
Look at this.
Turn it off.
How can he see his screen? Simple plays in the dark. We know that. Boomich too. See, look, this is his habitat, though.
Listen,
Simple hasn't moved.
He's playing with the lights off. I don't think he's playing with the screen off. So. If he is, this is the most impressive thing I've ever seen in my life. So.
I mean, he is top ranking Electronic 16, but it's a bit of a struggle right now for Na'Vi, and you really got to give it to Vitality. They have done a fantastic job. Na'Vi have not been able to fall back to their default. The only thing that's worked for them was when they went aggressive. and they haven't been able to make that work again.
Yeah, but because we've been talking about the outside aggression. I mean, and it could be simple with the ult pushing in. Boomich on the hut with an MP. Boomich with the MP9 on this map, or a Max 17. He's wild. I mean, it should be a problem for Vitality, and it's not right now. And with a lot of question marks. Let's see what they could do here. 25th round, and they're jumping right down to try and catch Electronic off guard. Not quite succeeding, but that was that thing we were talking about earlier. Putting the pressure on, and still might work. Perfecto, though, cleaning it up. Oh, that is amazing! Quad kill at the end for Perfecto, and he had to spin and cover that entire angle. All the way from mini, all the way into the site, and he did it absolutely wonderfully. 10 to 15, but that is absolutely Vitality trying to exploit the pressure from earlier, putting on that squeak door, and just trying to catch Electronic.
Vitality going through the playbook now. Though.
Yep.
Yeah, that's when Shoxy gets up on silo like that, it's not uncommon for him to see him just jump down and try and go very quick mini. And so Na'Vi, they see that, they're ready. They know what's coming next. Really sick play there from Na'Vi, and that could be a round that can finally, I mean, 5 rounds on CT side nuke, Anders. We're not asking for much here.
It's so doable.
It's so doable. So Na'Vi, it's all just vanquish the demons in your head now. Silence them. You are capable of taking on Vitality.
Shox, he's got the suspicion. I think he just saw his foot or something, or maybe it was on pure instinct. And Electronic, though, he is, I think, the one that popularized playing inside of those smokes to begin with, or at least he made the world very much aware of what was going on. Gonna win the fight against Apex. Oh, man. Yeah. I mean, a quad kill from one of your players in a round, that does get the team a bit fired up. And if you can get this one, finally, Vitality, I mean, they're not quite going to be out of money, but it is getting close. I mean, this is doable. If they get to 11-15, it's going to be a stretch from Vitality for the rest of the map in terms of having all of the economy going. Sammy with a nice little flick there to take down Electronic. And now we really need to think about the time. 40 seconds. It's just a 5-on-3. They have to get a bomb plant at some point. Just try and lure them into that and don't go fighting too much. Boomich here. Timing is everything, and right on top of the grenade. That worked out just fine.
Well, that was the most beautiful HE as well, right on top of him. Nivera survives it, though, and, well, what is this? Zai was just going to get assassinated. Flamey, Lurkin picks him off.
He waited for a long time. Nivera doing more damage, but only 15 seconds. So, once again, just play hide and seek for as long as you feel comfortable. Oh, he's going to get one more headshot. Is he going to fake it? No, he holds it straight down. Perfecto actually running for it. It looked like it. I would love to see that in slow motion. How close was he to actually tapping his face? That would have been an absolutely devastating way to lose it. That was a 5-on-3 that ends in a 1-on-1. This is... Ooh, he's got the right idea, but Nivera, I mean, one bullet would have done it.
That's so tough. Why is it the first thing I think is like, what a man. Like, that was a man fight from Nivera there. He's like, all right, let's go. You know, just get the kill on Vents, just juke Flamey completely into the open and take him out. Just a couple seconds more to play with there, and Nivera's got some options, but it doesn't go his way, it doesn't break his way, and it's going to be 15-11. So still map point for Vitality, but Na'Vi showing some fight, and I'm glad to see a timeout getting called here by Vitality for a change. You're going to have a little bit of time to work with. You still have a couple of them.
Yeah.
Use them. And you still haven't even gone through your whole playbook yet.
True.
We saw the Shox mini drop there, so just go down the list again still. You have plenty to work with.
Simple is near the bottom of the scoreboard. I mean, only Flamey at 13, but Simple is at 14. I still can't understand why we're not seeing more of the aggressive AWPing. I would love that. I mean, you saw from Cyber pushing up through the ramp room and getting that double kill, but Simple could do that all day as well. And he just has, I mean, it almost feels like at this point he's playing a very, very restrained sort of version of himself, which I can't really get behind. It looks like they might try and sneak in. They could have actually diverted back in through mini there, but it's Cyber and Shox instead. Remember how many times it's been Shox on his own out here, but now they have a little bit of a double team? I would suggest that makes it way more likely they're going to end up at the B-bomb site.
Now you have the buddy system. Apex needs to get across at some point, however. That bomb needs to get picked up. All right, Apex is going to find it. Electronic takes down Shoxy, though. That's going to throw a wrench on things here, Anders.
Yeah, right at the edge of the smoke. Yeah, it definitely will. I think the rest of them probably would want to put pressure on the ramp, and maybe especially with if Shox and Cyber can get all the way to the ramp, because then they can sandwich in that ramp player really easily.
Yeah. The thing is that they didn't find Simple where I think they were hoping to find him. you know, somewhere in Yard and Garage, getting killed by Electronic. Now the question is for Vitality, where's Simple? Like, where on the map is the raid boss?
Oh, are they going to flash their way in here? RPK's got his back turned. He's also looking, obviously, towards the ramp, but Boomich is right there in front. 37 seconds now on the clock, 4 versus 5, and they're setting up for this. They want to come and see if they could do this. Down below, Cyber's still hanging out, but he could be up the vent in a second. Boomich, that's a nice spray. And with Perfecto's help, that'll shut it right down. Yeah, I think Cyber wanted to come popping out once they cleared the bomb site there. But that's not going to be relevant any longer. So another round for Na'Vi, and they also get to save, well, the AKs and, you know, pretty good economy going forward. Not that they're going to need to save much more, obviously. If they lose a round, it's done. So 12 to 15, and Vitality, no bomb. And by the way, those bomb plants now are going to start to make a difference. And in the last 3 rounds that have all gone to Na'Vi, there have been no bomb plants. So that's really worth thinking about. They don't get that $800 bonus, and it's interesting now. It's real interesting.
This might be the most dangerous round for Na'Vi, though. And the reason I say that is because now Vitality could go for some half by Tech 9 kind of shenanigans, and then they just throw some crazy, you know, just crazy aggro round in there with no fear because they think this is a throwaway round. You could absolutely do that. And so Na'Vi right now, they need to stay sharp. They need to stay focused. Do not let your guard down for an instant. We're not going to get that from Vitality, but yeah, it is the classic, right? Where it's like, this is how you're losing. You know, you're losing to the half by because they're just running in and just deagle face shotting you.
They only bought very, very conservatively. Some deagles. I think RPK bought armor as well. And that's it. Cyber obviously saved the AK from previously. And it's Cyber with an AK, so you never know what could really happen.
Mm-hmm.
Simple down there with the AWP. Very smooth angle. He's got some backup in Flamey. This should be on lockdown. He tags him up, but he doesn't want to fall back because, again, he's got his teammate with him. And the fact that he doesn't fall back and stays and shoots, I mean, even that is halfway signal to Vitality that maybe something is up, you know? Because otherwise, it's not that uncommon. You fire and just fire and forget.
And Electronic kills Shanxi on Silo by the looks of things as well. So now there's going to be the rotate coming in here from Vitality, getting that body out in the yard. Apex, he got legged earlier. He's just going to show himself to keep Na'Vi honest. And his teammates are just dying to Simple, and this round's going to be a wash.
Sacrificing themselves. He's getting a little bit back into it at the very least. Yeah. Working on a triple right now. Not going to get any more than that.
Would you say he's the last guy you want to feed kills to on Na'Vi? I think he'd be the last guy you want to feed kills to.
Yeah, surely. Whatever you can, keep him in the dark. You know,
don't feed the beast.
Don't do it. It's not worth it. Not even a little bit. It's been very uncharacteristic for this whole map for him right now. So I would venture a pretty large bet that that's not going to keep being the case. And it could even, I mean, it could even be here towards the end of the map. At any point in time, you know, he could blow. And that would change a lot. Let's see. 29th round. We're gunning for overtime right now for Na'Vi to try and pick up this map on Nuke. It's incredibly important that they pick it up. They're very much their map to win here, whereas the next one we're not maybe so sure, and it could be Vitality having a much easier time of it. So I think there's a lot on the line. Simple's out there opening in yard again. They're not being very aggressive here, Na'Vi. They're sort of waiting around. Boomich is downstairs, and Flamey, I think, is playing ramp. Could also rotate down. Looks like it's going to be another push towards the ramp, though. Ooh, that's a nice catch. And also Flamey catching the kill over on the other side of Navira. So 5 versus 3. And again, this is where you want the fundamentals to come into play here for the Na'Vi side. Just make sure that you trade this out or just get the headshots of your Flamey. That's an absolutely beautiful round out of him. 3 kills, looking very smooth at the moment. And the bomb plants, they do matter. RPK, the damage that he does now has no impact at all. Doesn't matter how many rifles he takes away from Na'Vi. The only thing that matters is really the bomb plant, and he's not going to be allowed to get that either. So 14 to 15, we go the whole distance on the first map. 30th round coming up.
All the way, Anders. Let's go. And these were just layers on layers of detail here as Vitality, they've used the same smokes. Shoxy was holding for the Electronic push. Electronic was holding the Shoxy drop on Mini. And then Simple was also out there in yard this time with the AWP. So these teams, they're just adjusting as they go through the half. You show me a little bit of your playbook? Cool. I'm going to make adjustments to start countering that. And it's going to be that setup here from Na'Vi, and it worked wonderfully.
Okay, so The obvious thing that's worked really well for Vitality is the pressure onto the squeak door. But now they did that at a point in the game where Na'Vi's economy was much worse. There were going to be fewer grenades landed at a position. And Na'Vi have also, experienced it a lot. When you get a tactical timeout like this going to the 30th round, I'm sure Na'Vi must be, running that over too. So I don't know
that's
if
Blade's job, right?
Yeah, it is. And do Vitality really want to do that? It's so risky if it just gets shut down. But that is the thing that's worked incredibly well so far. And it looks like instead we're going to get some yard pressure early on. I would love it if they went full circle and came back to the pistol round where they wrapped around to hell from outside in the yard. That would be really fun if Vitality tried to throw it. Because they've been going down that, the secret stairs all game long. So you could even smoke off Electronic here and just try and wrap around. You do have to deal with Simple at some point, but
different set of smokes, though. You already see Simple having to change up his positioning because of where the smokes went down. He was worried. Definitely a little bit more of a passive setup here from Na'Vi. Not committing as hard to yard, and Simple gonna back off right as they peek. There it is. Takes down Shoxy.
They have so few grenades on the Vitality side. This is a bit of a nightmare, actually. They have a smoke and a Molotov, but Electronic will catch Apex. I think this is unraveling right now. Could very well be overtime. 5 versus 3. I have no idea how Vitality will try and find a way to get back into this. Easy shot for Simple. And now, yeah, they are collapsing a little bit. Vitality, they almost had it in regulation, but I don't think this is going to hold. Cyber goes down, and Navira getting shot in the back, and it's overtime. 15-15. What a great comeback here for Na'Vi. That was not easy to do. They had to win, the last 6 rounds in a row, maybe more than that, to bring it back. That was incredible.
Oh, yeah, shoot, we can't see, can we? I think they lost 1 in that, but you're right. They were on fire, so they won the last 6 rounds in a row. Yeah, they just went on fire. And yeah, that was Na'Vi just really coming into their own, finally recognizing what was going on. And so we're tied up 15-15. And really, I mean, this absolutely had to happen for Na'Vi.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to be so happy if you're a Na'Vi fan, because going into this next was going to be Overpass. And Vitality just looked absolutely indomitable on Overpass. And Na'Vi, not so much. It would have been a real grim scenario for you to get battered on your map pick on Nuke and then to go into Overpass for Na'Vi. Here, at least now, Na'Vi have put themselves in a position where they can win this and potentially, take us the distance.
And I'm not gonna lie either, because we were criticizing Simple from earlier, and I know he had that 1 round where he sort of got fed a couple of kills down there with the triple, but he's actually quietly moved up to 21 kills, which is only 1 behind Electronic, who stopped fragging.
You called it, Anders.
If you wanted to buy the dip on Simple, you're too late. Like, that is already, it's up. He's gone fully parabolic, and that is incredibly bad news for Vitality. This could end so badly.
Yeah, and this is, I mean, just Simple, really, you feed him kills, you give him confidence, and he just ramps up from there. Apex is agreeing with me. He's like, yeah, I know, the guy's a real pain in the ass to play against. I know Apex, he is. That's why, he's top 2 in the world. That's one of the, actually, I mean, come on, we do have to remind people, we got the #1 versus the #2 in the world right here. ZywOo versus Simple.
Yeah, it's outrageous. I mean, again, we are so fortunate to be in this particular era in Counter-Strike, just all across the board. The current, I think, the rivalry right now between Vitality and Astralis is probably the best that I've ever seen. I love it so much. I think it's so incredible. And then Na'Vi's right behind it, because Simple and Electronic are so good. I mean, this is the thing that I really think that Na'Vi, for a large part, are really carried a fair bit by that. But if you just fix a couple of small things on Na'Vi, there's no reason they couldn't be #1 even, because if you just look at the team, I actually think if you just look at the fundamentals of Na'Vi, they're actually significantly worse, I think, than Vitality and Astralis. And the fact that they're keeping up, I think that says a lot about what's going on. This is just all so interesting, but we're going to get back into the game here. It's overtime, ladies and gentlemen. First to 19 rounds. We'll walk away with a map win here, unless it goes to double overtime, of course. ZywOo back with the AWP and out fighting straight up against Simple out here. Wants to try and take that. In fact, Navira and Shox also pushing out there with him, and they're going to be really quick, and they're pushing up into the garage. So that is a lot of map control, and we mentioned earlier they could try and do that wrap towards dark. That would be so interesting.
This is how you change it up. But now, yeah, you have to catch Simple, and he's aware of it. Yep. Sees you coming from a mile away. Electronic, though, you cannot be in main. That was going to be the next point. Electronic in main. Vitality are going to check you. Yeah. They're not going to let you get another free kill there. So Vitality now with a man advantage on the T side. And again, you give these teams a man advantage, they know how to work it. It's going to be the boa constrictor now.
Flamey's doing something that's very, very cool, because they lost a huge chunk of map control. They're trying to reclaim it by pushing into the lobby, and they win the fight against RPK. Absolutely critical. If they lose that, they're probably done. But the problem is, if they just stay inside of A and ramp, they're getting flanked. They can't actually just hang out there any longer. So now it's anybody's guess. I don't think any team, and none of these teams right now know exactly what is going on. Right? This is a classic nuke round. All out confusion. Counter flash coming in. Nice shot from Perfecto. And now he's just hiding. Spots another one. Wants to take out a little bit of a fight. He's doing so much damage. And the bomb, yeah, it's going down. But Perfecto knows where 2 out of 3 are. He's seen one. He saw the bomb. They have a perfect read right now. Apex will still get a kill, but let's see. This retake, it should be doable. Bullish goes down, but a quick trade. Simple runs in. Picked up an M4 and just takes him out. Navira, he's 1 bullet away from death. Just needs the headshot, and he's going to get the spray instead. Survives on 2 health. And Vitality get the round that they needed in regulation. What an opening to the overtime.
What a bonkers play, dude. Nivera in particular, he's bottom fragging, but that's the thing, man. When you come up with the high impact kills, the clutch play to get your team the round against Simple, no less. What a monster play. Yeah, Shoxy giving it. But I mean, these are all of the adjustments coming through, and yet somehow Vitality, they nearly lost that round. And all off of RPK getting kind of caught asleep.
Yeah. I'm so shocked because, again, I just thought the information that Perfecto got was worth so much. They're running through the fire, trying to vent dive, and never putting out the Molotov. Well, then.
What? Was that miscommunication? Is that where it's like, I thought you were going to throw the smoke? They're all just pointing fingers at each other?
Yeah, I think there's even a fire extinguisher on the wall right in there. They had all the options laid out in front of them. And
what was that?
Maybe...
Well, the highs are highs and the lows are low, Anders, because that's going to be a deflating round here for Vitality. Not only do you come off of a massive clutch, but then you kind of just flub around the second round. I don't know.
Maybe what actually happened is, because you know everyone always gets taught to stop, drop, and roll if you're on fire, but the key is you have to put the fire out first, guys. You can't be like, I know you want to follow those instructions, but they did drop, so I mean they definitely
technically, but they happen to have been pierced by a bunch of lead bullets first, right? And that's just,
which is not part of the
it's not part of the plan. Not exactly what you want there. Ah, that's,
well, I mean, listen, I would love to go see the replay because, yeah, you're right. It is somebody's job, surely, to do that. The timing didn't work out.
Did the smoke get body blocked? So, I mean, we didn't see from our perspective, right, what happened there.
Could be one of those hilarious smokes that if you throw them at the wrong angle, it doesn't put
it out.
Let's
what happened?
See. So, fire is there. They're sort of, I mean, it is, the fire actually doesn't look like it's covering that much.
They're just running. I think the fire is deep in Squeak, and they just ran.
Again,
I feel like I'm watching some kind of Greek tragedy every time I watch. You know, Apex is. It's like we should be in the theater right now.
You could do so many things with it. You could play any like quote from a movie or just like news or anything, and you could have it just pretend that Apex's reaction. It would just always be funny. What a great guy. 16-16, and they're trying it again, and it's having the same result. Just burning and taking so much damage. I can't believe he didn't get that. It's so close. Shox and Apex are very, very close to death. And Flamey, he's got the right idea. He's down here. Apex is as well on the other side. And then the rest of the battle is happening on the upside of the map. So I can't believe they actually went for it again. And they could have lost the round already. There was all-out madness.
Just absolute mad lads. And especially after finding so much success out in Yard. Really feeling like it was starting to get downloaded out there, and yet, well, they were trying to just throw some curveballs here, and it just did not pan out.
That's what happened early in regulation for them on the T side. That's what worked. So, you know, that might just also be some sort of a nostalgia here for Vitality. Remember when we kept doing that and it worked out? Now it's not working, and that could cost them everything here. Oh, what a spin! Flamey taking down Apex, getting shot in the back. And Flamey's had a couple of good defenses over at that ramp when it's really been required. He had that triple kill, all headshots earlier. Bomb plant not in the cards right now. RPK, I don't think there's anything that he could do, so he's going to get a kill here. Oh, actually getting a little bit closer. So maybe, again, the $800 bonus is absolutely significant here with the start money that they have in overtime. It makes a big difference. throwing in grenades all over the place. 20 seconds left, and now they're starting to get just a bit closer. And surely there's not much he could do. I think Electronic is right behind him, about to shoot him in his back, and that will be it. 17-16 in the first half of overtime. Electronic now top of the board, tied with Saiwu. So it's between those two. Actually, Boomich is up there as well.
Boomich is right up there. Simple is nipping at their heels with 23 kills. I mean, everybody on Na'Vi is getting activated here, whereas Vitality, they're starting to kind of drop off. It's starting to slow down on the Vitality side. We still got Nivera sitting at 13, Shocks at 15. I mean, Apex at 16. Like, these guys are not up there right now. The only guy who's going toe-to-toe is Zaiwu.
How did he not get the kill? Oh, God. I could understand Apex reaction here. Oh, this is madness. Here we go. 2 more rounds for Na'Vi. They take it away in overtime. Otherwise, Vitality would need 3 in a row on the CT side. They are absolutely capable. We saw how much Saiwu was doing on the CT side, how aggressive he was, and how well it worked out. So maybe we'll see more of that. This time he's a little bit further back, though.
But keep in mind, I mean, the T side for Na'Vi, they came out ahead 8-7.
They did.
They were looking good on T side. I think Vitality, if they manage to pull this off and have a flawless CT side, that will be one of the biggest upsets of the tournament. That will be unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. Historically, that doesn't look like it's in the cards at all.
Zaiwu's shifted up outside of Nyard right now. He's going to have that AWP posted up, and he was the playmaker for Vitality on the CT side. You're right. So curious to see if he's going to get aggressive or if he's just holding back. For now, he's just going to be holding back.
Deep smokes thrown from really far back in T-spawn. So that means they're airborne for a really long time. By the time they land out there, you could be somewhere else and relocating. Perfecto. Throwing in a bit of a Molotov to force someone off the hut. See if there's a follow-up down behind the bomb site. It doesn't feel like this is what they want to do, but they do have an entire new set of nades. I mean, there's the Molotovs and flashbangs to throw, so they could also just be baiting out some counter nades. 40 seconds. Classic slow round out of Na'Vi here, but let's see. There are more grenades. They just keep Molotoving that hut, and now the counter smoke comes out at 30 seconds. That's actually real impressive.
That is a sexy smoke.
Yep.
That is a silky smooth smoke.
They're not loving this, are they? 23 seconds and the clock time is really running down. Shox is waiting in the corner. He's going to take down Flamey. And yeah, they're walking in. They're feeling the pressure now, Na'Vi, and it is not working out the way that they had anticipated. Simple on his own. He's getting toyed with on the ladder. Who was that? Was that Apex having fun? I would love to see that. He was sticking his little head up from that vent. That is hilarious.
Dude, that smoke was so sexy. And this is Zaiwu's perspective up top, as obviously once the firepower starts, once the firefight starts kicking in, Apex is straight memeing on Simple.
That's amazing.
But this is the smoke from Zaiwu, and that is just the sexiest smoke.
Yeah.
At 30 seconds left, dude, that's nightmare fuel for Na'Vi. What do you do when that goes off in your face?
Yeah, because, I mean, we could tell that that was the last smoke that they had, Vitality, but the point for Na'Vi is, if there is another smoke, then it would be around the 16-second mark when that would go down.
Yeah.
So they can't chance it. You know, they don't have the information that we have. We could have said, well, just wait, and that's the last grenade they had. Don't worry, you can still do it. I mean, you're right next to the bomb site, so theoretically you could, but they have to assume that there's going to be another one, otherwise it's just too big of a gamble. So what a turn of events now. Tied up 17-17. Technical pause, as you can tell, before we get back into it, but it's already been fixed out. Great work on the admin team.
Gotta be careful, Apex. Apex is, he says, ready as soon as, like, the split second that Flamey joins the server. Yeah, he's just like, come on, go. Stop wasting time. He's wound up right now. He's wound up. He wants to play. Well, the countdown has begun for the round, so we're going to get into the thick of it here. Tied up 17-17. No bomb plant for Na'Vi. It's worth mentioning. So no bomb plant for Na'Vi, no bonus 800. If they do not get a bomb plant this round, and say they lose it hypothetically, Na'Vi can actually be in the doghouse going into the third round.
Who is that coach behind with his head in his hands? They look stressed out here on the Vitality side. They look like they're a little bit worried. Oh man, let's see. It's all still in play. Nothing has been decided yet. Apex trying to be aggressive, but now he's realizing, wait a minute, they could also be up on that high ground, and he wants to fall back. I still think that's interesting. I think they heard him, but I mean, even this is going to buy time, and maybe even grenades of Na'Vi. it's not impossible that they'll try and Molotov this container just to check if Apex fell back there. So sometimes even just a little bit of aggression will be enough. But Cyber goes down. Simple. We talked about that battle. We haven't seen it really all that much, but we know that Cyber's had a way bigger impact on this game so far than Simple has. So just a couple of fights like that can make a huge difference. 4 versus 5. They have the entire yard. And Vitality are just in a lot of trouble. They have 2 people downstairs. That means that A-bomb site is basically a 2-on-5 if Na'Vi show up. And I guess the same is true for the lower part of the map. If they just get the timing right here, Na'Vi, Vitality are so far away from being able to help each other.
Vitality are super screwed regardless.
Yep, they really are. And it's just you losing the yard. You just lose so much control. Another kill rings in. Now it's 5 versus 3, and the problem has not got any better here for the CT side.
Yeah, Na'Vi now, I mean, they're just going to boa constrict you to death here. It's going to be just all of the kills. And it's just Shoxy alone now. He nearly could have caught Simple, but there was time enough for the rest of the team to come back. It wasn't like that was going to win the round. And so Shoxy could be putting himself in a position to try and save the gun. And, well, that's just not going to happen. So, Nivera, you're out of luck, buddy.
Oh, man.
Just to give you guys some context on that, right? Na'Vi, 82% win rate if they get the entry kill. Like, on a round. That's...
it really matters.
They don't throw away entry kills, right? It is very uncommon for Na'Vi to screw that kind of situation up.
I mean, this was very well done. I think you're absolutely right. They did constrict them, and I mean, it's even that metaphor works even better because they do really wrap around that whole, like, just out in the yard. It's very, very hard to deal with. And I think Vitality even knew. Now, Na'Vi, when they're in that position, they tried to push out. You remember that? They tried to go aggressive in lobby, which I think was a very good idea. Oh, no. Burning and Simple. He'll take down Nivira, and they're going to go make a push for it. 18-17. They just need this round, and they will win the first map. RPK goes for the swing, but he is flashed, and he can only get 1. 3 versus 4. Missed shot. Shox is going to try and fall back, but he just can't. He's stuck in there. Saiwu, combat orbing, and now it's Apex. He gets caught, and it's 19-17. They pick it up in overtime. Na'Vi, what an incredible amount of effort they had to put into this. It was their map pick, but my God, that must have taken a lot out of them.
What an absolute battle, Anders. We could not have asked for a better first map in this best of 3. If it had gone the way of Vitality, the way it was looking like at the beginning there, I was starting to just write off the entire best of 3. Like, all right, Vitality got this. We're going to overpass, and it's going to be absolutely brutal for Na'Vi. But Na'Vi fighting back in this fashion, showing true grit and heart, it's a fantastic lower bracket final now. Now we got a game on our hands. I'm so excited about Overpass coming up next.
Yeah, we definitely do. And I mean, someone's going to have to just plot a chart to graph out Simple's performance in this and just watch how it changes towards the end. Absolutely unreal. Just winning a couple of fights against Saiwu, but overall, I mean, that took everything out of them.
It's the way he puts you on a timer. Like you said, he starts off low at the beginning, but you know the train is coming. You hear it coming in the distance. You're like, we got to finish the map before they show up.
Unbelievable.
Nightmare.
What a game to start with here. We are going to go to the second map, but not before a break. Stay tuned.
Welcome to a new show called The Download.
It's a daily look at the stories, people, and trends that matter to you most, from gaming, pop culture, movies, and beyond.
Are you going PlayStation or are you going Xbox?
Going Nintendo.
There are no limits, so if you have a question or your own opinion, we want to hear it.
We'll give you, the viewer, an inside scoop, analysis, and discussion that matters most.
We'll see you
every day on VENN.
The Download on VENN.
grinding hard to make their way to the grand final. And this time around, it went the full distance and some more. Na'Vi took it over the line, but Vitality, they'll feel the sting after that one.
Oh, you feel the ghost of yesterday for Vitality. We have to be honest. Kudos to Na'Vi for fighting back. They were down 15-9 when Electronic finally found some form. As a whole, I think Na'Vi came together at the very end of this game, you know, varying the rhythm they would play with, sometimes slowing things up, sometimes accelerating, taking Vitality off guard. But I have to feel, mon cœur, j'ai mal. I'm hurting because Vitality had it in their grasp. And again, the ghost of yesterday. They lose the map.
The ghost of yesterday was them losing the map for sure, but one thing you got to look at is Electronic at the beginning. He seemed to find himself awkwardly being bullied. He couldn't get much done, and yet we credit him being such a good yard player.
Yeah, he was struggling a little bit in the beginning, right? We often talk about Electronic. We talk about being maybe, if not one of the best entry frag players in the entire world. In the beginning, he was struggling a little bit. In the pistol round, he couldn't get it done. The following round, well, Electronic, he couldn't get it done. He was dying a lot first. Right here, you see him being caught off guard as well with the AK-47. This was a very important round as well. Vitality ended up winning this one, so not so well. Electronic, he was struggling, as you said, in the beginning of the game, but Electronic turned it around. After these, you know, instances where he was not doing too well, another pistol round where he goes down as the first guy. I don't know what happened with him, but he started to play well. He found the first kills, he was doing well, he was being assertive for his team. The kills you saw right here, you know, that made him go 1 for 6 in opening duels up until the point you see right here when he then for the rest of the match went 5 for 6 in opening duels. He found the first kills. This time around, bullying Shocks. Finding another kill up towards Silo right here. And again, you know, being constant moving around on the map. The next clip we're going to see, Electronic, he's going to be towards Secret. Another little lurky smoke coming out from Electronic, getting another kill. He was the power behind this comeback for Na'Vi, putting them into OT. So yes, he was struggling in the beginning, but he was the biggest factor as to why they fought their way back into the game.
Now I remember you two saying to me about, oh, if we're looking at Boomich as being the third star of this, we've got a problem. Well, again, he is doing so much work.
He's delivering 7 duels won out of 8. That is massive from Boomich. And I think this map is once again the story of Simple taking a little bit of time to activate, but his team is actually allowing him to take that time and wake up, because Simple ends up at, what, 27 kills, which is amazing, of course, but he was quiet for like 75% of that game. He was slowed down, and it was the Electronic, like Jacob is talking about. It was Boomich with the opening kill, and it was Flamey towards ramp as well. Flamey was tested, I think, 3 times in that B lower defense, and he always got 2 minimum. That's just a stellar job from Flamey, and a great victory for Na'Vi moving on to Overpass.
Now, moving on to Overpass, yesterday we saw the great Overpass performance coming out of Vitality. So right now, it's everything in their favor, surely.
Shocks were doing one hell of a job on Overpass yesterday, and he needs to be activated again. Maniac touched a little bit upon it when we came into the pre-game segment, saying that the T side from Vitality sometimes is a little bit hit or miss. The CT side, we know what it's capable of. You got Saivu, you got Shocks, you got RPK doing a good job towards the B-bomb side as well, so that's stable. Whereas now, they go into Overpass, they pick this map, so they will have to start on the T side. And as you said, after a strugglesome nuke where they must have felt they should have won that game after being up 15-10, do they have the mental capacity to do it?
Mental capacity. For Vitality, it's going to be in their head, in their heart. This is where they need to find the answer on Overpass. If you ask me, do they have the Counter-Strike to win this second map? Hell yes, 100%. Vitality can win Overpass. But how much did they hurt? How much did they bleed after that loss of nuke? How much can they reset? And I'm looking at Apex, I'm looking at the staff, I'm looking at the team to just come together and accept the fact that the first map is over, focus on Overpass. They have what it takes to push us to a third, and Counter-Strike deserves that third map.
Well, one man who's going to be reset coming into this, though, is going to be Masuta. We're going to see him sub back in.
Yeah, he'll have to do better. He'll have to do better than he's done so far in the tournament. Coming into this matchup, he's the lowest rated player in the entire tournament. He will have to do better.
Let's see if he can do better, right? That's going to be the next thing with all of this. But before that, let's throw it back to dGon and Smix, as they've got the watch part going on, and I hear they've got a few special guests.
15-9. It was looking pretty damn good for Vitality, but what an impressive comeback from Na'Vi to take their map pick back 19-17. We could not ask for a better map to kick things off here, dGon.
I know, it's been an absolutely great watch, and I can only imagine what it feels like for those players right now. You can see it all over Apex's face. Welcome back to the Blast Premier Global Final Watch Party, hosted by VENN, your new home for this spring's North America qualifiers. Subscribe to the VENN Esports YouTube channel to get all the latest, because this spring, the path to Blast Premier begins again.
The Global Final Watch Party continues. We welcome back Miss Harvey and also one of the most legendary operas in CSGO history, Guardian. So let's bring them on. Guardian, It has been
Hi.
a hot minute since I've been able to speak with you, and how apt to talk with you after a series and that successful comeback from Na'Vi. So what was going through your head to watch them be in that position of being down 15-9 and to see them have the resilience to pull it off?
I think it's great to see Na'Vi coming back from that kind of deficit, because a lot of people maybe think they are mentally weak, but they showed mental strength here, and it was good to the team I played with to be mentally this strong, because it's not something that our team or their team used to be. So I'm happy that they made a big step ahead in this part of the game, in this factor of the team. So yeah, I'm happy for them.
Ms. Harvey, I know you were also watching that map very closely. What was going through your head?
A little bit like what Semler said at the end. You know, all of my notes are like everything's working out for Vitality. You know, there's gonna be a done game. Na'Vi woke up too late, but actually they woke up right at the perfect time to bring it to overtime and win that map. So I can't wait to see Overpass.
Yeah, that was a heck of a game. But all right, we didn't bring you guys just to talk about the tournament. We also wanted to ask about some of your spicy takes. Since you guys have been playing the game for quite some time, we wanted to know about some of your most controversial CSGO opinions. Y'all ready?
Yeah, let's do
it. All right.
All right, well, first things first. What gun that no one uses do you think is secretly pretty good? Steph, let's start with you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm someone that uses the classic, and I have to say I've been using the Tech 9 since it came out, and I still use it. So I'm gonna have to go with the Tech 9. I know some people still use it, but I never lost my love for it. More Tech 9 rushes. Bam, 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 bam. That's how I feel when I play with it.
Guardian, would you agree with Miss Harvey, or is there another gun that you have in mind?
Well, obviously Tech 9 is still pretty strong, so I agree in one like in this part, but I have one secret weapon that is really good for the kind of players like Nico is, maybe Scream, Forest, one tappers, is the second machine gun after Nego, which is M249, I think. It's pretty strong, it can one-shot from close range, and when you're tapping it's really accurate, so that gun is not for the kind of player like Getrat used to be, the full spray, but for the tappers, and it's pretty strong.
I can't believe it. The legend himself saying the M249. All right, moving on to skins. What is your favorite skin, whether it's a knife or a gun or gloves? Miss Harvey, what you got?
Yeah, I have to go with the Owl, obviously, and the Glock Fade, because for me, they're conversation pieces. I play in a game, and I'm like, let me drop you this skin, you know, so you can have that great entry confidence, especially on pistol. If you matchmake and whatnot, you drop that Glock Fade, and you're like, let me give you the power, and it creates that kind of chemistry with some of the players that potentially could be a little bit toxic to you in games. So those are my two favorite skins that I have that I use.
Hey, Guardian, how about yourself?
For me, the Asimo skin will be always special, especially on the up, and unique, because in the beginning when the skins came, I said I will never use any skin, and then I changed my mind, and I got a gift from my ex-teammate back then when I played for Virtus Pro. He's a Scoocher, Emil, and he gave me the op Asimo, and I still have it. I have the same op, and I'm using it still, so that will always be the special one for me. And in general, I love the skin. It's very simple, and I love simple and good skins.
That's awesome.
Well, thank you guys so much for taking the time to chat. That will be it for now from the Global Final Watch Party. But when Blast comes back from the break, get ready for map number 2 of the Consolidation Final.
Go Na'Vi.
Welcome to the download.
It's a daily look at the stories, people, and trends that matter to you most, from gaming, pop culture, movies, and beyond.
We'll see you
every day on VENN.
The download on VENN.
Join me, Chrissy Costanza, and your favorite creators on unexpected adventures. Tune in live and join the action. Guest House on VENN.
On Astralis' pocket pick against you in a best of 3 yesterday, right? Because Vitality murdered Astralis on this map yesterday.
Yes.
You don't go from murdering Astralis to losing to Na'Vi on Overpass, especially when Overpass looks like the weakest map for Na'Vi out of their pool. Or if it isn't their weakest, one of their weakest.
Yes.
Everything is stacked in your favor going into this map for Vitality. I mean, well, okay, hold on. The thing is, like, there it is. Yeah, rounds 1 is T. That's the one you need to look at for Na'Vi. Yeah. I mean, that's actually kind of higher than where are they getting their stats? Because my stats are 35%.
Yeah, I think you went a little bit further back than which is fair, I think. But maybe. I mean, regardless, it's
atrocious.
It's not looking great, is it? I think everything you just said, you have to agree with. But there's some tiny part of me that's worried.
Okay.
It's just Apex reactions. Like nothing about this. They shouldn't have tilted from this.
No.
They almost took away nuke from Na'Vi. That's really hard to do.
True.
They should be happy got that close. I know they probably felt like they could have won it. They could have won it. So that's not even incorrect. But they should remind themselves. All right. Well, you know, we almost did it. That would have been the luxury. That would have been the 2-0 for us, and we're through. Couldn't. Now comes, you know, like there should be some sort of mental reminder there for them. So that's like on the one side, and then the other side obviously is the fact that Simple was doing way better towards the last fourth of that map, but he wasn't even close to his top. And that's I mean, if that trajectory just continues, I don't know. But I still agree. There's going to be just a lot of things that work out in, you know, against Vitality here. It's going to have to be like a whole lot of different factors coming together to screw this up for them. So I still think it's going to be a third map. I still think Vitality are going to be really strong on this one. So just hopefully the mental reset is there and it's not going to be an issue. And I will say this, for as much as people are, because we keep talking about Apex reaction and how the thing that I love is that you can't doubt that he cares. You know, he's not just playing this for fun, and if it doesn't work out, you know, he'll try better again next time and see if we could change it. He's really all in. He's got his heart and his soul into this, and for me, I love that. I think it's amazing.
He shows it. He's got it on his sleeve. You know, others like Glaive, you know, they've got it locked away inside in this cavern. It's cold, it's dark, it's Danish. But like Apex, he's very French in that. He's got it right there. It's apparent to everybody. There's no hiding it. You can see how he feels at all times. Runs on emotion. Now, that can be a strength just like it can be a weakness.
Yeah.
And that's where, I mean, I think we saw that yesterday. Last map against Astralis, it started to get a bit away from him. He was reacting that way every round, and it looked grim. We've also seen how he can just pop off and like everything's working fantastic, right? The highs are high and the lows are pretty low.
Yeah.
But right now, they've had at least a little bit of time to reset going into this second map, and this is Vitality's map pick. So it's worth pointing out.
Listen, he's singing going into this map. That must be a good sign.
Bodes well.
I don't know what it is, but yeah, that's got to be good news, surely. Maybe we get some listening on that. If that was possible, that would be some great stuff then. I think we're lacking maybe a single player, and then they should be pretty close to ready. I don't think we'll be waiting that much longer at this point in time. And from the looks of it, it's going to be Na'Vi on the T side early, and Vitality on the CT side, which is also, I think, you know, you mentioned the T rounds for Na'Vi. They're going to be in a pretty rough position, I think, starting off this map with.
They should be. They should be. But in order for that to happen, it's worth pointing out, now that I have a little bit more time, I guess, before we get into the thick of things, right, how essentially 24th round onward on Nuke, Vitality just stopped performing. Zywoo was still the one hitting shots. The rest is they just stopped killing. They stopped fragging. We can't have that happening here against Na'Vi on Overpass, right?
No.
We need these guys to wake up again, because they all pretty much ended with like a -10 deficit in terms of KD, whereas everybody on Na'Vi is in the green after the first map. Everybody on Na'Vi is performing. There's no weak link on Na'Vi. So in terms of individual performance right now, we need to see Vitality step up here.
Yeah, you're definitely right, and more than anything, right? I mean, obviously, 24th round, that's close to the finishing line, but we all know, can't start celebrating early. You have to get there. You have to cross the line, otherwise
can't let the foot off the gas.
No, it doesn't count. So let's just see. I mean, Vitality, they're a really experienced team. I'm sure they're gonna, and they have a lot of support. I mean, people have been talking about how many people are behind them, and you know, like I'm sure they'll find a way to find that mental reset. But that is my only concern. Otherwise, all of the signs point toward this being Vitality's map. and let's see how it goes. Vitality on the T side, Na'Vi on the CT side, and we are going to get right into it. So early on, just a single smoke and a flashbang picked up by Shock, so they're not going to have a very, very deep execute, and I don't really mind that. I mean, there's a lot to cover on this map. If you wanted to buy all the grenades for an execute on in the pistol round here, you wouldn't really have that much else to work with. Shox also has a P250, but there isn't one on Saiwu, and I don't know, I kind of would want to see that. He's been great with it.
That's what we saw on Nuke.
Yeah.
That's what we saw on Nuke. Quick in there, 83% win rate on pistols for Vitality. That's actually a monster stat. Their pistols are so scary, both sides on this map. So definitely something to keep in mind here as Apex clears out long. But already Simple kicking it off. RPK's out of the picture, and Boomich and Electro, they're getting smashed.
They are absolutely getting shut down here. Yeah, they needed that long push, by the way, from Apex to work, because that is the pincer maneuver onto the bomb site. And once that falls short, there's not that much left. Shox and Saiwu, it's a dangerous combination, but they've only got 1 kill so far. And, I mean, they already know that this is a bit of a switch. They're down towards the B bomb site. They're not actually on it, but they don't need to be. When you've got this much of a lead, just spot them out. Make sure you don't lose anyone else at this point in time, and then go for the retake if you need to. Bomb will go down, and Shox, I don't know. This is asking so much at the moment, but at least it's a bomb plant. And did Electronic have a kit? Otherwise, no one has one. They're going to go straight for it. No kit in hand. Saiwu with a kill, looking for more. Oh, he actually does line up a double. This is doable. Shox, though, under some pressure and being forced back. Not all the way into the tunnel. He comes back for seconds, and Boomich will take him down. But they survive on 15 and 13 health. Na'Vi just barely get the pistol.
I was going to say that the last 2 players that you would want alive in a pistol round for Vitality would be Saiwu and Shox. If you stood the best odds of winning that pistol round, you'd want your pistol specialists, I suppose, you know, to be in that position. But Simple, that was a clean shot on RPK earlier. Get out of here! He takes Masuda that way too. Yeah, that is a sick round. This is the issue, actually, that we need to kind of emphasize, and you kind of did, right? Simple's warmed up now.
Yeah,
there's no like ramp up where he's going to start a little bit quiet and then start getting louder and louder as the map progresses. We can expect a full power Simple right out the get-go here.
He's coming in hot, and what's so devastating to consider, or frightening, I think, to think about, is that as well as he was playing towards the end of that map, it's not even close to the top. There's so much more still ahead, which, you know, I'm sure Vitality are not thinking about that right now, but if you haven't seen it before, you could be in for a bit of a treat here. Now, this buy out of Vitality is incredibly powerful. There's only really the AUG that's a very dangerous rifle here against what they have. The rest are SMGs, and they can still be good, but they're not going to pack quite the same punch. And I think more than anything, if you end up retaking against, you know, like an AK that's holding a corner, or even a Galil holding a corner,
yeah,
that could be really scary. So that AUG on Simple either needs a really, really high output, or they need to catch some of the people early on going into a bomb site with one of those SMGs. Perfecto and Flamey have a bit of a setup here. And I think a grenade, a Molotov, in fact, but instant kill. Yeah, they're running through the fire, but that's going to be traded, and that is probably still worth it. Oh, but a follow-up! More Molotovs coming in. Even if that was Perfecto's grenade that killed him, I mean, he would have been dead either way.
That is
rough.
Brutal. Double molly. Slow, you know, just loving the smell of napalm in the morning, Na'Vi.
They really, they just carpeted the entire entry with fire.
Except that, you know, RPK doing that Forrest Gump impression, this time Forrest Gump did not survive. Running on the edge of that napalm, just not happening.
Not a good look at all, is it? Boomich, I don't know if they spotted him, but now they'll definitely know. Simple is up there on the high ground, taking down Saiwu. No problem at all with the AUG, and he'll just continue to do that. And I don't think there's much Shox could do. 6 seconds here. I don't think he can get the bomb plant, so he's going to go down. And the AUG does come through for them at the end. I mean, it was the setup earlier on that made this possible, but still a pretty good triple for Simple. And that'll be a 2-0 lead in favor of Na'Vi. And Vitality, I don't know, they did some damage, but this is, I guess, on the other side of it. When you buy those SMGs, you're not going to be quite as frustrated that you lose them. Yeah. And now they know they can definitely rebuy them. They know they're going to be up against pistols here.
Yeah, and Boomich is even, I mean, fair enough from Boomich as well. Might as well just cut some corners. You know they're not forcing, so USP is perfectly fine here. Just click those heads. And well, I mean, it's very early days. It's very early days here.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just curious about Vitality. I mean, Vitality are no slouch on the T side. 55% win rate on T side overpass for Vitality. So, I mean, it's like, it's not a weak T side by any stretch. And overpass is just barely T sided these days. Barely T sided. So strong T side going into an even stronger CT side just because Astralis and Vitality are just better on CT.
Yeah. No, I mean, we should definitely remind people because, you know, whatever the result is at the end of this half, you have to consider that probably Na'Vi won't be really strong going into it. RPK and Cyber out here. They've got Deagles. Haven't seen anyone yet. Oh, Boomage, though. Again, just with the USP, but he's just going to be buying time. And he's got backup here as well. Apex is very far back with the bomb at the moment. They need a pretty great opening to make this even close to possible right now. Your Vitality, you need, you know, clean headshot on someone important with the rifle, and then probably even more than that, like a good follow-up to get the bomb down even, and then maybe we can talk. 30 seconds on the clock. Na'Vi have used pretty much all of their grenades, so that's worth thinking about. And they're getting closer to the bomb site in a very slow fashion. I still think this is very unlikely. Trying to make it work, but yeah, I mean, Na'Vi are just playing it far back, and why wouldn't they? Apex has got the bomb on the other side, but Perfecto is here and waiting. Saw it coming. All right.
Good discipline on Perfecto's side there. Everybody's rotating off of B, but he stays put because they don't see the bomb on A. So yes, you can see that kind of mistake. Even at the pro level, it gets made every now and again, just the over-rotation. But Perfecto showed some good discipline there, stayed put on the site, and Apex, well, no joy this time. No bomb plant, and so they might be a little limited here coming into this round. I mean, actually, Zai was going to have enough for a full buy. Oh. Yeah, no glass cannon. Were you hoping for the glass cannon?
I was hoping for the glass cannon into the quad boost. It's all like straight off the bat. That would have been, well, probably wishful thinking, but it would have been cool.
It would have been sick.
Now, Simple is, look at this again. They got 3 MP9s and then the AUG and the M4. And again, it's really not that you can't make it work, but it is obviously not going to have the same impact as if you had the AWP and a lot of AUGs. I mean, look at how Astralis are playing these days on the CT side. It's basically 1 AWP and 4 AUGs, more or less.
Pretty much, yeah. They're going to be, I mean, with the MP9, though, looking for close quarters combat. And that's why Simple is still chilling around here, but Misuda's going to catch Simple out completely. So man advantage for Vitality now in this situation. You can see Boomich is starting to peel off of B, or he was thinking about it. Do you just gamble B instead and just hope that this is going to work out given your inferior firepower here on Navi's side?
I'm also confused about Simple playing that much alone. Now, Electronic was up at the restrooms roughly around the time when Simple got killed, but he actually had a flashbang. I mean, he could have flashed over to actually help Simple jump out from the stairwell there and just gone to fight. I don't know. Seemed like there wasn't much coordination between Electronic and Simple at that moment. 35 seconds. Vitality moving on to the site. They still have plenty of time to go for a bomb plant here, but Perfecto winning the fight and the follow-up. Oh, Masuta. That is a very much needed double kill for him to take. Third in the round for him, and Shox is already watching for Flamey, who's trying to get that flank in Electronic on the other side with the AUG. But I think this is all on Flamey to try and open this up for Electronic. Otherwise, I don't think it'll work out. And Shox, I think he's already seen it, and he still goes down. I can't believe it. He doesn't win the fight, and now it's a 2-on-2. No smoke on top of the bomb, so they're going to have to go straight for the fights here to try and get it done. Electronic not quite hitting it. Masuta finding his 4th kill. And Flamey, I think, now realizing, yep, that AK is going to be a better choice. So Vitality will pick up their first round. And I don't think that was as smooth as it could have been. Looked like they almost didn't breach that bomb site. Masuta, a bit of a hero in this round.
This is the risk you run when you stick with SMGs if you're Na'Vi. Like, I almost want to see more teams just start to ditch the SMGs. It's like, cool, you had it, but then just chuck it and still upgrade to AUGs. Because with superior firepower here, Na'Vi, I think they win this round. I think they're just held back by the fact that they're just missing that little bit, right, that the rifle gives you over the SMG, in that you can back up Simple. Maybe Simple plays passively and backs off to the A site instead of lurking around connector, you know, if he has a rifle instead of an MP9. You know, it's these sorts of things where it's like, you know, the gamble.
And I mean, if nothing else, you could say there is some consistency in Simple getting with the MP9 pushing up, because obviously you see the problem is if you've got that medium range, at least he was trying to go aggressive. Now he's got the AWP, and that is an overpass classic. Pushing up to the corner and just sniping away at whoever was there. Nice shot, nice early takedown. RPK not going to be a factor in this round.
That's as bold as it gets. Just straight up, no, like, just straight peek. And Vitality, I'm so surprised to see that they just got completely caught out by that. And so now with the man advantage, and that's been kind of the theme, Na'Vi, when they get that man advantage, they just don't let go. And so Vitality have got their work cut out for them in this all-important round. They need to chain rounds together here, Vitality, to start getting some momentum shifting their way. Otherwise, Na'Vi can just get that lockdown, and, well, it is going to be the split onto A.
We've only got one smoke left on the Vitality side, but the flashbang will do almost all of the work. And Simple, he was just forced back there. He didn't want to stay on the bomb side with the AWP, so bomb goes straight down. And actually, in spite of it being a 4-on-5, that looked remarkably easy for them. You see the AI prediction there? Not looking too bad for Na'Vi, but I'm not so sure. Boomich goes down. Simple next. It's Apex with a big double kill. And that should call the retreat here. Na'Vi, yeah, they pick up the AWP, and they're just going to be backing out. That actually looked so much easier for Vitality than I would have predicted earlier on.
Mm-hmm. And if we had Electronics cam footage, I think it would be a bit of that meme thing showing up on Reddit or, Twitter or whatever, where he's just staring at his screen, totally white for like 10 seconds. Because I swear he just ate 3 flash grenades, as Vitality push onto that bomb site. That was a brutal execute coming in from Vitality. If you're caught in the open the way Electronic is, I don't think you have a hope or a prayer. Because he is just like, even Zywoo's getting flashed. There's so many flashes coming in.
And you're seeing, I think, part of the problem as well is obviously that there's the smoke at the bank, but there were at least 2 Molotovs. You see them actually right here. It's a great angle.
Yeah, perfect. Look at that. 1, 2. Yeah. There should be a third here. There's a third. Like, where do you look? You're just...
You don't.
What a nightmare.
You're just out. Buy some really good sunglasses next time. Hope you can make it. But I think some of the Molotovs there as well, on top of it, made it tricky for Simple to stay on the bomb site. Normally people try and ult from behind those boxes, and, like that should be the big factor. And I don't know, Simple just got really pushed back in a way that I would have not normally expected. So that's interesting too. Simple here. Yeah, he's looking for someone. Not going to catch anyone there, but it's kind of close. Shots ringing through. Now, where are they going? They're looking for the B bomb site. There's a big stack down here. The AK and the AWP are both here. Boomich has moved out really far. Let's see if he can catch anyone. Zywoo's jumping right out. And again, the flashbangs clearing the way for a Vitality early on here. Looking good.
It's not like Vitality are good at dealing damage with their grenades, but their flashes have been just tip-top. Perfect so far to create openings for themselves. Bringing it back to a 4-on-4 is a big deal. Look at Simple rotating already up to the A site.
He's not going to be there in time, and they have so many grenades. They should be able to Molotov and smoke this out all day. I'm actually shocked that they haven't thrown any yet. That gives him a big opportunity. That's very dangerous. They could have easily been a snap kill there for Simple, and then suddenly it's a 3-on-3, and who knows how much more he does. So I'd say that's leaving a little bit too much up to chance. I realized they didn't want to signal that they were there, so I don't mind that they didn't throw them from far away, but once you're on the side anyway, might as well do it. But anyway, very, very quick decision called to run back there as soon as they heard the ult from Simple. They were just straight to the A-bomb site, so that's a nice job. That's going to tie it up 3-3.
Indeed it will, but it also sets Misuda up, and I'm really happy to see him getting kills. He's currently top fragging for Vitality. He kind of had a big struggle against Astralis yesterday. We didn't really see a level that we expect from him.
Yeah.
He's definitely been performing well. It's just that he kind of faded in that series yesterday. So if him, given the chance to play here against Na'Vi, starts off strong and maintains that, shows up with that firepower that Vitality need. Ooh. Nice hunt. You see? Like, if he shows up with this kind of firepower for Vitality when they really need it, this is a big opportunity for him to shine and really come through when his team need him.
Oh, you're definitely right. And it's such a great luxury because we keep looking at Zywoo and Shox and all these names, but both those players, and I think Pimp was talking about RPK underperforming quite a bit.
Yeah,
if someone
RPK was absent.
Yeah, like if someone like Misuda could do a lot here, it'll create space for the rest of them also to start to get a bit more into it, and probably also feel like, okay, we've got to help him out because he's doing a lot of work here. Anyways, 3-on-3. This is really great news for Vitality. They're doing a fine job at the moment, and Na'Vi are trying to hang on to the economy as best as they can, but they lost the AWP at the end of that last round. And that is, that's a massive kill. On top of everything else that Misuda was doing in that round, that makes a big difference.
They've still given Simple the AK. At least they know who's buttering their bread these days. Just give him the AK. Let him hit headshots. Doesn't have the AWP? Fine, fair enough. Give him the next best thing right now on the server, although Apex, I thought perhaps he was going to get peeked there. The smoke has just cleared, and Electronic is going to actually back off and play with Simple. So showing a little bit of presence, but this is still Vitality setting themselves up for that B hit. Boomich, Flamey, and Perfecto are about to get hit here.
Yeah, and it's going to be a hard hit as well. Good trades, though, Perfecto. That's an important one, taking down RPK, and now it's not looking that hot anymore. 2 versus 4. Still some time left to try and find it. Cyrud spraying through the box, but he wouldn't get the kill. And now Shock's on his own. They shouldn't be fighting him this hard. Just wait, they're coming for the smoke. They're going to get him anyway, but maybe take a deep breath there at the end, Na'Vi. He had nowhere to go. They will get the round, and from Vitality's point of view, I mean, you see the smoke that goes up that, you know, blocks off part of the defense, but it doesn't really matter in the end. They still just get completely funneled in there. And again, this is where you would want to say, where are the flashbangs to make this way more doable? Because we've seen them on the A-bomb side, but there were definitely a lack of grenades there to make that work.
I mean, Boomich wasn't blind, and he was standing out in the open completely. Yeah. So they just did not put a flash in a position that would catch him. They were worried about Monster, it looked like, a little bit more there, Toxic. And that just did not happen, did not pan out at all for Vitality. Still, money to buy for Vitality and back into a default approach here from Vitality. So they're like, okay, enough of the shenanigans. Now we're going to hold, and we're going to see, we need to get a little bit more presence over here towards mid, at least initially, but they're giving it up again. It really is the focus on B here for Vitality. That's the game plan.
Yeah, and they feel satisfied that no one was pushed up long, so they have a timing here where they want to hit it. Already been spotted, but Perfecto, all he does is a bit of damage, and now Flamey by the barrels. He has to come up with a massive multi-kill, or this is not going to work out. They do line up. Flamey coming up with a triple. No one checked it. He was alone on the bomb site. The backup was all the way up at the sniper spot. That doesn't really count. He should have been dead almost immediately. That is massive.
That's how powerful that position is, though. If you manage to stay alive in it, no molly on you, no pressure on you. Look at this. Just impeccable stuff. And this is also working with Boomish. The thing is, between the two of them, they're setting it up to draw attention from Vitality. Vitality are so used to checking. They've been conditioned to worry about the site or short at that point, or L-bend, right? That they have to check it. And in the meantime, Flamey is just murking them. So now, Vitality, like the fact that they are trying to really speed up. I think you're right, Anders, that they've got a game plan that they're trying to execute on that B side, like a timing window that they want to exploit. But it may be that they need to try and slow things down again in here and have a little bit more of a presence in mid, and maybe even a presence on long that we haven't seen for several rounds.
What's so bizarre is that the whole theory behind that round is actually completely solid. You know, they get Perfecto, it's all fine. Just no one checked barrels. That was really just the problem, you know?
Yeah.
If you repeat that round and someone checked barrel, even if Flamey gets a kill, it's probably fine. Because again, the backup that was there, I think, was just up on the sniper spot. And you can smoke that away or just challenge it and probably win. That's really interesting. 5-3 here, and they are back with a single AK on Apex. See if they can find something to work with. Sibyl's going to take him right down. So, yeah, now they are in... I mean, again, even at a 6-3 scoreline, it's not like Vitality, I think, are really panicking or anything. But Na'Vi, I think, they're certainly playing a little bit better on this map than I was expecting. And I don't know. We'll see how scary it will get here. Shocks takes a kill. Simon trying to help out, but he's going to get shut down. It'll be Boomich with a bit of a round. A nice triple for him. And we lead into the 10th round. And actually, everybody on Na'Vi is playing pretty well in terms of kills right now.
Well, this is to be expected, at least as far as Na'Vi are concerned, because they have a 61% win rate on CT side. So CT side isn't the problem on Overpass for Na'Vi. They do tend to perform, and especially coming fired off of Nuke, right, where everything was working, they were all hitting their shots. I expect, you know, them to hit the ground running here on the favored, just barely favored side of Overpass. It's their T side that we have to be worried about for Na'Vi. That's where they're clearly struggling. They do not have a win rate on it, and so, you know, going into the T side, Vitality's chance will be that. Just not letting Na'Vi get too far ahead in this first half. Kind of try and rope them in. Keep them around that 8-7, 9-6 area, right? Keep them in there. If it starts getting into double digits, it might be a bit too good for Na'Vi. But this is where we have to see the discipline on Vitality's side. They have to think in the long game. They can't just be all about each round.
How could RPK have 6 ADR?
He's really... I mean... He kind of faded hard versus Astralis yesterday in the last 2 maps, and he wasn't really... I mean, he lost a few key duels on Nuke as well that we were able to see.
Yeah.
So RPK, whatever's going on here, the coaching staff need to figure out how to get him involved, how to get him activated.
I mean, he's typically a very strong player, specifically on the CT side.
He's a rock.
Yeah, so normally... I mean, I'm sure there's something to be expected when we get there, but still... Find a way to have an impact. Find a way to do something here so that, you know, just half a kill in a round, like it all counts. Electronic and Simple pushed up as a little bit of a duo. They're not too close to each other. You can still make this work, but it's hard for Electronic to fall back if they actually go and attack him. And I think if they do, he's just going to turn into bait for Simple, although they will call it off at the end. So starting to run back. Now Simple is alone. And again, this is what I was talking about earlier. When Simple is here, you know, there should be some help. Just walking right in his shocks. And that is really curious. Not even thinking about it. They're up on long, so maybe they could just leave Simple in this position and try and take the bomb site, but they're under a lot of pressure here. Nice headshot from RPK, that's what we're talking about. Find a way to have an impact in a round, and that headshot could be everything that they wanted right now. Boomich thinking about walking through the smoke, but no, he's going to fall back instead, and Simple had to go back down through the B-bomb site, and is now going to be joining. They're all retaking from the same side. That is a recipe for disaster. No smokes and 2 Molotovs there on the Vitality side. I think the French have got a very, very good shot at winning this round.
Misuda right now, the fact that Simple is pulling a fast one on him, Misuda expects Simple to be over in Connector. So this is going to be a big opportunity here for Na'Vi. There's an unexpected edge that they have over Vitality.
You're right. RPK, another good kill. Finally gets overwhelmed, but Cyber and Misutra are left. That bomb isn't take that far. They need to hold on just a couple of seconds more. Flamey takes a kill, and out along it's Misutra. Critical shot, but the bomb is in the corner. I don't think he can get there. Oh, no! He almost had it, but Simple instead defusing the bomb, and that is a massive steal. That round was so incredibly winnable for Vitality. They had everything set up.
Anders, Simple doesn't even need to shoot you to beat you.
No.
That is what you can take away from this. He kills Shoxy and never shows himself again. Misuda that whole time is sitting in birthday, eating birthday cake, waiting for Simple to show up on that flank. It's just not going to happen because as soon as Shoxy dies, Simple's already rotating through the B site to join up with the rest of his team. So they've essentially turned that into a 4-on-3 retake. Instead of it being even, they give themselves that edge, and that's all you need with your Na'Vi.
Oh, man. I have to go back and watch the replay. I wonder if they planted in that corner because of Simple's earlier kill on Shocks. Maybe they were worried about that. That, you know, they think, oh, we can't plant default. What if he just, you know, sneaks in and gets a kill?
So
and
cool.
then that comes back to bite them later. Oh, dear, oh, dear. 7-3. Simple back. No scoping Masuta. Combat AWPing in the middle of the map, and now he's going to pick up an M4. He actually gets another headshot. He's so hard to kill, and Flamey chimes in for a little bit of late action there. It's now a 2-on-3, and I don't know. I am getting very nervous at the moment here. In terms of scorelines, yeah, sure, like 7-3. They could still do a lot, Vitality, but you're just getting that really weird feeling. Simple is starting to look much better. 13-6 on him.
I mean, yeah, it's just, this is the difference you get when you see Simple just hit the ground running immediately, right? Nuke, the beginning of Nuke, the first map of this series, he's bottom fragging, very quiet, not really having too much of an impact until the end where he starts to ramp up and take over. Here, he's just taking over right from the beginning. So you're having to deal with this now, Vitality. The pressure is fully cranked on. But you have put yourself in a winning position now if you're Vitality. If you buddy up on the B site, there's only Perfecto here.
How do you win this? Yeah, I mean, from this angle, you are always going to be showing your angles first, and the AUG is such a weapon for that. Now, the flashbangs, again, they've been doing a lot of work for Vitality, and they take care of Perfecto, no problem. Flamey out in the open, 10 seconds on the clock. He might as well go for it. I don't think he's going to be planting the bomb here. He actually will behind. This is madness. Sneaking in and seeing him. And it will be a round for Na'Vi. I thought maybe Apex just wanted to straight up fight him, but not quite the case. And 8-3 the scoreline. Na'Vi winning 5 in a row. Oh, man.
Yeah.
What is going on?
Flamey overperforming as well on an individual level. Not going to lie, he's definitely been taking some heat this tournament, criticism, because he's been bottom fragging. He hasn't been really coming up with the kills. Right now, he's sitting at 12 kills right behind Simple and coming up with the clutches. It's like, it is really like the meme where just Na'Vi are just powering up. You know, they're just sitting there screaming at the beginning of the tournament. It's like every DBZ episode ever where it takes forever for him to turn into the Super Saiyan, except that when he does turn into Super Saiyan, you know you're screwed. That's what's going on right now with Na'Vi. They've had this entire time, all tournament long, to power up, and now it's just starting to click in on the last day.
It absolutely is. It's working out very well for them. 8-3. They can still turn this around, Vitality. There's still space in this first half to actually get something done, but not forever. Shox has managed to walk... They must surely wait outside of B. Shox is so far deep in on the map on this side. If they just wait, he can win the round. all on his own. This is mental. I have no idea how he got here. He must have walked right past Electronic and Simple out there. The rest of the team, surely they wait. Surely they just said, you know, wait for Shox to do something. Oh, Electronic is walking up behind him. Shox isn't looking this way. Let's see how this works out. They're turning their back. There we go. Shox is going to be the first to turn around. Oh, man. You could have flipped the coin. Who knows how that would have turned out. Okay, so that's an important kill, but it doesn't actually... Well, it does do something. Flamey goes down, and Perfecto, he had fallen back, I think, based off of that Electronic kill, so it still helps them out. Boomich catching a kill on Shox, but the bomb is going to be planted here, and the after plant should be favoring Vitality quite a bit.
This round should be favoring Vitality now. Yeah, exactly. The man advantage, site control. Still a couple of nades here for Na'Vi to work with, however, so they could still try and go for this retake. But, I mean, Vitality, they've got all the post-plant positions. This is super solid from them.
And they don't have a lot of money either, Na'Vi, so if they lose the rifles, that's very bad news. Kill there on RPK will help them out a bit. Simple. Smoking up the bomb for a little bit later. Masuta taking some damage. I think he was wall-banged a bit to go that low. There's Boomich with a headshot, but hunting for it, not going to be quite enough. Masuta hitting some good shots. Boomich. Yeah, Cyber just has to stay hidden. Don't show yourself. He doesn't have a kit picked up right now, and it will be Cyber to pick it up instead. Surviving on 3 health and Vitality, a much-needed 4th round. After losing 5 in a row, they desperately needed that round.
Yeah, finally getting something to go their way. And that was off of some decisiveness there from Shoxy. Got to give it, right here. Beautiful kill on Electronic, and Simple had to stay on long for so long afterwards because he thought that perhaps they could be pushing up mid onto the A site behind it. And so that positional play from Shoxy made all of the difference. And the real issue, however, for Vitality here is that that's a fluke, right? Getting Shoxy up into that position that quickly, that's not a round that you can reproduce. And so what's the winning solution for them now after that? Is it just swarming mid and hoping that you catch Simple getting aggressive now?
I mean, they're going to get help from the fact that now we don't have money.
That's that's
one thing. Also, I didn't even realize, but Boomich ran out of bullets in that fight. If he had more bullets, I think he would have won. Because he had to switch to the USP, and that's why Cyber could even get away. Oh God, that'll happen. But
ooh, Anders.
Oh,
here we go.
Oh, why?
Na'Vi are gaming right now.
Is that? I don't know. It's a very Na'Vi type round.
Listen, sometimes you got to go for the BDP.
Yeah, well, here we are. Simple getting flashed and did not want to continue to take that jump. If they win this round, it's going to be absolutely disgusting. It'll be such a steal if they make it work. And I wouldn't rule it out. Simple getting a little bit surprised, and they're hunting him, which you got to be careful. There are other people here. Boomich missing the chance with the CC, and it should be called out. RPK only living through that because of the bullets. Electronic, though, getting a double kill, coming up from behind on the stairwell. And now 4 versus 3. And they got so excited hunting that scout, they just lost track of everything else.
That was just the mega bait. Simple just played them like a fiddle, baiting everybody in, and now they're going to be able to push up onto the side here and hopefully get control. Apex and Masuda have to work together.
Yeah, very, very smart there for Apex. Very calm as well. Shox taking down Electronic. He was waiting for him that whole time. He was just up in the birthday party area. Don't fight this. It's not worth it. Simple getting a headshot. That's why you want to stay away. It's not done yet, but it is a 2-on-2. They do have a kit on Perfecto and a Molotov as well. Now it could get a bit awkward. Yeah, counter Molotov coming out on top of the bomb, but no one is actually defusing yet, and that might have even been really early. Trying to get the swing in. There's the grenade being used. Perfecto, he's the one that's going to have to go for this defuse. Yep, Simple has to cover it. He's looking for it. He needs a one-shot headshot, and that doesn't happen. Masuta, again the hero, with a couple of kills, but my God, everything is just difficult. But now, because of the force, they might get up to 6 rounds here, Vitality. I think that's enough.
Yes, this is, it was a gamble on Na'Vi's side, and they decided to take it. This is, I mean, from Shoxy's perspective, it was solid, but this is still Simple doing everything he can here in the sense that he is the one playing the sacrificial role. Because he screwed that flash up, he backs off, and then he starts baiting for Boomich and an Electronic. That's what gives his team a fighting chance in that round, the bait and switch setup, and it nearly worked. If they have better firepower, I think Na'Vi are winning that round. But Vitality, whoa, sick, Perfecto with the surf. Surprise, surprise. Sorry, buddy. There was somebody waiting for you there. Oh, do we get the knife? Do we get the knife? Nice shot from Flamey, but I kind of wanted to see the knife attempt there from Boomich. That would have been cool.
Hopefully Boomich isn't complaining.
Come on, dude, Shoxy's here. Boomich hears this.
I'm surely he's not trying to knife him. Surely if they come, he's just going to switch and shoot them.
No, it's a knife, Anders.
Who would be crazy enough to do that?
Please.
Listen, well, we'll find out. We'll see. He's got the USP out now instead, but he did have the knife earlier, not wrong. All right, grouping up outside of the B bomb site, and Na'Vi are pretty much all in on this bomb site anyway, but with nothing to really hold it with.
I just need more opportunities to get the booma booma yay, you know, gif in here, man. Seriously.
Listen, he's been playing very well. We'll get the opportunity. All right, here come all of the standard grenades. What we were lacking earlier, at least in some of those B executes, were really flashbangs onto the side. Now, this position, very hard to flash, but they find a way, actually, really close. Not checking it. He only has a USP. It's hard to get a lot of kills with. He's right in between them, missing the first shots. Oh, no, the knife would have been better, Semler.
I mean,
you had the right idea.
I want bleach for my eyes so that I can just burn that away.
Anything but that USP, right?
This was sick. Well, this was perfecto. That was cool.
It just doesn't do the job, does it?
Oh, dude, he should have just gone for the knife.
Yeah.
See, this is the thing. He listened to you, and that's what he gets. If he'd have gone to the knife, he would have gone down in history, man. It would have been amazing, and that would have been it. But instead, he went for the USP, and...
Yeah, I'm sorry, Boomich. Oh,
15th round, Anders.
We'll do it next time.
So far, Vitality somehow... When it looked like, I mean, the impression that you get is that Na'Vi should be utterly dominating this half, and yet somehow Vitality are in here, and there you go. There's your wish.
Yeah, they're going to go for the boost now. It works in a couple of different ways, obviously. Yeah, you could get the guy up at the sniper spot, but you could also just get a guy jumping down, and that's what Sai was looking for right now. Remember, he's lightning fast, so ooh, there's a bit of a chance, but I think it was spotted, so time to call it off. And this is, you know, you're not just doing this for free. When you do this, and you either go straight to B, but the risk is you don't know if they're out on long, and if you go back to check long, there's so much you have to do. RPK has no idea. They could be anywhere out here, and he's being pretty quick about it.
Yeah, I don't think that they know, like, the Na'Vi didn't spot it. Electronic and Simple didn't budge. Which, like you say, right? Normally, they would have been charging top mid and taking control of playground. Instead, they just stayed put where they were, which makes you think that they just didn't know what was going on. And so, Misuda and RPK just charging, taking control. And Electronic, however, is going to get a chance here. Does he catch him looking the wrong way? Nope.
Timing not working out. RPK with another very important kill. Think of his ADR earlier. Was it 6 when we were in the 10th round, just starting in the 10th round? Now he's up to 9 kills. He also had 1 kill at that point in time. Now he's up to 9. What a great return from RPK. That's super important for what's happening here. 25 seconds, and the B bomb side is empty. I mean, Na'Vi just putting it all on this A side to try and hold it, and it is not where they're showing up. RPK dies, but it's probably just fine. He did enough in getting that first kill. Bomb is going to be planted now. And everything is lining up really well for Vitality. They should be winning this round. Perfecto is coming in from the connector, and everyone else is trying to retake from the tunnels themselves. So let's just see. That bomb is already taking quite a bit. Not seeing a kit on anyone either. It's all just, I mean, none of this is trending in Na'Vi's direction. Headshot is pretty good, but the trade is going to be in for Apex right away. Boomich trying to jump up. Hiding behind there, Simple, walking into the line of fire. He will survive, actually. And now they're in those tunnels. Can they get back out? They still don't have a kit, and he's going to shoot the guy defusing. Apex, an absolute hero at the end. The quad kill, surviving on 9 health and getting him that 7th round. What a monstrous performance at that last round for Apex. That just secured them, I think, a very, very good shot at winning this map. We're going to see if they can in the second half. It's coming up after the break.
Welcome to a new show called The Download.
It's a daily look at the stories, people, and trends that matter to you most, from gaming, pop culture, movies, and beyond.
Are you going PlayStation or are you going Xbox?
Going Nintendo.
There are no limits, so if you have a question or your own opinion, we want to hear it.
We'll give you, the viewer, an inside scoop, analysis, and discussion that matters most.
We'll see you
every day on VENN.
The Download on VENN.
8-7, that's really good. They're in a perfect position right now. I don't think mentally they're sort of showing it yet, but if they can win this pistol round, maybe even without the pistol round, they should be in a good position.
The odds favor them to win the pistol round. There was already an oddity that Na'Vi won the pistol round in the first half, considering how dominant Vitality are with pistol rounds on Overpass.
Cyber being flashed in, turns around, getting more headshots. Can he get a third one in there? Not quite, but that is really good. Some wall bangs being traded there. Electronic nearly went down. That's a nice trick, and, you know, leave it up to Cyber to just spin 180 and just immediately execute whoever was behind him. So that's really, really well done.
Does Shoxy catch Electronic, though? This could make all of the difference. That was a nade set up by Shoxy as well. Let's see it, though. He is going to get... Oh, the timing.
Oh, dear. Yeah, still got a chance. At least he didn't get completely shocked. Misuta going down. Now Simple's going to turn the corner and try and fight Shoxy. He's already waiting for him. Yeah, he knew what was coming. He's got that P215 hand. The bomb is down at B, and Boomich has already cleared it out. This is very well done. Vitality very quick to go out there and try and help Shox, and now Boomich is in the corner. They're not even going to check it. He's going to turn around. You didn't get your knife earlier, Sebo. Oh, now maybe? No! The knife could have done it again. We're going to have to learn. Electronic and Simple, 2 versus 3. This should be a 1 round already. It should have been done. Electronic trying to fight it. He's low on health. He gets 1. Could he get the second? Shox is right behind him. He's on top, in fact, jumping down for the straight defuse. And he without the kit, he's going to have the time. I can't even believe it. Vitality should not have won this round.
It's too painful. I think we're going to see this again, too. Why do we have to relive it? No.
Close your eyes.
Please.
Samla, you don't have to.
Oh, no, and they're showing the other one, too! Why are you doing this to him? Did Boomich, like, steal your lunch or something? Like, what's going on? Why we gotta do him that way?
Production have no mercy.
Not a shred of mercy. That old Viking side is shining through here. Oh, man. Well, that's brutal, but that's also Vitality really coming through in the clutch. They absolutely had to win that pistol round. The odds favor them to pick up that pistol round. 83% pistol win rate on Vitality on this map. And, like, now we go into their strong side. 62% win rate on CT side, Vitality. Like, this is now going into their wheelhouse. Na'Vi, I think, really needed more rounds on their CT side to pull ahead because their T side Na'Vi needs a lot of work on Overpass. It is not strong.
The setup for that whole round, I mean, and it is Boomich that sets it up. You know, he clears the bomb site, he keeps pushing, I mean, it's just all working out really well, but that one little bit at the end, a little detail that was missing. Man, yeah, but you are right. This T side, we don't have a lot of hope that Na'Vi are going to be able to bring it all the way back here. Would love to. I mean, if we are proven wrong in that, if it turns out they're going to beat the odds or the current statistics for it, that in itself would be a very interesting story and something that would really catch, I think, almost everyone off guard. So
certainly, but it's going to take that kind of level of performance from Na'Vi to get into the grand finals.
Yeah,
they have to upset the stats because statistically, Vitality are ahead in pretty much every metric against Na'Vi. Na'Vi, it is the underdog story here for Na'Vi. And they got smashed as far as this veto is concerned. So we'll see. Vitality setting up on that B side. They've got 3 players ready, and Na'Vi have got plenty of nades for the execute.
Yeah, they do. And actually, I mean, some of these nades, look at where RPK is. 1 good Molotov on that and 1 good flashbang to get into the tunnel. It could be interesting, but counter Molotov coming out at 15 seconds. Apex and RPK, but there's just no time left right now. Even with the SMGs, this is perfect. The fact that they had held on to that last Molotov for the monster tunnel, I don't even know what you're meant to do. That's a masterstroke of genius right there. At that, you know, sub 20 seconds, that's very hard to do.
Well, I mean, this is the Na'Vi curse, isn't it? You hear that 20 seconds, you hear that Molotov go off, and in Na'Vi, it's the background just like, hello, darkness, my old friend.
That's what it feels like, isn't it? Oh,
here
man.
we are again. Ah, Na'Vi running down the clock to the last possible second.
And also, because they throw that Molotov, they can all peek with RPK on the L-bend side.
Yeah.
They don't have to worry about the tunnel. They just all go there. So it's a sort of 3-man peek to do that. That's really well done. Normally very, very tricky to hold on to grenades that deep into a round. I mean, even if you know Na'Vi going to be slow and all the rest of it. Oh, Boomich is on a mission, but I think Simple is... Side was covering this from quite far away. Electronic getting caught. Yeah, and I think Side was already spotted out that they are there. But it looked for a minute like he was going to sneak through. All right.
Sit down. All right. They won taps.
Yeah. Instantly.
Yeah, so Boomich, that was beastly. Love to see it. But as far as Vitality are concerned, they're still fully equipped, and Na'Vi lacking the firepower, lacking the nades. This should still be Vitality, locking this down.
Yeah, and actually, just that last round, you see the 2 AKs that are in play now on the Vitality side.
Yep.
You know, upgrading that from SMGs into AKs is always fun. You love it.
It's spicy. It's a feel-good moment. We've all been there. Hold on. What?
Boomich, actually, look at how close he got up long. It's a good damage, but Flamey with the headshot. No one was covering long that whole time. That is confusing. Perfecto, Molotov forward, but I don't know what's going on. RPK, why is Perfecto out in the open? More grenades raining in, and the retake is on. Flamey continuing the fight. They nearly lined up there for Masuta. He does have a smoke, and that smoke could be worth its weight in gold right now. If he could force the fight, I mean, there's a scout and an MP9 on the other side, and they're far away. This is totally doable. Goes for a little bit. Now he's been tagged up, and he's going to go straight for the defuse, but it's no longer possible. And Na'Vi steal a round, and I mean, also partially given a round. I don't know why. I have no idea why Vitality weren't out long, like even looking for it.
Well, let's see again here. Well, this is from the bomb plant. As the bomb is getting planted, RPK Johnny on the spot showing up. Again, that nade is just not a money nade. You should be able to line that nade up onto the default spot every day of the week.
Yeah.
So, I mean, just details, small details. But if that HE hits where the bomb is planted, as it should be able to, you're getting a kill with that HE. You're not having to deal with somebody else. So, I mean, it's these little things that are really coming back to bite Vitality. Although I am still going to say that was a sexy shot from Zywoo with that scout. That flick?
Oh, yeah, it was.
Get out of here. That's wild.
But at that moment, Zywoo's holding restrooms and long, except he's never actually looking long. So Boomich just sneaks up there the whole time. Yep. That is a huge oversight, in my opinion.
Shoxy getting bopped earlier, coming back to haunt them.
Yeah, I mean, that is a round that they should have never even been really close to losing. And the real issue is, again, we were just celebrating the fact that they had those 2 AKs stolen. That's a lot for their economy. They still get the AWP on Shox, and it delivers off the bat. He's got no armor, so glass cannon AWP. But the fact that it happened so early on in the second half here, if they don't win this round, Vitality, again, like, they're letting Na'Vi right back into this game. And for obvious reasons, they cannot afford to do that.
No, of course, of course. But it's worth mentioning again that Vitality, you know, they're heavily favored on the CT side. They are comfortable on the CT side, and we just watched them smash Astralis yesterday on Overpass. So Astralis tried to pull a fast one on him, and that definitely did not work. So Vitality have the confidence on this map. So even given oddities like that, the fluke kind of rounds where it goes against them, I still think that Vitality just have every edge here in the second half, and it's on Na'Vi to keep coming up with miracle rounds like the one we just saw. So simple, you know, 1v4, work cut out for him, bomb dropped. It's just nightmare stuff here for Simple. And he's going to get spotted. So easy peasy. Now, what's going to be really fun is to see the presence in mid from Vitality. They tend to like to have, they tend to just really focus on restrooms and that kind of long passive setup there for Shoxy. Like, that's their hallmark. What I want to see out of Vitality, though, is a bit more of like an Astralis kind of device position, like getting up into Birthday and really trying to, or like Simple, right? Just getting up there and just going for the pot shots. Zai will get in there with that op and just feed it to him, you know? Just be aggressive and not let Na'Vi get the ball rolling and set themselves up.
They have the skill for it. There's no doubt about that, right? They definitely have the firepower to try and do that. I'm really curious. However they play this the CT side now they have some money, I want to see some sort of stability now out of Vitality. I feel like some of these rounds are just, they're so all over the place. Now,
bully them.
Yeah, or at least just you get into the groove. I just feel like they're outside of their comfort zone right now. Every round seems to be weirdly more difficult than it should have been.
Yeah.
I just want to see them calm this down.
They're giving him too much respect. You're the #2 team in the world.
Maybe, but also, but not even. I mean,
you've got the #1 player in the world.
Just before, when Shox was running back from long and getting caught, there's absolutely no reason that happens. They knew that Boomich was there. Just they need to really find a way to calm this down a little bit. They're up against pistols. This should be again one of those rounds that they just sort of walk out of Vitality and they start to feel a little bit better. I really think that they are a little bit more stressed than maybe we're realizing.
Yeah, I think they're giving a bit too much respect to Na'Vi, and that's coming back to bite them. I think that's what cost them on Nuke in that second half, where they just let it slip through their fingers. And now, you know, it's about getting in here and knowing that you are the better team if you are Vitality. You need to make the plays. So Shoxy, he's changed it up. He's no longer got that AWP. He's got the AK. But again, he's in this one-and-done sort of position here where against pistols, close quarters, he can get overwhelmed by flaming electronic without a doubt. And sure enough, he will be.
That's a good shot from Saiwu. And I mean, normally in that position, it could be even worse because they could pop flash you. So yeah, I've never enjoyed that.
No, neither of us are big fans of that spot on the map.
Shock's probably going to be kicking himself that he didn't at least just get the kill. I doubt that it will change the outcome of the round, even though it's annoying. I think they're going to be just fine anyway.
Even if you get the kill in that position,
oh no,
that's the best sort of scenario.
Oh, missed chance. Perfecto getting a headshot. Saiwu now close range. He's doing more, and right on top of him is Perfecto. 20 seconds. He's caught out in the open, and he at the time he could have got the headshot. Saiwu with a quad kill, but honestly, that was about to spiral out of control.
Dude, there was a world where Perfecto hits that shot on Apex.
Yep. Saiwu, I mean, again, this is all great, but the round should not be based on this. This isn't how you should be staying in the round. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Some of these rounds, they're just... Why is it that chaotic? Why are they not managing Vitality to hold on to rounds? Because again, if nothing else, that's super expensive for them, right? They just lost 4 rifles for really almost no reason.
They keep throwing that HE as well, so okay, that's interesting. Zaiwu, that's the second round in a row he's throwing that HE. Perfecto catching Shoxy. So this was the identical setup that they just used in the last round, Vitality, and this time around it is not going to work. Shoxy is gone. And now with the man advantage, Na'Vi, they can start that boa constricting.
Yeah, so Shock's playing that position that Electronic was playing on the other side, catching a nice kill there on Misutra. RPK, I mean, if he goes down, that's the end of the round. There is nothing that they could do right now. Apex and Saiwu on their own, separated on different bomb sites. I don't know what it would take. Na'Vi would, I mean, they're such a slow team. Normally, they don't just, you know, straight run onto a bomb site. That would be the dream right now if you're a Vitality, for them to just try and go for it and let you have that fight. But you know they're going to slow it down. Electronic is sneaking up onto the A bomb site, so he's going to be checking that. When he finds an empty site, they can just rotate back. They've got all the time for it. Yep, he's going to be saying, yeah, well, you could just run the bomb over here and I'll cover it. Or you can wait for me to go and shoot them in the back. I mean, all of those options are on the table. Yeah, they're going to bring the bomb back. Why not?
Makes sense. Zaiwu and Apex. Actually, best case scenario for Zaiwu and Apex, there's a chance that they can save their guns now. That they wouldn't have had otherwise if Na'Vi chose to go B. They would die.
There are just a couple of things that I'm wondering about with that position, and I think I brought up the same thing when Electronic was holding that position alone, because he was, and you know, he had Simple just really far back. So we're gonna try and make his escape. All right. It's getting legged. But that position that the Shox went down in when he was playing there, he's got 2 teammates there, over by the L-bend, by the B-bomb site. I mean, if he really wanted to take that fight, there are a couple of things. He could either throw a pop flash on his own, or his teammates could flash him in, but he's, you know, they can throw a grenade that goes through those little windows that are up there. So there's just so many things that I don't understand about that particular setup. It really feels like that's just Shox all in on his own. And he's got nothing to help him with. Like, he's not smoking it. He's not throwing any Molotovs or anything. It's just, let's hope this M4 works out. Yeah. Anyway, 10 to 11. And now they're out of money yet again, Vitality. That's where that 1 versus 1 from earlier comes back to really haunt them, right? Even though they won it, it just depleted their entire bank. I think they're so far off their center of gravity right now, Vitality.
And look at this setup here from Na'Vi, holding so far back. They don't even care that they've given up mid, given up restroom. Electronic is just sitting pretty back here, just waiting for these pushes to come through. And, well, Zaiwu's going to walk around the corner, or is he? He may just hold. Nope, he's going to hold, and he works out perfectly. So Electronic gives up that AK, and now that's so unfortunate that Electronic felt like he had to go and push there, because now that opens up the flank, and Na'Vi have to worry about aggression coming through from Vitality from different parts of the map.
Yeah, they pretty much have to push B. I guess the only real advantage is there's not a lot of firepower on the other side, but still, the fact that they know that this is going to be a B push right now, that could still be pretty dangerous. Huh. Sai was falling all the way back. He didn't want to try and flank them. He just wants to try and see if he could get a little bit closer to the B-bomb side and help out. So 40 seconds.
What do you do now if you're Na'Vi? You've got not even a single set of nades going. You've got a couple of smokes to work with here. Simple's gonna have to get something in. Boomich is trying to make some noise in mid, trying to draw some attention from Vitality back over to this A site in case they were stacking, which they were. So this is actually not a bad situation, and this is actually prompting the rotation. But with 20 seconds left, Anders.
Yeah, it's going to be low, but they think it's better. They assume that there's not going to be many people on this site, but Cyber's going to get the early warning, and that's an... Oh, no, what? That should have been an easy kill. He was running out with a grenade in hand, and Simple will take a kill on Apex. I just can't believe it. That should have been a straight kill on Boomich, and with the time that was left, that's probably the round.
What a...
I can't even believe it. Some of these kills that are happening so far on this map... It's so hard to explain. Think about some of the times where Shocks have just, I mean, out on long against the pistols. This is actually mind-bending.
And it's ZywOo as well. It's just, you're not expecting ZywOo to fluff a shot.
No. Oh, man.
Ooh. The emotion is ramping up.
This is turning into just a horrible flashback to yesterday's game against Astralis. Like, you know, I think possibly worse in a bunch of different ways.
What's uncharacteristic of this is that it's almost breaking the trend that we're seeing where teams are just chaining rounds together. 3 rounds here, 4 rounds here, 5 or 6, right? They don't really go back and forth. This second half is getting scrappy. It's like 1 round here, 2 rounds, and then they're just trading back and forth right now. Thing is, that's going to favor the T side heavily. And so Na'Vi now, I mean, they're going to catch out Shoxy again, who just seems to be dying in Connector as part of his contract. And the rest of them, just USPs. Nicely done there by ZywOo, but this should be an easy cleanup.
Running out of bullets, but ZywOo could do some more damage. That's a very, very nice spray. I can't even believe it, but he's very low on health. They know where he is, and eventually they're going to come find him. Electronic will get that one. And that is the lead now for Na'Vi, 12-11. They are 4 rounds away from putting themselves in the grand final against Astralis in, I think, would be a shocking turn of events if they took this map away from them. But honestly, all of the stats, we've already told that story many, many times. That's not what this is about. This is about emotions, I think, for Vitality. It has to be. Wow. Not many grenades on the Vitality side, so they can't hold on forever. It's going to be a bit of a rush. RPK, he needs some backup, and he needs it quickly. They're not checking the barrels so far, but Perfecto will, and that takes him down. That's very important. Apex trying his best to fight, but yeah, this is a lot of trouble coming their way. A good trade. Flamey's in there as well, and it's a 2-1-3. Na'Vi, they have run the bomb site right over, and the bomb has been planted here. ZywOo and Shox, how do you retake this now? If you lose the rifles, you're in deep trouble. And if you don't, I mean, again, you're giving Na'Vi that 13th round. They really want to do it.
You have to. You have enough time. The bomb just got planted, and you have a smoke. You have 2 smokes to play with here to block them off, to create some room. Simple is putting himself in a position to spray. Or just lightly throw an HE in there.
Oh, Boomich. That's a nice shot from ZywOo. 7 seconds. No kit. He's trying to no-scope, but he's not seeing him. He can't find him. 1 second left on that defuse, and it's a full-on 10-second defuse. That smoke was worth so much. An entire round, in fact. 12-12 as we move into the 15th round. I can't believe it. But again, I mean, ZywOo also has to hit that shot on Boomich coming out of the tunnel. Oh, they land right next to him, don't they?
What even is this, Anders? This is just all over the place. Well, big clutch to go their way. Na'Vi have had a few of their clutches, you know, as well. So to be fair, it's kind of balancing out a little bit. But for Vitality, they could not have asked for a better opportunity. And that was all Na'Vi with the setup. It looked fantastic. And I was going to say, what a fantastic call as well from Boomich or Blade, whoever's calling the shots. The rush into the site to pressure a low nade buy. You know, if Vitality are low on nades, they're going to be vulnerable to a rush. Na'Vi make the power play. I love it. That's a fantastic call. It just doesn't break their way that time. What a cool call, though, from Na'Vi. Just showing some real grit here.
So far out of the realms of what you would normally think of as a Na'Vi round.
Indeed.
On top of that, so yeah, that is very cool. No damage being done just yet. Shox is playing on his own out here by the restrooms. And again, he's been having a very, very tough game out here. It has not been fun at all. See if he could turn it around. I mean, Vitality, that they're so close to doing it. They're so close to that third map all the time, but even the rounds they win, they lose so many rifles. That's a nice headshot. Dropping Perfecto. I think he was even slightly flashed in there, and now, yeah, call it off. Fall back. This should be, again, about the basics. You know that you've got the advantage. Just hold on to the bomb sites. 39 seconds here.
Yep, Shox is holding close as well. And he wins that duel. All important. 6 health on Shoxy, and he gets out of dodge. And now you can just establish the lockdown here for your Vitality, although Flamey is going to try and make a play. Very well done from Vitality. This is a round. If they can keep everybody alive here, Anders, that is going to be terrific for Vitality going forward here in this half. And as far as the money is concerned, it's not fantastic on the side of Na'Vi. They are going to be the ones who are going to start feeling the heat.
Oh, he's going to Molotov the AWP. He wants to make sure they don't get it. I don't think it went quite far enough, but yeah, Apex burning some. Well, that's pretty malicious, isn't it? He's just...
sick. I mean, it's details, man. It's the smallest of details. Let's see, Shoxy's perspective again.
I'm not sure if I think I heard a flashbang. I'm not sure if it was that, but certainly Shox wasn't flashed. Very important double kill for Shox. Again, think about the context of how many rounds he's died with no impact here in the second half. Absolutely great.
I'm really happy to see this graphic here from utility damage as well. I mean, Perfecto's a monster for sure, but Vitality as a team right now, they are the lowest damage with utility in the tournament. And that is, it's always so fascinating to see them do well, right? Because it's just like they're making life harder for themselves by not managing to get more damage on the board with grenades, whether they be mollies or HEs.
26th round is here, and a very default type of setup. Shox and Cyber, though, playing a little bit more, close to each other. I'm glad I'm not seeing Shox in connector alone. I just don't think that was working out enough to want to try and repeat that. He is pushing a little bit forward here. So let's see. Can he find a kill and retreat? That worked last time. This time it's going to be again. Boomich. Just as the smoke was fading, and Shox, he's going to put that up and just make his escape. That's back-to-back rounds with Shox's this very, very important kill to begin with here. And let's see. Bomb is out long.
And the patience really kicks in now for Na'Vi, as they have to wait and hope that Vitality are the ones to make a mistake.
Well, think about one of those rounds where Saibu wasn't looking long and they crept up close.
Yeah.
That is the thing they have to avoid this time. That can't happen once again. Electronic is the one sneaking through, but a nice attack there from Shox, taking down Simple and the bomb on top. Saibu also catching a kill. That was Electronic sneaking out long. So all of the danger has been averted here. I don't know if they can really get to the B bomb site. Flamey's down there. Perfecto's only now picked up the bomb, and it's about 14 seconds. They have... I don't know if they know about Flamey. If they don't, and if they panic and just run in here, maybe Flamey could do something. The bomb making its way. No, it's gonna get stopped. Apex, that is the kill. They've lost the round here. It's gonna be 14 for Vitality. Oh, no. Apex just needed that one shot. It's really critical. Imagine, though, if he gets there and puts the bomb down, and they don't know about Flamey, that would have been an absolute disaster.
I'm very curious if Na'Vi are falling apart over there. Because how many times are they going to lose to the clock, Anders? It's not even Vitality in the sense that... I mean, Vitality are getting opening kills, and they're obviously putting Na'Vi under pressure and forcing them into these slow sorts of situations. But how many times are Na'Vi just going to run out of time? And then it's not even rounds where Vitality are winning. It's just them not being able to get any kind of impact going in the late round situations here. I mean, with Flamey holding that kind of position, they shouldn't be losing on the clock.
I mean, I think the credit goes to Shox, right? For finding those kills in the middle of it. And just, I mean, Na'Vi said they're already a slow team. When they lose people like that in the middle of the whole thing, like they just don't have the time to adjust. I mean, that's one of the downsides of playing that style.
I mean, that is Shoxy playing to his strengths, right? Restrooms, getting in there, just getting on these little tricky angles and hitting the shots.
I'm super impressed. This is the second half here for Shox. Overall, he's at 17 kills. It's completely respectable in terms of the numbers, but it's been I think mentally you could tell, very hard game for him in the second half, and he's managed to recover it all on his own. I mean, he's still playing on his own and making it work. Only pistols, and Simon will get a little bit there. MP9 on Shox, and wants to have a little bit of a field day. I think he is much deserving of that kind of a vacation, Semler.
Oh yeah, he earned it. He earned it. Get some of that money as well. And so these guys are going to be fully bought up, fully prepared for this last round against Na'Vi. Simple,
he's going to
doing what he can. But I mean, this kind of plays out again into... It kind of follows the narrative that we were building up going into this second map. Na'Vi not quite packing the punch on the T side to go toe-to-toe with Vitality. Vitality really coming into their own. Although, of course, you still have Simple alive. Not going to pull a device, though. RPK going to take Simple out of the picture, and it is going to be map point now for Vitality. Funny thing is, though, is that we said this on Nuke. You know, Vitality were up there, and they weren't able to seal the deal. Now, do they get the job done this time?
Cyber at 27 kills, Masuda at 20, Shox at 19 now.
Masuda's changed. That changes the dynamic as well.
It does.
He was here early on to carry at the beginning of this round and maybe get everybody moving along, right? And then that gives time for Shoxy and the rest to come into their own.
All right, Krieg on Simple. Let's see, they need 3 in a row. And it seems like Vitality find something that works here. Cyber getting a kill on Flamey at the beginning of the round, and he will fall right back. He's ready for more. Yeah, that is the Krieg up there, but against the AWP, it's going to be a little... Oh, nice! How does he do that? He pushes Saiwu back by pushing through the smoke and then spins to still get the kill. Now, can he escape? He's trying to make a run for it, and he'll make it back around the corner. But that was an incredibly cool move from Electronic.
They smelled the rat. That was that smoke going down. Zaiwu holding angles, you know, playing aggressive that way. They were checking everything at that point. There's too much the veteran experience on Na'Vi, man. It's so hard to pull a fast one on him.
Okay, well, now let's see. This is going to be a B hit, and if the timing is right, it'll be before Apex or Saiwu get back from the A-bomb site. Because then it's a 2-on-4 down there at B, and that could be interesting. Actually, smoke goes off from RPK in the tunnel. That's really expert timing. They have to push through it. They've got no other choice, so they're going to run out again. He has a Molotov behind it. The bomb is on the ground. Oh, no. Na'Vi, that smoke just absolutely foiled their plans. 30 seconds here, and it was Simple. What do you even do? He's blind, and he is going to be dead. 16 to 12. Vitality recover their strength and put it on to a third map. We're going to go the whole distance, ladies and gentlemen. That's what we wanted. That's what we deserved between these two amazing teams. But I have to be honest. This looks so shaky from Vitality. They need to find a way to recover just a mental game into this third map.
Yeah, and that's with Na'Vi doing everything they could. Simple it's not like Simple wasn't showing up for this map either. He was definitely involved. He was in the mix. Vitality looked like they were trying to change things up a little bit. Perhaps they got a little bit in their own heads, right? Considering they played this map against Astralis. They're like, oh, we can't do the same things over again on CT. We need to change things up. You get out of your comfort zone. You start giving Na'Vi opportunities. And all of a sudden, it's looking a little closer than it should be. But they showed at the end they can go back to what works. Get Shoxy in mid, get him in the restroom, lock things down, and it all goes well from there. So now they've set themselves up for Dust 2. And, well, I mean, how many times are Vitality going to play Dust 2?
A lot. And a lot. Very good at it. This could be a bit of a nightmare for Na'Vi. Honestly, I'm worried about the mentality for the Vitality side. I'm happy to see Shox recovering what he did on that map, and I mean, Masuda helping out. I don't know how this is going to play out, but I know it's going to be good, and it'll be coming up after the break, so stay tuned.
Welcome to the download.
It's a daily look at the stories, people, and trends that matter to you most, from gaming, pop culture, movies, and beyond.
We'll see you
every day on VENN.
The download on VENN.
Join me, Chrissy Costanza, and your favorite creators on unexpected adventures. Tune in live and join the action. Guest House on VENN.
Because we look at him to be the man to make the difference when it is needed all so often, especially without Nivera coming into the mix. But again, I got to also say, Maniac, Masuta keeps coming back in on these overpass maps and comes in hot.
Aside from Zywoo, Misuta and Shox will be the two names we keep in mind for that overpass. That is for sure, James. I think that Shox in general, his journey throughout overpass is the resume of Vitality on overpass. That means a slow start, a shaky start, struggling to find impact, being punished in that door position time and time again, and then finally at the very end, finding the impact. He's had 6 out of 9 entry duels won by Shox. He found a lot of space, and specifically on the CT side, you have to understand how hard his position is, right? He's got Zywoo in the back on the A side with the AWP, and Shox is alone. He decides to find his positions, sometimes picking up the AWP, and here, these kills right there in the middle of the map, where you punish Na'Vi before they execute, they were key.
They really were key. And that was the thing. When it came to this close part where you thought, okay, one of them was going to take it over the line and push further forward this time, it was Shox that stepped up and delivered.
Yeah, Shox stepped up, and Misuta did as well. I want to talk about him. I want to address him. Coming into this map, coming into this matchup, he was the lowest rated player in the entire tournament. And in this matchup, especially on the T side, he was doing a fantastic job. He went 15 for 9 on the T side for Vitality. The only player on the server out of all of them, including Zywoo, including Simple, that went with a plus KD on his T side. He was by far the most impactful player when it came to any T-sided players in this matchup. Without Misuta, Vitality would not have won this game of Counter-Strike. And as said, he came into this game as being the lowest rated player. That is a turnaround and a half, and a well-performing Misuta.
And I have a wild theory, because I really agree with Jacob here. Misuta didn't play Nuke, right? He didn't get to live the frustration. Yeah. He comes into Overpass, he is the very first point of entry, finding these entry kills on the A side, spraying. Maybe I'm just, seeing links when there aren't links, but I feel like he was fresh in. Misuta was fresh in when he jumped into this game, and he made the difference. Jacob is right. I think Misuta is the reason why Vitality was able to put ahead with, 7 rounds on their T side, which was absolutely admirable, considering how it started. So we got to give him props for that.
And we did start to see the cracks to show for Vitality at stages, right? Apex again starting to look like he was getting overwhelmed with the frustration of the game.
Yeah, it was a close game. I think it was a tense game for Vitality. You could feel the nerve in the game. You could feel that, as you said, we were not far off Na'Vi coming back into this one. We were not far away from Na'Vi maybe even winning. We also have to address Boomich a little bit and the misplays he had, I felt. It happened not only once, but twice. It can happen once in a while, but in the pistol round, that was such a key moment in the game. Had Vitality not won that pistol round, it could have been a different game. It could have been a different story. So Boomich not really, I wouldn't say he played a bad game of Counter-Strike, and considering he played well on the first map and did a good job, all things considered on Overpass, it's a little bit of a shame for him that he messed up so bad in those rounds, because that had a very big impact on the game. Besides from that, I think he came on strong afterwards. He showed, great powers. He showed great mentality. Didn't really let it affect him, but I gotta point it out, right? That pistol round fail from Boomich, it is a fail. We have to address it. It hurts.
It did hurt, and it potentially cost them a couple of follow-up rounds after that as well to try and make the magic happen. But also what we got to look at is these T sides. We talk about it being so slow anyway from Na'Vi, but this was cutting it too fine so many times.
Yeah, you're right. And Boomich, again, was one of the men we referred to when it comes to the T side and the entry kills. He had only 1 out of 5 duels won. So he didn't create that space. Simple was actually the one to look for with the AWP on the A side. Electronic struggled. And again, if you're going to make the comparison with Shox, they played the same position on the CT side. Electronic was found time and time again by Vitality. He was lurking towards that bathroom area, Banana towards Long Graffiti, and he was punished. So for Na'Vi, that was an issue. Now moving on to the T side, we go to Dust 2. That should be a little bit better, but the numbers for Na'Vi, they're not exactly perfect.
No, and this is strange, right? When you talk about Na'Vi and Dust 2, at one point it was their pick straight away every time, no matter what, they doubled down on it, but recently it's fallen off.
Yeah, and I think we spoke to Blade a couple of times, and we asked ourselves the question, why is it you want to play Dust 2 so much? And the answer was more or less, Simple and Electronic, they feel comfortable on the map. Yeah. And that's a fair excuse, right? That's a fair reasoning for why you go into a map like Dust 2. Now we're talking about Simple, now that we're talking about the stars of the game, I want to pull it up right here. We have Simple right now, and we have Zywoo on the server, and they're both playing some fantastic Counter-Strike. I believe we have a head-to-head as well. In the series so far, you see the stats right here. It's a lot of kills, it's not so many deaths, a lot of ADR, and both right now are on a rating that is 137 and 136. They're playing up to their very, very best. So everything we asked for coming into this game. We see player number 1 going up against player number 2. They're more or less identical in their performance, and they are delivering right now. As you said, Matthew, Dust 2, very open. Both players like to play it. A lot of plays, a lot of movements going on from both the players. This is the perfect map to finish off the series.
It is the perfect map as well, because last time it went all the way to overtime. Before that, Na'Vi had it, but it was in a close game. These two teams know how to play Dust 2, and it always delivers in a special way between them, because they're one of the few teams where, at least with Vitality, I can say, picking Dust 2, I'm never normally actually that big, I guess, yes, I wouldn't say annoyed by it, but like,
no, you're right.
I'm not frustrated when they pick it.
We agree to it. We agree to Vitality.
We allow it.
We allow it because I think they've proven to us time and time again they can play the map now. My eyes will be locked on one player that's been a little bit hit or miss for Vitality. It's Nivera. Nivera was the answer in many of these games in the past when Vitality had their deep run. He's been struggling. The new game was so-so as well. Misuta came in on Overpass, made the difference. He's benched out now. I think, we didn't see the graph, but I think Nivera would step in for Dust 2. That's what Vitality usually use.
Makes sense.
We know Shox has found this form at the end. We know Zaiwu is Zaiwu, and it's all right. But what about Nivera?
Yeah, and this is the thing, right? We spoke about Nivera in quite a lot of detail. This man, when we first came in, all of the end of last year, he was coming in hot. He was being the difference maker to help Vitality in these situations. But this event in specific, it's not lived up to that.
No, he's not lived up to that, and it's sort of his own fault in the sense that he set the bar so high. He was doing way better than we expected, and we were quick to jump on the train that Nivera is doing a fantastic job. All things considered, we have to give him that respect because he was doing a fantastic job. But now he's calmed down a little bit. He's maybe, back to normal, back to where he belongs, if I dare say it. And then we have to see if he can, regroup and grow as a player within the system that is Vitality. So far in this tournament, he's not been impressive, but I don't feel he's been a liability. I don't feel he's a player that is not living up to, whatever he's supposed to do on the server. Sure, he could do better, and sure, as I said, he set the bar so incredible high that we know there's potential for more, but if he can continue just to progress and just become slightly better game by game, month by month, I still think he's a very great asset for Vitality.
Now, one thing as well for both these teams, they still have a match to play. Whoever wins, going up against Astralis later. Going in 3 maps is never ideal in how it goes, but also, from the type of games we've seen, these have been draining matches. It's not been easy. It's been long. It's been drawn out.
Absolutely. I mean, this is probably better than a 2-hour workout. The amount of calories they've used for that game, it's quite insane. And this is where, I guess, the conversation of a 6-man roster comes back into the loop, because we've seen, maybe you can see a Nivera or a Misuta come in fresh for the hypothetical grand final. We don't know if they're going to make it here, but you are correct. It's a massive effort, obviously. Right now, they don't think about it. They just think about the map that's coming next. If they were to win and move on to the grand final, then there is a staff. There are people qualified to say how they should use that time in between, but I agree with you, that's a big effort.
Now, we spoke about the mental game, right, being a key factor for Vitality going in and taking Overpass. They have now managed to do it, so do we consider them to have the momentum going forward?
I think it's hard to transfer momentum from one map to another. I think that's a bit overrated by many people out there. So sure, you can argue that they're the most happy in themselves right now, but I think Na'Vi are relatively satisfied with the Overpass, right? They are well aware they made a couple of mistakes. Boom is well aware he made a couple of mistakes, and right now Na'Vi are probably telling themselves, had we not made those mistakes, we would have won. So I think we're going into Dust 2 where both teams feel comfortable. I do want to point out as well, if you look at the map statistics for both teams, you have Vitality winning 58% of their Dust 2, and you have Na'Vi winning 33%. By all that means, for top teams like these, those are low numbers, but look who they're playing against. The last 3 games Na'Vi have played Dust 2, it's been against Vitality, Astralis, and Vitality. All games have been close, 2 of them in overtime, so they played Dust 2 against the very best team in the world. So sure, their win percentage are not that high, but these are some of the best teams in the world on the map of Dust 2.
And that's what gives us beautiful Counter-Strike. It's time for us to kick it to a break. It's time for us to move closer to Dust 2. It's a 3rd and final map, and one of these 2 teams will have a chance to win the Blast Premier Global Finals trophy. You'll be finding out who that is after the break.
Well, here we go. It's going to be on Dust 2, the final and third map in this best of 3 to decide who is going to be facing off against Astralis in the very next game in the grand finals. It's either Na'Vi or Vitality, and the fact that it ends on Dust 2, I mean, that is going to be real spicy.
It's perfect because it's Vitality, right? And they said, okay, we have the choice between Dust 2 and Inferno. You know, we could go Inferno because that's always the real banger of a third map in every great series of Counter-Strike, right?
Yeah.
But between these two teams, the last time they played, it went to overtime, and Vitality just barely won.
They don't want
so what's going on is that Vitality want to give us multi-overtime on the last map, end-to-end, in like the best fashion possible. So Dust 2, obvious choice. They're showmen after all, Anders.
Listen, I can appreciate that. I hope that we do end up there. It would be fantastic. So this has been an amazing series so far. There's been lots of bumps in the road. I think both teams have shown some weaknesses. Hopefully they've just recovered all of that, and going into the third map, they're just going to be in a great form. But definitely the stress is getting to them. So if you have any friends that are watching or that aren't watching, they haven't woken up yet, I don't know where you are in the world.
Kick them out of bed.
Yeah, call them. If it's the middle of the night, just call them anyway.
Yeah.
Get them up here. It's going to be worth watching. And remember, I mean, there are about 5 or 6, maybe a few more people watching this, which is the Astralis lineup. And they're going to be paying real close attention to everything that's happening right now. You bet you they're going to have that notebook up. They're going to be watching every little detail. And, I mean, whoever gets to move forward, right, they've got to be fresh. They've got to feel, really good, because the Astralis have been looking amazing throughout this tournament. So it's all on the line. Again, first place, $600,000. And, yeah, we're going to have to find out who is going to be eligible for that on this Dust 2 map. I think we both picked Vitality to win this, right?
Yeah. No, I've got Astralis. Oh,
yeah,
right, no, Vitality. Yes.
Just this
Vitality on this one. And then, by my reckoning, Astralis are licking their chops right now watching both of these teams play.
They must be.
Because, I mean, I don't, there's a shakiness that's here in both of the teams.
Yeah.
Both appear vulnerable, both appear mortal, and Astralis are just watching on like, excellent. Wear yourselves down, waste your energy one against the other, go 3 maps. Oh, even better. Perfect. You go 3 maps, that's even more energy expended. And you're going into a best of 3 after this against Astralis, against the best team in the world?
I'm tempted to very much agree. And again, I mean, that's one of the benefits of being, in that upper bracket and going through. That's the cool thing about it. So I agree. We'll see how it goes. I love the fact that we still have that best of 3 coming up, and it's gonna be today. You won't have to wait. It's gonna be Scrawny and Londas bringing you that.
Yep.
But first, we have to get through this one. And looking at the maps, I don't know. This is looking somewhat even. Map wins, yeah, maybe. You have about half the sample size. Hard to know how big of a difference that makes when you're looking at 33 versus 58 here, but still, I think Na'Vi are still going to be very dangerous on this one.
Pimp made an excellent point. I mean, last 4 times Na'Vi have played, they're like 50%. They beat G2, and then they beat Astralis and Vitality both on this map as well.
Well, well,
they lost to G2, but they beat Astralis and they beat Vitality. So it's like they are no joke on this map. And the last time that they played was Na'Vi versus Vitality, and it was Vitality edging out the win in overtime in 1917. So as it stands right now, Na'Vi want revenge. They go to Dust 2 here, and they want revenge. They need to end this strong. But they have a lot of experience against elite teams on this map. So, the best Dust 2 teams in the world, and they're narrowly losing. So anything is possible going into this third map, Anders. It is still entirely possible that James Banks actually gets a prediction right.
Well, we're here to find out. Welcome to the final map. Vitality on the CT side and Na'Vi on the T side. We've got Apex with some flashbangs and a kit, but otherwise it is all USPs. And obviously, Nivira has been tagged back in as the Dust 2 specialist, and we have seen some really amazing performances out of him on this map. So that is what we all hope we are in store for here. Oh, and a bit of aggression. Samu actually just going straight for it. I think he was helped with a bit of a flash in there, but it didn't do quite the effect that I think they were looking for. I think they actually had grenades to follow that up, but no one was really flashed. So it's just a 1-for-1 trade in the middle, and Na'Vi setting up for what could be a B hit here, which, I mean, if Boomage can throw down... Well, he's actually quite far away. I was going to say, if he could smoke off the entry into B from upper dark, that would probably be way better than having the smoke in middle right now. But we'll see. Flamey not spotting anyone yet, although it's real close. Out in the open there, they'll fall back. No one dying. They could have, well, it could have gone either way.
Well, I think they spotted 2. That's a lot of information, and yeah, Perfecto and Simple are going to work their way onto the B site now. They smell blood. They see that there's an opening here to take advantage of.
Yeah, but it's Nivira inside. He's got that USP. He is fast running out of bullets, though. Apex will be there to help out. Oh, and what a headshot! He knew he was dead. There was nothing that he could have done to stay alive, so he takes just one more with him, and that is so important. Now pushing on to the site and winning the round is Vitality. No bomb plant either. Nivira, I mean, he might not necessarily be the hero of that round, but that is some focus and determination. He didn't panic. He said, you know what? Just don't even send any more helicopters in to try and help me, guys. I'm out. I can't win this, but I could take just one more with me.
But he takes one with him, Anders. That's huge. Just so huge. Exactly. Just getting that 1-for-1 as the B anchor in that situation, it's massive. And we get, again, see the change in doors. You know, Apex able to help out from the slope instead of being stuck on the outside, on the wrong side of that wall. And so Vitality, they play aggressive right out the gates, and then they re-aggress. All this is telling me is that Vitality are very confident right now going into this map. It's Na'Vi who are the ones who are going to have to fight uphill a little bit here at the start.
I hope they are. I hope that the break between second and third map here brought that to the Vitality camp, because again, I mean, it was looking odd on that second map. So
yeah,
we'll see. Scout is in play for Simple. We got some Tech-9s. We got that Deagles as well on Boomich and Flamey. They're equipped to do some real damage here. Even without the bomb plant, I mean, they can still be pretty lethal. There's a very nice path right now from the catwalk onto the A-bomb site. I'm sure Saiwu's going to be down there with a scout of his own, but unless he hits clean headshots, he's probably just going to be tagging them up, and then they'll probably get the bomb down. So there's a chance here for an interesting afterplant, which, you know, you never know what happens once the bomb is down. Could be a lot of madness. Just stay away from the ledge with the bomb so it doesn't fall down. Don't do that.
Exactly. Boomich is the one carrying it. I'm sure he heard you there, Anders. Smoke's going down, though, to create some room here for Simple to work with. And Zywoo, yeah, they're just going to go into full-on retake mode. Realizes that it's way too dangerous to hang around here, and so he is going to be able to back off. And the rest of Vitality now, that was the one spot for Na'Vi to hit on this map.
Yeah.
And they hit it perfectly.
They do. And they're not actually going to be retaking from short either, which is a bit interesting. Apex has already gone down, and now a 3-man stack towards the catwalk. If they win this fight against Nivira, they're in trouble. They don't have a smoke right now for the bomb. I actually think this is a really big problem. Electronic is up here, Tech-9 in hand. They're a little bit low on health on Simple and Perfecto, and they're going to find the kills right through the smoke. I can't believe it. Straight there. They both just made that work, but they don't have a kit. It's going to be down to the very last second. Shox is holding it in. You hear the takeover, and he just gets it. Unbelievable. This should have been a lost round. I don't know, Na'Vi, if they hide, but they don't. They just don't. He takes him through the box. He shoots him in the corner.
Zywoo's headshot through the box? There's no way that Simple is thinking he's going to die in that situation. That is absolutely unreal.
Look at the stress on Apex.
Oh,
he went down.
He's losing it.
I don't know why Na'Vi aren't hiding more in that. That is absolutely outrageous. Now, they're going to keep up the pressure. And who could blame them, right? They get the bomb plant. They do that much damage. They know that they're going to be low. Deep nade in there, and that softens up Electronic quite a bit. Apex down in the pit. He's got RPK, but Shox is pushing top mid. He's about to flank them, and that could be real interesting. Apex getting a kill, and now all of the focus on this. RPK goes down, but they still... Oh, now they know about Shox.
Yeah,
now surely they can't fight their way out of this.
No, I don't think so. I think that this is Simple actually really just biding this time. He played this perfectly. Na'Vi played this perfectly. And there is one giveaway, one tell, and we can get into that in a little bit, although I think that they're going to have time. They might try and slow it down just a little bit. Simple. Back with the scout. Now he's positioned in pit, and he's going to be looking for a pot shot here if Zywoo decides to get a little bit too aggressive to peek for info at long. But that smoke that Vitality put down to get Apex into the pit is a bit of a giveaway, and I think Na'Vi took full advantage of it.
They did. I just can't believe that Apex getting a kill still doesn't distract enough from mid so that Shox could do anything. Nivira getting an important kill. Saiwoo's up here with the AWP as well, but it's going to be Shox, and they're just walking right in. The cross smokes aren't there, and Na'Vi giving... I mean, maybe not the whole round, but certainly at the end, that could have been so much better.
Let's see this again, yeah. Smokes? Yeah, they're going before the smokes bloom.
And there's just one of them.
That was just so weird.
Listen, if they only have one, what can they do? But then why do they put it that far into the corner? I mean, I don't know.
Let's wait for it to go off. One is better than none.
Oh, man.
Okay, well, I mean, let's not get too ahead of ourselves here, but Na'Vi, they are looking a little shaky at the beginning of this map, even though, I mean, that looked excellent. Again, that smoke that goes down at the beginning there to get Apex into that pit, it's a little bit of a setup, and Na'Vi, considering they didn't take too much damage at the beginning of taking long, felt like they should be able to fully punish that and fully take advantage of that situation, and they did. And then proceeded to just get whittled down completely by Vitality.
Unbelievable. 4th round now. So we're keeping that AWP alive. They're going to get an AK and a Galil over it. Now they're up against Deagles, and Flamey's Deagle, it is on point. Saiwu out here, yeah, he's a bit worried. He doesn't want to die. They realize they're coming up the catwalk. That smoke's going to help him. And Apex, those are some really valuable headshots. Now he's finally going to go down to Simple. You see Saiwu AWPing on top here. Not quite tagging him yet. And he is going to win that fight. No scoping. He actually stabbed Boomich with the AWP. That's pretty aggressive. And Vitality win the round. Apex, those are some really important shots.
It's so unreasonable, isn't it? Just like, this shot, get wrecked. And that's Simple that he's wrecking there as well. So get on it. But this is something that I think we can see a lot of here. We can expect to see a lot of from Vitality, is getting... Zaiwu loves to play car. He does. That's his stomping ground with the off. He spends most of his time there. And so Na'Vi are going to have to play around this. They have to take advantage of it. Although this one at the beginning, Zaiwu's in mid. He's posted up. We saw this battle versus the Vice. Same thing here. Zaiwu loving to get in there. And that was just tit for tat back and forth.
Oh, wow. Actually did tag him up. Electronic, lucky to be alive. But Simple will bring down Saiwu, and that's one of the battles that we were talking about earlier. Really important to keep an eye on. So 4 versus 5, still a lot of time. Actually, Electronic just pushing. They're going straight for it. Apex is on his own. RPK out on long, just there in time, and one-tapping Boomich right out of the round. He's looking for more. He's so calm, and it'll take down Perfecto. This is beautiful, but runs right back into Flamey, who just jumped down into the pit, and it leaves Navira 1 versus 2. And Simple's waiting for him. Very, very patient. Navira, he might walk into certain death here. How quick is he going to be on that trigger? Not quick enough. And Simple will take him down. Nice triple on Simple, and Na'Vi pick up their first round. And they just don't have the economy here, Vitality. If they force again, I would say that's a very early force buy if they go for it. They have an AWP on Saiwu, so I guess, wow. He just straight buys it.
He just straight buys it. No fear. Only dreams. Imagine he'll put himself in a position to just try and... well, I mean, he's got to fight. The thing is, you can't back off. You can't show weakness against Na'Vi. Simple. You kidding me? He smells blood. He's never going to let you go.
Well, I mean, I guess that is when you have a superstar like that. You just think that's going to be enough. Flamey goes down to RPK, and that was out on long.
Yeah.
So that'll actually rotate RPK back pretty quickly. He's going to join Apex up there. What do Na'Vi do from here? They might be slightly surprised that Vitality have weapons to fight with in this round. Could be a little bit of a shock to them. RPK pushing forward. Molotov on top, but yeah, they're going to put it out and keep pushing. Shocked here. That MP9, not the best weapon for this kind of a fight, but it doesn't even matter. He's still going to win it. And Boomich has to reload in the middle. Now they're trapped on the catwalk. Navira's right behind them. They're actually jumping back in. He's got the deagle. He one-taps him. Beautiful headshot on Simple. And now... Perfecto, I don't know. Can he make the cross against Saiwu? He doesn't have a smoke. He's going to have to jump, and Saiwu is lightning fast.
Saiwu doesn't know. He has no way of knowing.
I don't know.
Right now, he's maybe thinking that Perfecto's out in mid, and that is going to be it. Saiwu, does he realize now? Yeah, he's going to hear the footsteps as he runs up, and there it is. Bomb gets fake planted. Saiwu going to hold and wait. Good teamwork here from Vitality. Saiwu and Shox working together as a duo.
Yeah, and they definitely should. Molotov on Shox. Oh, they lure him out, but it doesn't matter. Nice spin for Perfecto. He just needs one bullet. The flames are right in front of him, and Shox is hoping that'll put the pressure on, but it won't. That's a beautiful 1 versus 2. Perfecto on the triple. Maybe not normally the guy will look for clutches for the Na'Vi side, but that is a very critical round, and that rocks the Vitality economy. They are going to have to save now. This is so well done from Perfecto.
Yeah, it's a tough break from Shoxy as well. He's top fragging for Vitality with 9 kills, but so low on HP coming through. Saiwu really needed to stay alive a little while longer there so that they could really crunch, but just didn't happen. And so now Vitality are going to be the ones. They're going to have to pay for that risk that they took. Simple obliterates Saiwu at long already. And this is a hard eco coming in here from Vitality. And so Perfecto, he's already worked his way out on B. He's going to see that nobody is there. And I imagine he's going to communicate that over to his teammates.
Yeah, I actually thought he was going to keep going. Well, the fight is back at long, but it's a little bit uneven in terms of the weapons. Worth thinking about this as well. Vitality normally on this map, I think it was a little bit of a different scenario against the Astralis when they played it, but normally they're very powerful on that CT side. Yes. So the fact that Na'Vi have already made this 4-3, I actually think is really significant. And even in this upcoming round, Vitality, they're gonna buy, but it's gonna be kind of a weird buy. Again, that force up from earlier. I appreciate the confidence in saying we get the orb on Saiwu, we're gonna go for it, but the price that they're paying for it right now is pretty steep.
I'm just waiting to see when Electronic wakes up for Na'Vi. You know, Simple right now is just absolutely beasting. And this was a buy round coming in here from Vitality as well. And so that is just going to be completely and utterly painful for Vitality. If they have to deal with losing a man like this every round.
I mean, I don't know what Nivira is going to do here, but they're already on the site. Unless he gets a kill right now, they should back off and save Simple in the middle, and he's going to get Apex, he's going to get caught by Boomich. And that was one of the AWPs, I think, that he was trying to escape with and save. So RPK and Saiwu just across the map. This is a very, very, very good start out of Na'Vi. They are going to be so pleased that it's working out in this fashion. And
uncharacteristically quick.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, they get the kill in the middle, I guess they just say, all right,
yeah,
go for it.
They go for it. And that's actually really cool to see here from Na'Vi. Because that's going to make Vitality feel very vulnerable right now, where if anything goes wrong, they're going to get punished. And that's not a comfortable way to set up on your CT side. We're tied up 4-4. And Na'Vi, I mean, the difference is here is that they're playing this first, or rather, they're not playing this first, they're playing this last, Dust 2, right? So Simple is fully warmed up. Electronic in that round doubles his kills. So if Electronic and Simple really do come into their own and start getting comfortable, I'm going to be a little bit worried here for Vitality. And so this is a tech timeout getting called here by Vitality. I think that's a good timing to do it before things get completely out of hand. Sure, you're going into a round of eco here, Vitality, but maybe you go for some gimmicks, nades into upper halls or nades into long house. Just try and go for some kind of random punish and see if you can play off of it, but not put too much stock on this round. The one you're thinking about is the next one. And what I'm wondering is, do you just put Saiwu to go toe-to-toe with Simple? I mean, at some point, you're going to need the gods to fight it out. It can't just be Shoxy.
No, it definitely can't. I mean, they did for a minute have that double setup, right? Where they had Nivira with the one orb and Saiwu with the other one. It seems like they're not prioritizing Shox necessarily in that battle, but I don't know.
He's the one who died to Simple in the mid last time, so...
Yeah.
You know, it's like if Shoxy's feeling like he's the one who's got to make the plays, that's going to be tough. Oh, okay.
Making the plays now. Taking down Perfecto, and I mean, they'd probably love to stop them from getting that rifle, but it's not really realistic where it is. So eventually, they'll pick up that gun there. Na'Vi running all the way across the map. Electronic's been holding up a dark inside of the B-bomb side. It's RPK and Saiwu kind of nearby. RPK has a P250. If he's close enough, you know, you could get 2 quick one-taps. I think that's the only way they win this round. Jumping through and putting a little bit of pressure on. We're not going to get those. Good enough shot from Saiwu, but at the end of the day, with that AK-47, I don't think it's worth risking it. I mean, how do you get in here?
We've seen how lethal Saiwu was with USPS, right?
Yeah.
But Nivira, yeah, I think you back off and hold on to this AK. Because there isn't a whole lot of hope here to retake against 3 fully bought up. Apex is rotating around through T-spawn, hoping to catch somebody out on that side of things. And Nivira's putting himself in a position where he can back off fairly easily here. Shoxy, keeping him honest. I like it.
I mean, could even try and lock some of them into the bomb site, you know, just to try and deal a bit more economic damage. That could also be pretty valuable. Boomich is not going to go down, but he might to the bomb. They are going to have a harder time running out this way. Apex in the right position. He's not going to get the kill, though. That's unfortunate. And Boomich, he's going to be far enough away. So they all live for the round. And Na'Vi now 5 in a row. Again, this is absolutely amazing. They have not let Vitality back into the game. And I can't help but wonder what would have happened if Vitality had gone for the save a little bit earlier on and then had some kind of a real buy afterwards, because this is the first time since that they've actually picked up, you know, all the rifles and grenades that they need. That's a long break to go on, and shot right through the doors. Nivira down to 14 health.
Gets legged, but they don't put Saiwu They don't put ZywOo in mid, and he doesn't go long to challenge either, although that's almost fading out of the meta, the quick long take. Instead, he's put himself in a position to get the kill on Cat, and this could actually work as Boomich is here.
Yeah, but I think Boomich, I don't think ZywOo knows. He has no idea. If Boomich is, oh, he's going to smoke it off. If he just walked up, yep, now he does. But that did not look like I had any idea. It looked like the timing between the flash and everything else was perfect. Missed opportunity from ZywOo, and he is perhaps lucky to be alive. RPK out here on long, and I don't know, Flamey shouldn't be leading this. He's actually going to go straight for it, and I'm really wondering about that. I don't know if they wanted to go catwalk, but if you go catwalk, you normally just want Flamey to be out there, you know, being annoying. Just his presence is going to be enough. That's a bit wild to see him be the first point of contact out there.
Well, now it's safe to assume that you're facing a default. RPK gets that kill. RPK is usually around here over on pit.
Yeah.
You've already seen ZywOo on the A site, so you're getting info here for Na'Vi, and they're thinking perhaps this is time to go for the split.
Well, if they beat up Shox, it will be. Nivira will be alone, low on health in the corner. He's only going to get the one spray, and it's an AWP shooting through the smoke on the other side, so they can't even do that much. Nivira, do you have more in you? Can you get one more kill before you go down? Because that will definitely happen. Boomich drops him. Very patient there. 20 seconds on the clock, and the bomb, it should be planted. Perfecto trying to make the crossing. He's getting trapped. He's getting caught. It's on the ground now with 10 seconds. And Boomich is going to go pick it up. They don't have a Molotov or anything, but the fact that it goes down like that is very dangerous. Boomich coming back in and tracing him all along the wall, and they still make it work. Apex with the final kill, and that is going to be the round for Vitality. What an absolutely mental turn of events.
Once again, the clock is Na'Vi's worst enemy. Up to that point, I'm absolutely loving everything I'm seeing. You know, you got Boomich who's playing catwalk quick, and he gets that information. Spots ZywOo. Flamey sacks himself. I bet you Blade is like, yo, dude, we need info. Go kill yourself. Like, go find somebody over there and see what you can tell me. RPK shoots him. Like, they figure out the setup. They make the perfect call. They go together as a unit. Everything is there. It's just, once again, they leave it until too late in the round, and the clock kills them. Oh.
Oh, God.
Okay.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, for Vitality to win that round, it doesn't really fill you with confidence. You're not thinking, wow, yeah, that's it. That's the formula that they need.
Yeah,
it's all looking so thin at the moment. Nivira trying to get that Simples up there. He's so lightning fast. Taking him down. And again, that leaves a single person on the B bomb site. And Na'Vi know. They definitely know. They see what is happening here. ZywOo, and now they definitely know. They hear the second ult there. They're going to be 100% sure what's coming next. Out the middle they go. And the bomb is in upper dark. Flamey takes down Apex with the smoke. This is a catastrophe inside of the bomb site. Shox is on his own with an MP9. And they're going to drop him. 2 versus 3. And Electronic is waiting for them in the middle here. He's actually going to go down. Now it's suddenly very spicy once again.
Now they got double rifles as well. Double rifles to work with here. Simple, however, back platform. He's got all the room he needs. Nice little HE on top of him, though. This could do some damage. Overshoots just a touch.
Okay, but they have a flashbang as well. This 2-on-2 is everything. I think Vitality are in deep trouble if they lose this. Simple and Boomich just trying to stay back and not show themselves too early. This surely, yeah, nice kill for Simple. And he doesn't quite get it, but Boomich is there. Perfect angle. Na'Vi win the round, and it just does so much damage to Vitality's economy.
And confidence.
Surely, yes.
But what is it that you're going to be doing here? I mean, I still find it a little unfair. It's a bit of a tall order to ask Nivera to go toe-to-toe with Simple when you've got ZywOo. It's like ZywOo needs to step up. It's like Simple, you know, dude, it's the wire, right? Come to the streets. You know? It's just like, come to the streets, because like right now, Simple's calling him out, saying, hey, when are you going to come fight me, ZywOo?
Yeah.
Why are you running away?
Yeah,
Why are you hiding?
I'll fight your teammates if you want, but...
Yeah, I'll just keep beating up your team, but at some point, you're going to have to fight. You're going to have to face me, man.
That is not happening just yet. 6-5 and the 12th round here. Double flashbang on Shox. They're setting up just in case. I mean, they're probably hoping at this point in time that it will be like a default long for Na'Vi. They do that double smoke, and then Shox can flash everyone through. Instead, checking middle. Simple was also ready for that. I'm really impressed as well. We've talked a lot about how Vitality maybe should be doing better, but Boomich has had an outrageous best of 3. way better than I think most people were expecting. And Simple, I mean, yeah, ever since the end of Nuke, he just really did not let go. So the two of them right now, and you said it earlier, what about Electronic? If he joins this mix, that's real bad news for Vitality.
Well, this is where we need to start seeing a little bit of a step up from ZywOo, because going into this third map, they were neck and neck, almost indistinguishable stats-wise between Simple and ZywOo. But right now, so far in this first half, we're not seeing ZywOo have that same one way or another. Well, okay, there you go. Call him out, and he shows up. There's that shot from ZywOo.
He's getting it, but there should be no chance of a retake here. They just have none of the tools. They're still walking in with the AK, and I mean, that's a nice lineup for Flamey. He's taking that all day. That happened so quick.
Shoxy's really appreciating. He's really appreciating Shoxy there.
Yeah. Whoop. Again, the AK-47. I mean, they have enough money to buy. Maybe that's what they're thinking, but that seemed like low percent.
ZywOo's got the money, so we'll get that off. Nivera's going for the rifle. Okay, this is where they change it up, perhaps. I mean, Simple is literally just calling you out right now. You need to go and do something about it.
Well, let's see.
Nope, not going to happen. Default setup here from Vitality, 3 to A. And actually, no, we're going back to ZywOo on Catwalk, so he's expecting that Boomich info play again.
Boomich is out long, though, against the RPK. He turns for the grenade, heads up play, and look at that win. He's pretty low on health, and he's actually gone. Yeah, it's everywhere. There's no escaping. You could see him pull out the smoke, but yeah, I don't think he could have done anything. Electronic and Nivera, there's the flash in. Is he going to check the corner? Nivera? Nope, he's not checking behind him. Oh, Electronic, he jumps the gun. He panicked and got nervous, and that got him killed. Wow.
Man, 10 HP on Nivera, though, man. That is so close for... That's so unfortunate for Electronic.
It is. That says everything you need to know about the mental game, right?
Yeah.
He would have been just fine. Maybe could have got the kill as well. Nivera back here, and this time he's going to beat Simple on speed. That's important. Perfecto. Very clean kill. And ZywOo just getting caught. And just like that, 2 on 3 into a 1 on 2. Apex on his own here, and they're waiting for him in the middle already. He's going to make a little bit of a jump. Flamey's right there, and he takes him out in a second.
Apex cam.
Ah, this is so heartbreaking. All of it. 8-5 in favor of Na'Vi, and Vitality. Some of these rounds, they have the lead. They have everything that they could possibly want, and it's still not enough.
Let's see it. There's Perfecto. That was the finest one. There's Shoxy. No Apex cam.
Oh man.
Damn. All right. I'm pretty sure he must have been flipping out. RPK is looking somewhat amused right now, nonplussed in RPK fashion.
Yeah.
That is really his calling card. It never really seems like he's flustered. It's like you could have that the old meme of all the different faces for all the different emotions, and RPK would just have the same one.
Yeah, he's got that face for sure.
We're going into the 14th round, however, Anders, and again, they just really have not been able to establish that economy. Vitality, they're limited on nades again. They're not going to have the full buy, and when they do go for the double op, they go for their default where they, I guess this is what keeps happening because Simple just doesn't have to worry about ZywOo. The ZywOo not showing up at mid, he showed up once at mid, but the vast majority of the rounds, it's just Simple getting to beat up. He's just bullying his teammates, ZywOo's teammates.
Well, I mean, view this game another way. They win the first 4 rounds off of the pistol round Vitality, and the only other round they've won so far is the one that Apex, like the 1 versus 2 over there. Simple is shooting them through the doors in the middle now, not even really seeing them. And Shox is down there hiding, and they're all coming for him. Eventually, they're going to find out. This will be a 9th round now for Na'Vi. Incredible scoreline right now on the T side. They have set themselves up very, very well to be facing off against Astralis. They are about 7 rounds away. They are so close to doing this.
Yep.
And Vitality, they're going to get another buy in here. At least it's a pretty decent buy to fight in that 15th round. But what an outrageous performance. Na'Vi, they're going absolutely mad. Simple is 17-8 right now.
ZywOo's in mid. ZywOo and Nivera, and they give it up. They may be going very aggressive into upper dark for a peek. Yep, sure enough, Electronic does manage to sneak on past. Flamey, however, has taken Apex at long. There's the opening here for Na'Vi. The change up, and it works.
Oh, all right. RPK is still pretty smooth when he gets the opportunity. Nivera's out here, and ZywOo's behind him. That is a big switch up, and it's really worth pointing out, right? Saibu playing over on this side. I mean, it's not that we've never seen it before, but you could tell the rest of the half he's been playing a lot over on that A side. Catwalk or by the car. So let's see if it's going to be put to the test. 4-on-4, and I think losing that long presence as soon as Flamey goes down made Na'Vi sort of second-guess this a little bit and wondering, maybe we should go check mid and Catwalk just before we do anything crazy.
Check to make sure those flanks aren't opened up. 4-on-4, but look at the gamble coming in from Vitality. They really wanted to just shut it down. It's going to be 2 on Catwalk, so they can go for a quick rotation. Perfecto's going to be over here, however.
Yeah, being able to, you're absolutely right. So if it is a B hit, they're going to be very, very quick there to have a lot of people, but it's not. It's going to be Catwalk. Sharks, sorry, RPK is there. Sharks has already fallen back. He was there a second ago, but baited into the middle instead. Now he's going to show up with the AWP, and he goes right down. Perfecto has really been hitting some great shots. A double kill in this round, and I don't know what they could do. Simple with the Deagle taking down Sayu. This is such a schooling right now. 10-5 in favor of Na'Vi at the end of the half. What an astonishing result.
Spectacular. Nothing, you can't take anything away from Na'Vi. They are fully prepared for this half, and they have just utterly dumpstered Vitality.
We're going to have to see an amazing comeback in the second half if Vitality even want anything to say here. It's going to be rough. After the break, it'll be right up.
Join me, Chrissy Costanza, and your favorite creators on unexpected adventures. Tune in live and join the action. Guest House on VENN.
Welcome to the download.
It's a daily look at the stories, people, and trends that matter to you most, from gaming, pop culture, movies, and beyond.
We'll see you
every day on VENN.
The download on VENN.
for B and decide to go for the fight on B immediately. This could be perfect here for Vitality. They just need to commit.
Yeah, they're set up for it. Simple is in the window, but, you know, one good flashbang and he should be pushed back. Yeah. Ooh, that's a nice crisp shot. You do tag him back and he's going to have to fall back a little bit. Electronic is trying to flank in from T-spawn into Upper Dark right now, but it's a really swift bomb plant. So 4-on-4 for the after plant. Bomb says about, the AI says about 65% here in favor of Vitality. They should be good to go. Perfecto, he's only going to get the one. They push out, they clear it, they see that there's no one else in middle. Not only the kill, but the information is incredibly important. Now they know where the rest of Na'Vi are retaking from. And Electronic, he's on his own, and he will get shot down. Nivira with a good double kill. Vitality, I actually like everything about that round, especially the part where they go and they attack that middle after the bomb. It's so smart.
I just love it when you get the B anchor who gets to set up back plateau on a retake. He's like, I know how to do this.
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect defense. Double headshot from Nivera. He'll do that all day long from that spot. He knows how to play that position. Very well done.
Surely, Samla, that pistol round was a must-win for Vitality.
I would agree with that statement.
They had to do that.
It was looking grim. It was definitely looking grim. Now, well, to be fair, it was looking like they managed to win both pistols, and Vitality, they have managed to win both pistols. So good on them.
All right. Also, taking out Bromwich out on long. Electronic, though, is going to become... Yeah, he's going to try and charge through right as the smoke fades, and that could have caught someone off guard. Looks like they will be fine. Deep Molotov, and they didn't even need it, but I think it would have taken care of Simple either way. So they're cleaning this up very nicely, and... You know, this is one of the main criticisms we really had for Vitality on Overpass, is that these rounds that they should win really cleanly with no struggle, they just didn't. They kept losing 3 or 4 players in all of these rounds, and now it's looking much better. Flamey getting shot right in his little feet, and that will be the round for Vitality, only losing 1. I think it's a small positive sign, but it is much better than earlier.
Yes, you know, just like drop that guy at Mac 10 and move on, or just he can just get Kevlar Glock and move on. But it's looking like Shoxy's actually going to drop that AK for RPK, and we'll get him fully equipped. So yeah, Vitality now. I mean, that's perfectly fine in terms of how things have gone. The thing is, beginning of the first half, they chained 4 rounds together off the back of that pistol, and then proceeded, like you said, right, to win 1 round. It was nothing but yellow, nothing but Na'Vi after that. Now it's going to be the real test here for Vitality. You got the pistol. Now we need to see more. We need to see you chain rounds together, and we need to see you prevent Na'Vi from getting their foot in the door.
Well, and so I'm glad you brought this up a couple of times in the first half, talking about Saivu being very, I don't want to say stationary, but his positioning over on the A side, yeah, very predictable. And we should try and contrast that with Simple, because if Simple plays the same, and I mean, maybe that'll open up the same possibility, but usually he's very much all over the place and very hard to predict with that AWP on this map. So yeah, let's just try and then see if we're going to get something similar, or if Simple is going to be all over the place.
I think Simple probably has more of a style similar to like Device, or in terms of like he has that freedom to just go anywhere. And it feels like Vitality tend to play a bit more rigid. Zaiwu just basically set up shop at long and just never left long, all half long.
We say that, but you know, at the same time, one of the things that was very annoying about Nuke when they were on the CT side was the fact that Simple was so passive. You know, he was just all the time far back. He never pushed up. There was never like that really, you know, fight coming out of him that we saw for Zaiwu, right? So I don't think it'll be the same on this map, but
I think it's the Na'Vi game plan on Nuke though to have Simple. Like we've seen that now all tournament long.
Yeah, I mean, that could be true, but it makes him look so restricted, right? His impact on the game is almost nothing in the beginning.
It is beautiful about Simple, though, right? It's like, oh, he looks so restricted. Drops 28 frags casually.
Yeah,
you know, like,
comes right back, does it again.
It is actually silly how good.
So I'm saying that at least there is one map in the map pool for Na'Vi where Simple isn't allowed that rain, and I don't think those two will be the same. But if for some reason Na'Vi thought that was a good idea, I think that would be a problem. I'd much rather have him unleashed, as it were. Sharks are sneaking in here. They're looking for revenge. They don't care that they've already won the round. They want even more.
Well, you guys can have a Mac 10 if you want one. I'm a less fan of Apex, but he, again, Scout. You don't care if you lose a Scout.
All right. I guess that's cool. HE on top, and then the headshot. And that will be the round. 10 to 8.
Let's see it now. What are we cooking with? Because money-wise, I mean, Simple's got enough for the AWP. No worries there. He's going to be fully equipped. Rest of Na'Vi as well. Going to be pretty well equipped. Not as many nades. So what's the spawn like? Spawn isn't too shabby. not the perfect A long spawn. I was kind of curious if they would just go ahead and try and bully them at long, because they might be light on nades for the anti-rush protocol. But it's not looking like that. It's looking like we're going to have a slow approach here from Vitality this round.
Apex, in fact, with the scout down the middle. Simple has the AWP, and he is alone on the catwalk for, at least for now. The bomb is in upper, and Shox is out long. I don't know, I mean, he's waiting here for a while. If he gets a kill, could that set them up to go? He's spraying right through the door. Not doing that much damage, and he's going to be forced all the way back. He's very low on health. Do they want to follow up? He's actually pushing in. He's still sticking with the plan. If he gets the kill, I think that's what he wants. Then they go B. They're going to go anyway, even if he dies. But I think that was the whole game plan right there. Saibu gets one frag, but it's not going to be enough. This org in the back from Flamey, it is doing so much damage. A very good double kill. And Nivira, 1 versus 3. He's going to fake it and go for it. And Electronic was definitely not expecting that. He has a Molotov and a smoke. He can actually hold them back for a long time. Oh, is he going to go check it? All right, go throw straight for it. They're both coming in from upper. That is a trick. He's sitting inside of it. I've not seen that before. Oh, he still goes down. But that was magic.
That's so heartbreaking. I'm so sad. You just wish that that would work. Seeing that? Come on.
He was a fire wizard in that. He just didn't care.
What was that?
He'd figured out how to trick it so that...
sucks that it's, that, you know, Smoke and Molly... I mean, he has no way of knowing that they're doubling up on upper, you know?
Now...
Shoxy not getting a kill here, though, is shocking to me.
Yeah, I mean, he was on 6 health, right? Now, but here's what is cool, though. I mean, you have to appreciate this from Shock's point of view. He knows exactly what his role is. It is following through. He must do that because he knows if he gets that kill, the B people will start to rotate over. So, I mean, even if he's so low from early, he's like, I have to do this. Like, I have a whole crew of people waiting.
He is the diversion. He's trying to draw attention over to himself. Getting a kill sells that fake a whole lot more, right? So it's like... Yeah, just Shoxy's been top fragging the whole time. He's top fragging on the map right now. Oh, no, never mind. Zaiwu was caught up.
Think about how many other people would have said,
actually, no,
call off the plan, guy. Like, everyone else would have said, call off the plan. I'm on 6 health. Like, I'm not going to re-engage long on my own to just, like, you know, just end it, went into something else, you know? But he went for it. I mean, I really respect the follow-through. That's very, very cool. And he almost had it right, the flashbang and everything else.
Listen,
Man.
Shoxy will follow through on the plan.
Yeah.
He is a veteran. He does not mess around.
All right, 11-8. Vitality, the run that they got from winning the pistol round, I don't think it was, you know, far enough. It didn't do enough damage. They needed to keep going. I think the upside, they did get 3 kills in that last round. They put a lot of pressure on Navi's money. If they can win this next one, it's still real interesting, but let's find out. They are clearing out catwalk. That's always the first sign that someone is going for a B-split. Shox putting more pressure, and here they come out the middle. Oh, but he jumps down into the waiting arms of Electronic. He caught him. That might even have been mid-air. Doesn't even matter. They're going to trade it, and now Perfecto. Oh, that's simple. Right on top of the smoke, taking down Apex. There was no smoke. In fact, they just don't even throw that, and that opens it up for this AWP. Oh, they wish they had that smoke, but they don't. Nivira's going to be going down. Simple with a big double. Now it's on Saibu, and he's going to go down. Simple has his number. They finally get to fight. And it is Simple's 23rd kill of this map.
This is a set strategy from Vitality, and you can see that Electronic is perfectly ready for Shoxy to drop down. They know what's coming. And once that smoke goes down to block off CT like that, it's a bit of the giveaway, right? You're going to have tells in certain of these strategies, and that's the one thing that in-game leaders have been dealing with for years now is the analysts, right? You run a strat, everybody knows it. The next day, everybody knows it.
Hold on. Apex, is he going to be smoky? Yeah, so he's throwing this long smoke. Again, for the B-split, nice grenade, but they want to do it again. They felt like they were close. I think last time they didn't have the smoke. They had a Molotov there instead of a smoke, which is why Simple could go for all those AWP shots. Vitality, I don't know. This is going to be shut down already. Perfecto is doing it all. He is spinning all over the place with the AUG and getting 3 kills. That dream is dead already. Some good grenades coming out. And actually, Saibu somehow finding a kill. And Apex gets through the window. He was about to get shot in the back. This shouldn't even be a 2-on-3.
Gets across again. What a savage. And so Zaiwu now with the AWP, he's in a position to shine. He's going to have Apex helping him out as well. Up close, they're looking for it.
That's a nice smoke. They re-smoked that. They have to come for the smoke on the window. They can't really wait for the smoke to disappear. Saiwu, he's low on health, though. I don't know. Here come the early nades. This would be huge for Vitality. This should have been a lost round. It was all going horribly wrong. Apex is going to get traded, and now Saiwu's in here, looking for the window, coming to the door, and they're going to get up close and personal. They have a kit, and they have the round 13 on the board for Na'Vi. They're doing a fine job. It got closer than it should have, but man, I have so many questions. I don't mind the attempt at a really quick B split, but they ran into that HG in lower dark, and it looked like Na'Vi knew what was coming there.
Because, I mean, Anders, you saw the setup from Apex. Like, they're running through their playbook right now, Vitality. And Na'Vi, again, these players, they know the nades. They see a certain combination of nades coming through, they're like, cool. And this is how we counter that. And Vitality right now are just running through.
Yeah, but what should be so cool about that specific strategy is that because the grenade is thrown from so far away, by the time you hear it dink off the wall, they're kind of already doing the beast. Like, it should be so quick that, you know, they're just like, oh, yeah, it's a beat. Oh, wait, they're already out middle. Like, it's so fast. Because normally you throw it... I guess Sai was actually close to doing it now.
They had the smoke on CT already by the time they were pushing. So, I mean, Perfecto's sitting on slope. Like, CT smoked, no presence mid. Still, I mean, the main thing here is that Na'Vi are just hitting shots.
And a follow-up to that, just as you pointed out, right? You're right, Perfecto was on that slope, but he wasn't flashed. I mean, maybe that's something else to think about. No grenades
in the wall
to get rid of him, right?
He was turned away. So, I mean, dude is ready, and now Vitality have decided to change it up. It's going to be the A split late, and Simple's finally going to get some action with this AWP over at Long. He has been so patient so far.
Yeah, let's see if he can handle the pressure. He's certainly been able to so far. 50 seconds on the clock, and some smokes going up. Simple back looking at Long. There's going to be 3 people here. He does actually move away. Oh, the timing is really unfortunate. Now he knows he's under pressure. He's coming back for it, misses the flick, and that will take him down. Very, very good opening. Boomich is next in line, and Electronic, Perfecto, Flamey. They don't have the money. Yeah, they're going to fall back. Okay. I don't know what happens if Simple stays looking long, and I guess we'll never find out. But that's a nice round for Vitality to get here. They are trying to hold on.
They're lucky stars, aren't they?
Yes, a little bit.
Oh, thank you. He wasn't actually looking longhouse when we came through, because otherwise, yeah, I bet you even Flash, he pulls the trigger and gets one of them. But the fact that Simple gets nothing out of that, no help as well to Boomich, it's just a nightmare situation for the A defense there from Na'Vi. But Vitality, I mean, they've been hitting those B splits so often. You know, Na'Vi, they're not cheating over towards A. It's actually a really good time for Vitality to shift back over towards A, because Na'Vi, they're playing like 2-1-2 or even 3 towards B, expecting Vitality to just keep rinsing and repeating over there.
Yeah.
So Vitality taking advantage of Na'Vi having to be honest and cover everything, right? That works in their favor. So now Vitality, now that they've changed up the pattern, and they've actually managed to get it. The thing is now, Vitality, this has been the trend with the elite teams, is that when they win a round, they chain rounds together. It's not just a back and forth trade kind of scenario. So now, if that's going to prove true here, Vitality need to start putting some rounds on the board.
For a whole bunch of different reasons, they are about to lose this, and then instead, it's going to be Na'Vi in that grand finals against Astralis. It's happening not that long. Shots out long, trying to commit to it once again, but Electronic running and shooting at the same time. Half flashed and still picks it up, and it's a 3-man presence out here. The entire long push is shut down. They can still win that fight, even if it's a 3-man setup, but they must get that first kill, and they just, I mean, once you lose that, there's nothing left to do. Apex, that's not bad. Perfecto is alone. Maybe if you get him, you can win the 2-on-3, but I don't know. It's a long road.
You have no smokes. That's the nightmare. That's what's holding him back here.
Yeah.
And Zaiwu now with that AWP. Oh, he hits that shot!
What? He doesn't even jump. He's just running straight across for the bomb plant. All right, we haven't seen a real Saiwu round for a while, but now would be a very, very good time for him to step it up. We know that he can. Apex and Saiwu, yeah, they're inside of the site. He's got a Molotov, so he's going to throw that behind Apex, and that means they can focus a little bit more on the window itself. He's picked up an AUG instead of the AWP. Boomich, yeah, he's temporarily out of it. And how long do they want to wait here? Na'Vi, that retake has to come. Boomich. Oh, it's Saiwu actually just going straight for it. And that leaves Apex on his own, jumping down, and he can't get the kill. Boomich spins around. And Na'Vi, you could tell here, even with the kit, it's getting a little bit close. Oh, man. Imagine for a second if Apex would have had a flashbang to throw over for that fight, but they just don't. And it's 14-9. Na'Vi 2 rounds away from getting a ticket into that grand final.
And that's just a kick in the pants. Whoever is calling right now, I mean, Boomich or Blade, I mean, both of them together is probably the melding of the minds, but they have just read Vitality. Their CT side, their T side, feels like they're ready every time. Vitality finally go for the long protocol, just getting out there with all the nades, the full thing, and Na'Vi are ready and waiting for them with everybody there and their own counter nades. It's just a perfect defense getting established here by Na'Vi. And Vitality are just going to be left wanting. I mean, in terms of firepower as well, Simple is completely outperforming. It's almost as if Simple took it personally that he was not, you know, made #1. He's like, who's this guy? Zywoo? What?
Oh, yeah. That's going to be a follow-up to that discussion, isn't it?
Zywoo's not measuring up right now. We'll just put it that way.
He isn't. 14-9. Vitality, at the very least, it's a sort of little consolation. They have enough money to buy here. I mean, it could have just as well been that they wouldn't have got the bomb plant, and they would have been really in a slightly worse position. So let's just find out if they can keep this dream alive. It's been so shaky for them all along, and it is looking like another B execute here. Apex, so this kind of setup that Apex is doing here, that's going to be very signaled. He's going to throw the smoke down. Everyone knows what's coming now, and inside of the bomb site, Perfecto and Flamey, they haven't let down Na'Vi yet. Perfecto, though, he's going to get overrun, and Flamey lining it up. Nearly a double. Well, it was a double, but nearly a triple, and now it's a 3-on-3. The bomb is going to go down, but look at how low Nivira and Shocks are.
Yeah, damage has been dealt for sure. Boomich on the long flank as well. Apex, he's going to have eyes in the back of his head and worry about Upper Dark, but instead he decides to just back up with the rest of his teammates. They'll get that Triangle of Doom set up here on the B side, and it's all on Vitality now to hold.
Again, they're taking their time, Na'Vi, before they even think about setting this up. Flashes are about to hang in there. Boomich coming up, shooting them. Oh, and that's so well done. Electronic as well. And Nivira, he can't stand up to it. He's going to get no scope by Simple, and they will find a 15th round. It is series point for Na'Vi. They're looking unstoppable right now. I mean, again, 3-on-3, retake B, not necessarily easy, but they take their time. They don't stress about it. They're just waiting for all the grenades to disappear, and then they go for it.
And they wait for Boomich to be in position.
Yeah.
They didn't jump the gun. Communication has to be on point there because they throw it in right as he can swing in to help, right? The timing, if it's off by a second, Boomich's flank is useless, and you could have Vitality holding that. But that was some excellent team play there from Na'Vi to collect that round. Match point for Na'Vi and a spot in the grand finals. Can they get it done? Apex strikes out and takes Electronic. Man advantage for Vitality. So they're not going down without a fight, Anders.
You love to see it. They're going to get through this smoke, though, in the middle. Oh, random spray. Flamey getting maybe a little bit more than he wanted. Simple's going to be there on the cross to take at least one. Now, Perfecto's inside of the bomb site. They smoke off Simple. Boomich on a bit of a flank, and they nearly get caught. But now, the tables have turned. He's going to drop that nade in there, and he goes down. Tried to spray them all through. This is such a winnable round. 2 versus 4. Simple is in middle. I don't think they know that yet. And he's just looking at the edge of the smoke. Could he catch anyone there? Gonna be a little bit of a shot. And Saiwu actually catches him. Now it's surely done.
Yeah.
Perfecto, 1 versus 4. Man, I'm not sure. And they know where he is.
Do you think? Oh, hold on. Let's see. 1 for 1. That's how it's supposed to go down. Apex trades effectively, and that is excellent. Now, Na'Vi, because of how close these rounds have been, they have no bank. So there is a chance here.
Oh, there is. Absolutely.
There is an outside chance that Vitality turn it on and start putting some rounds together.
Now, I mean, when Boomich walks into the middle, it's a second away from Nivira just stumbling right in front of him. And he would have died so quick. The margins are really thin right now for the French side. Oh, what? No! No, he can't. He's doing it again. Saiwu goes down. Boomich! What are you doing? He's still pushing. He just wants to run and gun. He picks up the AK and actually finally goes down. But it was Electronic who takes down RPK. This is a ridiculous circus. Now it's a 2-on-3. Apex and Nivira left wondering what in the hell just happened out on long. And Apex goes down. How is this going on? They're gonna lose it to the madness of Boomich out on long, 16-10. And we're gonna get Na'Vi against Astralis in the grand finals here at Blast Premier. I don't know what just was happening out there.
I think, well, Electronic even wanted to help out there at the end, but despite his antics, it's just not possible. We're going to see Boomich.
This is disgusting.
So sick with the Deeg. Beautiful headshots. Takes out Zywoo. And yeah, well, collateral damage, but still getting the job done. That's all that matters. You're in the grand finals now if you're Na'Vi, and I think you can be very proud of it. That was excellent performance on Dust 2. They clearly just downloaded Vitality, and Vitality never really got the ball rolling on CT side. I think that's the main thing. Simple was just able to run amok. He had his way with them the entire time. Zywoo wasn't an answer, and Zywoo, you know, not really showing up on that last map. Not in the way that Vitality needed him to.
Definitely not, and some clear emotional problems on the Vitality team. There's no doubt about that as well on top. So, I mean, just what a crazy best of 3, and it's probably just going to get better now.
I stand by my prediction, though. Astralis got this.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's not a bad prediction. It's working out real well
all
at the moment.
Na'Vi fans out there. I mean, best of luck. But I think Astralis, you know, based on these performances.
Well, listen, let's not waste time. Let's find out. We're going to go to a break, and then we'll be back with the desk and the grand final. Stay tuned.
Introducing Guest House, a live, unfiltered show inspired by the streaming generation. Join me, Chrissy Costanza, as I welcome rising stars, industry leaders, and the biggest personalities to play, laugh, chat, and interact with all of you at home. Tune in live and join the action. Guest House on VENN.
side, but a quick turnaround from Na'Vi and a slapback, maybe a clapback, ended them with a 10-5 first half. Then they stormed their way through and tried to fight further on their CT side, which they're known for to be slightly better. And the cracks started to show for Vitality, and that is going to be the main talking point of this series, the mental game, Maniac. And I know it's one that you look at quite heavily.
Absolutely. Na'Vi just took control, and Na'Vi were in Vitality's heads at the very end of that series. And the T side of Na'Vi will once again be the topic of discussion because, as you said, they were down 0-4, ended up 10-5. And this is a Na'Vi that is very refreshing to see, right? A Na'Vi that figures out solutions. Simple was a beast. And I don't really want to talk only about Simple because I think that was a team victory. But the amount of opening kill he found, he was 6 for 8 in opening kills. On the T side, he made life on Nivera so hard towards middle because no one could ever peek down middle. He was always ready, and Na'Vi abused that.
Vitality won both pistol rounds. They converted both pistol rounds, and they were looking good in the beginning of both halves. And every single time, Na'Vi, to my understanding at least, had a better game plan. They knew exactly how to deal with Vitality. As you said, Simple found a lot of success with the opening duels. Boomage as well on the CT side. Complete lockdown. I believe he finished with +6 just on the CT side in KD difference. So everything that needed to work here for Na'Vi worked out against Vitality. Let's just imagine they didn't win a pistol. Let's imagine they didn't convert both pistols. We're looking at a map that could have been 16-7, 16-6, and it would have been a complete demolition of Vitality. I think Na'Vi deserved this victory, and I think they were way, way better than Vitality in this game. Sure, there were some close rounds, but still.
There were some close rounds, right? But that's what it comes down to, the small differences in there. And we often talk about what Simple can do, right? And then the magic he can make happen in these scenarios. There was a lot of situations, though, for Vitality where they looked like they would be able to close it out, but they were losing the X situation.
I know, and if you look at these clips from Simple right now, these are the reasons why we talk about the best player in the world and the combat with Zywin, who's going to end up on top. These are the moments these players need to step up. I think Zywin did a beautiful job in map number 1 and 2. He went a little bit quiet on Dust 2, but Simple, he stepped up massively. The impact it had on that Dust 2 game was incredible, and it broke my heart. It broke my heart as a Vitality fan, but as an analyst and as a Counter-Strike aficionado, I can only appreciate it.
And that's one thing, right? You know, I sit there on the Na'Vi camp, you sit on the Vitality camp, and we enjoy the Counter-Strike moments, right? No matter what happens, we are blessed with watching these two guys go head-to-head across multiple maps and give us a real banger of a map. But I gotta say, when it comes down to it, Boomich right now, he's like a different person. This isn't the same Boomich we were seeing before.
No, I feel like he's an X factor for Na'Vi right now. I think he's creating, as we talked about already, creates a lot of space for the likes of Simple, Electronic, Perfecto for that matter as well. He's leading by example, and I think that's one of the things I want to highlight for Boomich right now. We often talk about Glaive, we talk about Alexi B when he was playing at the top level, being in-game leaders who lead by example. I think Boomich has transitioned into that. He likes to take shots, especially on the CT side, but he's also, you know, the player that would go towards long A, you know, and play on the CT side, be the anchor, be the, we call them, you know, the utility players or the supportive elements to the lineup. Boomich is willing to sacrifice. Boomich is willing to do whatever roles needed to be done for his team, and I think that is beautiful. He does it with a good, I would say again, look at this clip right here. He does it to a good extent, right? Yes, he does it sexy. He has the level right now, will I say, you know, to be the X factor for Na'Vi. We know Simple is a given, we know Electronic is a given, but when Boomich is playing at this level, they go to another level.
What's scary is that this is absolutely not a Simple/Electronic dependency that we're seeing. That's not the case anymore, and it hasn't been the case for this whole tournament for Na'Vi. Yes, Simple did play a great game, but Boomich can step up. I think the game plan is in place, the structure is good, the ideas coming in the games are interesting, they remain calm in the clutch situations, and then you have Flamey on Nuke stepping up. There are many, many elements coming together for Na'Vi to succeed.
And these are the elements that we spoke about for so long needing to be something that comes into play here. But for Vitality, right, it's going to be a sting once again, not making it that far. After playing so well throughout the entire tournament, they started stronger than anyone else.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame, right? Because the last 2 games we've been thinking to ourselves for the Vitality, and especially the body language as well coming out of Apex and some of the players, it's not a pretty sight. It doesn't look like Vitality are in control. It doesn't look like they're mentally where they're supposed to be. Maybe they're struggling a little bit. They know that they were maybe the best team of last year, at least the second best team, and so they're coming into 21 with a lot of expectations on their back. Nivera as well, having such a fantastic start to his Vitality. Tunus that now coming into 21, he can only basically fail, right? And he can only not do well enough. So I think we have to recognize the pressure on towards Vitality right now is enormous.
There's going to be disappointment on the Vitality camp. I'm going to bring up a clip to kind of sum up what happened to them on Dust 2, because I know the scoreline is pretty bleak for Vitality, but I want to say that they were in on it in a lot of these rounds. Look at this, 14-9. They find the entry kills on the B side. It's a 2-for-2 trade. At this point in time, to my understanding on Dust 2, it's technically winnable. But the problem is all of these retakes won't go their way. I'm not exactly sure if it is the philosophy they wanted to use. You could see here, I think the mistake that I can spot out is that Apex is abandoning the tunnel. Apex is abandoning the position, forcing then Shox to stay as a turret towards tunnel. The problem is, if you have Shox on that Xbox aiming there, he's open to a flash. I called it in agreement. I'd say Shox is about to get flashed, and sure enough, Simple gets into position, waits for the flash. Shox has no choice but to turn around. Boom, it strikes, and then electronic from the door, and that is it. The round crumbles. Vitality lost 2 of these exact bomb plant situations. This is the top level of Counter-Strike. If you are blessed with a 2-for-2 trade on the B-bomb side of Dust 2, you have to convert. You have to win these rounds, move on to the next. But Na'Vi, they had the protocols, and they retook it.
They did retake it, but now we have our finalists fighting out for this trophy in front of us here. It is going to be Astralis, the #1 team in the world, who have been waiting all day long for their matchup and their opponent. And they're facing Simple and Na'Vi, the 3rd best team in the world right now. And look at that money, $600,000 prize pool. This is the trophy they're fighting for. It's for the glory, it's for the respect. It's an Astralis who are trying to find that glory and fame of old and bring their name to the very top. It's a Na'Vi who have constantly made it every now and again to the playoffs, but they have struggled and they have suffered over and over again with not hitting the mark and bringing in a team performance. They're looking to change that again, but the last time they did it was Katowice 2020. It was a long time ago, and this $1 million that has been split in front of you, there is a hell of a big difference between that 1st place and 2nd place, but also, especially for the 1st place, TW still watches directly for him. The players, the coaches, everyone on the team gets it, and these are the only watches that are there. No one else in the world can get them, and you damn well know the players want them. Now, I know the CSGO fans out there love to throw on some bets, so we're going to give you back to VENN, and they are playing with the bets in terms of some props in here.
Thank you very much, Banks. What a win there for Na'Vi. Overtime in the first one. Second one, back and forth. That third one, they really pulled away, didn't they?
Absolutely. It was a match between Simple and Zaiwu. A lot of expectations that it would deliver, and deliver it did, because we got 3 maps so close, all 3 maps, and it's Na'Vi that takes it away to be moving forward to face Astralis, and it could not be more well-deserved.
Absolutely. We're back here at the Blast Premier Global Final Watch Party right here on VENN, your new home for the NA qualifiers and path to Blast Premier. Subscribe to the VENN Esports YouTube channel to get all the latest.
Now, dGon, we've already heard from some great names earlier today, but it's time to keep the train rolling along, and I hear we have some new faces joining us now.
Yeah, we do. Please welcome to the show the amazing content creators Nothing and Kittyplays. Hey, so welcome to the show. We heard that you two have known each other for a long time. We're here at the Blast Global Final event. So Kittyplays, what was the first event that you all met at?
Yeah, I think we go way back. It was about 6 years ago that we met. I believe it was at DreamHack, but Nothing, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, probably DreamHack. I think there was that first year when Cisco started blowing up. We probably met each other at multiple events throughout the year, from PAXs, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, been a long time. Good to see you again. Too bad not in person.
Yeah, it was an interesting little sound there, Jordan. All right. As you two are well aware, there's an enormous amount of weird stuff just like that can happen in CSGO. So we figured, why not give you the opportunity to place a few side bets on the grand final?
Now, certainly there's no money up for grabs here, but we'd love to hear if you think these are good bets or bad bets.
Now, starting with getting 2 kills in a round is considered to be, you know, pretty good. But getting 2 kills with a single bullet, that's a great feeling. So will there be at least one collateral? One collateral, what do you think, Nothing? You first.
I'll say yeah. I think, you know, they're not super common, but I feel like, you know, when we have such insane players, especially operas like Device and Simple in the final, there's a good chance. So why not? You know, we'll play the risky bet. It might not be the most conservative one, but yeah, I like saying yeah.
How about you, Kittyplays? What do you think? One collateral?
I think that's a bad bet. I don't think that we're going to see any collateral in the finals. These guys are warmed up, they're ready to play, and yeah, I think that's a bad bet.
That's right, no lineups.
All right, so we're talking about collats, but we've also seen some really impressive aces throughout this entire tournament. Will we see at least 2 more today? Good bet or bad bet? Starting with you, Kristen.
So I think this is a bad bet. Again, going back to these guys being warmed up, I think they're going to be trading each other throughout the match. I think it's likely that we might see one ace, but for us to have the entertaining second ace, I don't think that we're going to be seeing it today.
All right, Jordan, would you concur or are you disagreeing here?
You know, I think I probably would agree with their points, but I'm just going to say they're going to have two aces because why not? I think people are going to be chasing ecos here, trying to make a statement after pistol rounds. Maybe we'll get a couple eco round aces. You know, I'm shooting for the moon here.
That's right. Fortia's Honda himself had 3 aces in one match, so maybe. There's nothing like the disrespect that comes from a knife kill, but what if there aren't any? Nothing. Good bet or bad bet that no one gets stabbed. You get a lot of money if you get that kill.
I think there will be a knife kill. We're going to see Simple in this final. I think he's going to try to BM somebody first map. So I'm looking for a knife kill first map. Do we have the odds on that as well?
We should. Kitty, what about you? Knife kill, yes or no?
Yeah, I agree with nothing, especially having Simple in these games. I definitely see him pulling something like that off. He always loves to be entertaining and looking forward to that moment.
I think a lot of fans would agree with you guys on that one, that they would absolutely love to see that happen. But moving it along, we've talked a lot about different things that can happen in the game, and for this one, we may have to call in the judges just to define what may qualify, but good bet or bad bet that there will be an excessively awkward celebration during the global final. Jordan, starting with you.
I'm trying to think, like, we got a lot of old school guys on both teams here who have known, like, they've probably got their embarrassing reactions out of the way. Maybe someone like Perfecto, like one of the players who's like newer to the team. I mean, he's not that new, but I think it's a bad bet that there'll be awkward celebration, but you know, you never know.
All right, Kristen, what about you?
I think this is a good bet. You know, when people are really high intensity, I think sometimes they forget the way that they react. They're in control of the game, not in control of their body after they get those epic plays or have those moments.
Yeah, coaches count.
I'm hoping for some awkward celebrations.
Hey, so we want to know, we want to see
right,
it because you guys are professionals. I'm sure you've seen all of them before. Can you give us an awkward celebration right now? You two trying to celebrate with each other? Let's see it.
Maybe we should try and get a high five.
Yeah, you try to get that high five on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Wrong side. Come on, Jordan.
Here, this way.
All right. Hey, we'll see who got more right in just a little bit. You at home can also play along with Kittyplays and Nothing. Let us know about your favorite CSGO bets on Twitter or on Instagram at VENN Esports using the hashtag BlastPremiere.
Now, for now, thanks for the chat to both Kittyplays and Nothing. We appreciate it very much. It is time to head to a break. But when the Blast Global Final returns, we will find out who will be bringing home this trophy right here at the Blast Premier Global Finals.
Welcome to a new show called The Download.
It's a daily look at the stories, people, and trends that matter to you most, from gaming, pop culture, movies, and beyond.
Are you going PlayStation or are you going Xbox?
Going Nintendo.
There are no limits, so if you have a question or your own opinion, we want to hear it.
We'll give you, the viewer, an inside scoop, analysis, and discussion that matters most.
We'll see you
Every day on VENN.
The Download on VENN.
Welcome back, everybody. It is time for us to discuss in further detail the route these two teams have taken. We know what we've got, and it's an Astralis taking on Na'Vi for the grand final. And honestly, if you asked me this at the beginning, I wouldn't have said that Na'Vi would be in this situation because they got absolutely rolled over when it came to that Liquid matchup, especially on the opening game. And now they're facing their toughest opponent yet. And my, oh my, it's a big fight indeed. Look at that prize pool.
Yeah, it's a huge fight. It honestly is. And the matter of fact is, Vitality could and should have been there as the #2 team in the world. But it's actually Na'Vi, and it very deservedly so. They absolutely deserve their spot in the grand final. What's kind of cute as well is that both these teams lost a map in their opener. They could have been, for Na'Vi, it was straight up losing to Liquid and then losing a map to Complexity. Very scary for Astralis. They lost a map to EG. But it's the beauty of a format like this, right? It's a double elimination. You have a little bit of time to warm up. But if you are the best team, you're going to warm up and you're going to play better.
Now, when it comes to this, right, you look at the year last year, for example, for Na'Vi, started off with that huge Katowice win. We then moved into the online scenario, and it kind of went a bit wild again, right? They used the excuse for a long time that online play was affecting them. They maybe took a bit longer than other teams to adjust.
Sure, and that's the thing, right? Because it's Navi's own fault. It's Navi's own fault that they were so good at Katowice. Everyone saw what they did at Katowice. Everyone saw Simple. Everyone saw Electronic. And we saw Navi play the best Counter-Strike Navi have ever played. They even said themselves in interviews after the game that this is the best Navi ever. We are the best Navi that has ever been together. Afterwards, as you said, the Corona lockdown, you know, the online era, all that kind of stuff. We had this high expectations, but Navi couldn't live up to it. They were down here. So it's Navi's own fault that we expected them to be one of the best teams in the world because they showed us they could be one of the best teams in the world. For them, throughout 2020, it was not a bad year. Let's be honest, right? They finished as the third best team. It's quite underrated, I would say. Only behind Vitality, only behind Astralis. You can see right here, sure, a bit up and down in the rankings, but overall, they were relatively consistent despite a strugglesome year. So yeah, Navi deserves a lot of credit for what they've done. They do deserve some credit for their, let's say, consistency. The problem for them is that we see them play at a level that can be just as good, if not better than Vitality and Astralis. We just don't see it often.
And this is the thing. Deep playoff runs, constant making it to the top 4, for example, then stumbling at the last hurdle. But it's always been the same case for these guys. We put them on a pedestal due to Simple.
We do, you're right. And I think it's a compliment to the roster, if anything, because the story, the narrative out there is always, oh, Navi's an almost, Navi's a what if, Navi's a disappointment. Sometimes they have a good tournament. Actually, their year was quite consistent. Yes, not that many championship titles. They won Katowice. After that, it was a bit so-so. But still, the year was good. But because they have so much talent in that team, we can see what they do. We expect the highest from them all the time. Anything but the grand final is disappointing to a Navi fan when you know what they have in the tank. So now, this event, they're showing up. You're happy. I'm sure a lot of people are happy. But this is the kind of expectations we have. And I think we're not being that realistic when it comes to Na'Vi. But true, with what they have, they can do. They can win the titles.
And we've always been talking with this roster, right? We look at it, we say, oh, we need Flamey to step up, or we need Perfecto to step up. Well, Boomich has just stepped out of the shadows, beaten the IGL, and said, you know what? I'm going to go and take it on my own shoulders, and I'm going to handle business.
Yeah, he's been doing one hell of a job so far. I think we've been talking a lot about Boomich at the desk here, and I think deservedly so. He's been great in the entry fact department. He's been great as a leader. I think he's been calling some good rounds as well. I think we see some strategical depth to Na'Vi we haven't seen in a long time. We see them on Nuke, you know, switch it up whenever they need to. Individually speaking, yeah, we also talk about him, you know, holding up to his own. He's one up there, you know, have been top fracking a couple of games. You got Electronic, you got Simple on your lineup. So for Boomich to top frac, that in itself is very impressive. I cannot say a bad thing about him. Of course, he's had a couple of misses, but everyone will have throughout a tournament.
I agree. And now, with the level of Counter-Strike we have at the moment, a team is never as strong as its weakest link. That's how I see it at the top level. Maybe 2 or 3 years ago, a player, 2 players could just take over because of the talent was so disparate, right? But now everyone is so strong. You need other players in Vitality or Na'Vi or Astralis to step up. Look at the discussions we're having right now. We're talking about Xipnix for Astralis, stepping up massively. Dupree playing well. Same story with Vitality. Where is Nivera? Where is Mizuta? This is the era of 5 players activated on the server, which is why we expect more from the Boomich, the Flamey, and the Bit or whatnot.
And that's why with Astralis, we always get that activation. But their year last year was a bit of an up and down one because they had players going through health problems. They brought in the 6-7-man roster, the first team to ever do it, even though not utilizing it maybe in the same way Vitality did it. They had a huge drop-off, though, in 17th position, which is crazy. But again, we look at Astralis, and again, we hold them as the best team ever to play Counter-Strike because they've done all these amazing things. So sometimes we can be almost too critical of them.
Sure, and sure, it's a deep step off right here. It's a deep, you know, place to be placed 17th, but consider, right, you lose your in-game leader, you have Smix out, you have your entire team, you know, basically being picked apart from each other, bringing in was it Yuki and Snappy in a period, not really working out. Then you brought in S-Attack, who did a fantastic job. You bring in Bobsky, who's been doing a decent job. So there's been a lot of stuff going on within Astralis. All things considered, I think they are very satisfied finishing 2020 as the best year, especially considering how they've been playing in this tournament so far. You see Glaive getting better and better and better. He's back to be the in-game leader for Astralis. You even heard something say it straight out. I think we're better when Glaive is calling. I think he understands the game on a deeper level than Magic's. Not saying Magic is a bad in-game leader, he's just not as experienced as Glaive. And then we talk about Smix, back to the clutches, back to his individual level. There's not a bad thing to say about Astralis right now.
And I want to touch on that bit. You said about Magisk, right? He took over the in-game leadership, and he didn't do a bad job. This guy got given a tough task with new players coming in, not dealing with a full-man roster, and taking that over. And then also coming back in, just goes, cool, no problem handing it back, and then fragging out again as well, doing what we know he does best.
I think that's what is the most impressive about Astralis, is how not low the lowest point was. Because if you're Astralis, you had to stomach so many hits, right? We talk about Glaive, we talk about Zip, and their medical leaves they had to take. Magisk, a player that was always individually very impactful, suddenly has to be an IGL. We heard from the interviews it's something that he had been doing in the past, so it wasn't as black and white as we think, but still not the role he wants to be in. Not ideally for him. He still stepped up. His performance individually took a little bit of a dive. There's nothing to do against it. But now, the fashion with which they have dealt with these problems and their ability to peak again when it matters the most and the tournaments come in, to me, that in itself is a team that is successfully run. You know, the way they approach problems and they keep working. Think about the map pool. They come in this last global final and suddenly they pull the Vertigo and the Overpass. And Jacob talks about it. Typically, they would be ready for these tournaments. This is what you want, peak performance. You want to peak when it matters the most.
Let's take a look, though, at the year for both these teams. Their road to the global final as it be, because they had a hell of a job to get here. And look how crazy it went at the beginning of the year. It was that shock right back in London where we saw them go last in the group stages. But Na'Vi, well, they finished first.
Yeah, and that was Na'Vi again reminding us what they can do. But you're correct, Astralis. Some of these sentences and results here are not to do great. I see 7-8. I see didn't qualify. Which is not to say Astralis didn't have trouble period in 2020. That would be a lie. What I appreciate is that they didn't crumble and disappear. They just took it, they took the hits, they kept on working, and now they're finding form again.
And then Na'Vi, right, they were great at the beginning and then just consistent and stayed middle of the pack afterwards.
Yeah, Na'Vi, as said, you know, they had a relatively consistent year throughout. They never got up to the peak. We saw Katowice, the demo was up there, you know, where you talked about Na'Vi being the best team in the world, but they were consistently good and they were always a dark horse in any given tournament they played.
Well, it's time for us to head on to a break. It's time for us to get ready for this final. It's coming up your way in just a few minutes. It's Astralis taking on Na'Vi, and trust me, it's a game that you don't want to miss.
Welcome to the download.
It's a daily look at the stories, people, and trends that matter to you most, from gaming, pop culture, movies, and beyond.
We'll see you
every day on VENN.
The download on VENN.
Join me, Chrissy Costanza, and your favorite creators on unexpected adventures. Tune in live and join the action. Guest House on VENN.
Last Premier Global Final Watch Party hosted by VENN. We're here to keep you entertained while we wait for the final teams to face off in their first map.
Throughout the day, dGon and I have been inviting some of the biggest names in CSGO to hang out with us between the matches, and we are not stopping anytime soon. So please welcome back to the party Nothing, who has hopefully fixed his puberty issues, as well as a new face this time around, Pasha Biceps. Welcome on to the party, Pasha. It's such a pleasure to be speaking with you, though I'm not gonna lie, Pasha. I thought we'd be seeing the sleeveless.
Hello, my friend.
Shirt.
The biceps is still here.
Pasha, where's the sleeveless shirt?
You know the liquid guys. You need to send me more this t-shirt because I changed the design and every day I can't use it because this is dirty. My wife said it's not good. So please, if you're watching this, send me more, please.
All right, Joker Steve, if you're watching, time to send him some more shirts.
Yeah, time to send him more. Jordan, how's the voice?
Hey, test 1 2.
Oh, hey, he's back.
There's a difference. Okay, so as you can see, I have a little bit of a mix-up here, but I'm doing well, guys. I've expedited puberty over the course of 5 minutes.
Yeah, fun stuff, fun stuff. All right. In the time before COVID-19, CSGO pros traveled all over the world to play in tournaments. And with a bunch of young guys roaming around the cities they're not familiar with, it's almost guaranteed that y'all got into some trouble, maybe some crazy shenanigans. So, Pasha, you got any crazy stories? Let's start with you, brother.
First, I want to ask, as you are here, I would like to say, FIFA is very lucky to have you. You look so good. Thank you so much.
Robin, are you watching? You should be lucky.
Second, yeah, Fifi, good luck, man. the story about, you know what? In 2014, that was like 7 years ago. It was like an even DreamHack. That was like a major, and that was like after quarterfinal. I got interviewed, and the Jordan guys. Maybe for me it's a lot, but for you it can be nothing. Jordan come to when I got interview, he kissed me in the neck, and from this time, guys, this is not crazy story maybe, but from this time when he kissed on my neck, guys, Papito being like a full tolerant for open for the life, and I am changing my mind and everything. So Jordi, maybe this is not like a crazy story, but thank you so much. You changed the Papito, bro.
Oh, my pleasure. I actually remember that in Sweden, right?
Yes, my friend.
Oh, but my brother, this is for a reason, you know, we've become closer over the years.
Love, the brotherly love, and okay, that was pretty good, but Jordan, I heard a little rumor about you and Pasha here having a night out on the town. I think it involved a taxi.
Oh, man. So, some people have heard this story.
This is old story,
probably, yeah, this is old story. This is old story. This is, what is this, 2015, 2016, we're in China, I want to say. Maybe even, actually, probably before that. Probably even before CSGO. We're in China. We've been drinking. I'm laying on the floor. That's the kind of night I'm at, but I'm literally laying on the sidewalk. I'm out for the count. I'm like, we need to get out of here. We need to go find some food. The taxis in China are not very big, right? Specifically the ones in the area we're at. So we're all in a group trying to get a taxi to go home. No taxi will take the whole group. So we say, okay, please just take a couple of us and we'll get another taxi and then you guys could take us. And they kept saying, no, no, no. And Pasha said, come on. And the Polish guys start getting in there. And then their English, you know, these guys don't speak English. So then Polish guys are trying to say stuff and they're not listening. And then so Pasha and the group's trying to walk around and the car's trying to leave, but they're still standing in front of them. And so Pasha said, what are you doing, man? Like, just to give us a ride. And the guy says, no. Pasha literally, to one of the small cabs, gets in a deadlift position. And while the guy's car is on, deadlifts the front of the car, probably 2 feet off the ground, and picks up the tire. I about lost my mind. I started rolling on the ground. I couldn't handle reality at this point, and that's still one of my favorite moments with the Virtus Pro.
Jordi, that was the time when Papito was full of testosterone, my friend. This is why. This is the time he's changing right now.
Sasha, how many times have you lifted up a cab before? Because the way Jordan's making it sound makes it sound like it's very normal that you did that.
That was first time in China. I did it, but I never did it again in Poland. But maybe we will meet again in China and we do the replay, right? So I think
That is absolutely awesome.
Yeah, anytime. You handle the car part, I'll handle the drinking.
Yeah, babe. Papa nothing and Papa pizzas.
All right, hey, that sounds great. Hey, everyone, thank you so much. We got to let you go, but thanks for stopping by. It's always a pleasure. Now, to celebrate today's global final, we are partnering with Blast to give away a special edition Blast TW Steel watch, as well as 10 $100 Steam gift cards. All you have to do to enter is follow at VENN Esports and at Blast Premier on Twitter, on Instagram, or quote tweet who you think is going to win. Please do it. Winners will be announced tomorrow by DM. Now, back to Denmark for more of the global final.
Teamwork is what makes the dream work for these guys out here.
It's Zipix here in the corner, looking for more than one. Mack 10, good for the double, a triple! The MP9 goes big!
All the win conditions you want from Astralis, they are here.
1 versus 4, and he's going to get a headshot.
Oh, what? No way!
They always get better game by game by game.
This team looks like they could actually contend with Astralis.
Talk about coming alive when his team needed it most.
Electronic, no, there it is! Double headshots, and it's the clutch! Electronic!
This Na'Vi looks to be full force.
Perfecto, though, cleaning it up. Oh, that is amazing!
That is something special.
It is time for the grand final here for the Blast Premier Global Finals. They're all coming in to fight for this trophy on your screens now. We've got the best team in the world, the greatest to ever do it in Astralis, going up against the Na'Vi that have consistently been there but struggled to hit the mark. With some of the best players in the world on the server, you know this is going to be an epic matchup. And they're fighting it out for a $600,000 first place. With $200,000 going for the second, there's a huge difference in that. And they're also, for the winners, getting these beautiful golden TW Steel watches. You can only get them by winning this tournament, and you know it's going to be fire. And it's time for us to take a look at this matchup. We have seen a lot from these teams across the year and across this event, but the one thing I want to start with here, guys, is whenever these two teams match, we also get something very special. Twice last time we were here at Blast, and it was the upset, we called it at the time, of Na'Vi taking down Astralis, and then Astralis did what they do best. They learn, they reconfigure themselves.
I don't think it exists a universe out there, even in the wildest multiverse theories, where Na'Vi versus Astralis is a boring game of Counter-Strike. It cannot happen. It strictly cannot happen. For a fan of Counter-Strike out there, whoever you cheer for, this is going to be a celebration. We have teams with different paths to this grand final. Obviously, Na'Vi struggling at the beginning, Astralis losing one map to EG, but full force clashing now. Remember, we are always fighting every year to decide who's the best team, who's the best player. These decisions are made based on these events right now. This is going to be the first page.
Now, the thing I want to start with here, right, is looking at Na'Vi, because if I was coming into this, normally we would say Astralis, 5 players that can always get it done, and Na'Vi, well, it's simple and electronic, but it has not been the case if we look towards the last few games here at least.
Yeah, because as Matt just said, right, it didn't start out well for Na'Vi in this tournament. You look towards the lineup, you thought to yourself, okay, without Simple, it's not going to look great for them. Starting out by losing to Team Liquid in the fashion they did, well, we all thought, you know, okay, this is the same Na'Vi from last year. You know, the inconsistencies, they can be good, they can be bad, they can be everything. But I will say, the last 3 games we watched from Na'Vi have been some of the best Counter-Strike I've seen them play since Katowice last year. And that, you know, that is a Na'Vi that we talked about at Katowice, maybe being the best Na'Vi of all time, maybe being one of the best Counter-Strike teams, you know, in that specific tournament of all time. Simple was owning it up. Electronic was owning it up. Now, what you said right here is spot on, and that's what I love about Na'Vi. This time around, they're near the same level. They're up there when they play some of the most fantastic Counter-Strike we've seen Na'Vi play, but they do it as a team. They have Flamey involved, they have Perfecto involved, even Bit chimed in yesterday with a fantastic Inferno performance. Of course, Simple is great. He's always. Even Electronic is having a decent tournament. So, Na'Vi as a team right now is playing well, and that I don't think I've seen before at this level.
Now, we cannot not talk about the Simple effect, but this time when I'm looking at it, right, this man, when he plays against Astralis, For whatever reason, he seems to pull out an extra level. There's an extra 5-10% that you don't think is possible for a player, and he makes it happen only against this team.
Yeah, I think it's the champion syndrome, right? When you want to be the best and you go up against the best, well, naturally you're going to give you 200%. And we've had multiple occurrences of Simple going off absolutely massively against Astralis. Now, we say he's had a great event. Well, again, that is the Simple effect because he's actually on 139, which is massive. It's not a great event for Simple. It's an amazing event. He's on course to win his first MVP of the year. Would Na'Vi win this grand final? That would be no discussion at all. Simple is head and shoulders above everyone. The next one on the server at this event is Dupree with 1.20. So Simple is not sharing, but you are right. This is not only the Simple show. You have Boomich, which is at 110 as opposed to 0.95 past 3 months. So Boomich is better, Perfecto is better. It's a team effort.
And when we're looking at this, right, when we touch on everything that Na'Vi have to offer, this player bit that came in, we all saw it. He had Astralis in his first ever game. Then he had Vitality. He did not have an easy run as a new player to Tier 1 Counter-Strike. But finally, we saw yesterday, he delivered in a way that none of us expected.
Yeah, I think we've seen glimpses of it, right? His first couple of performances were not that great, let's be honest. His stats right here, you don't look at those stats and think to yourself, okay, this is a star in the making. But I will say, judging by the eye test, we saw glimpses of what he can do. We've seen him perform in Na'Vi Junior as well. You look up his statistics, they're looking just fine. So a player with a lot of skill, a player that for the future maybe can be a good player. But in this tournament, and as a whole, it hasn't been that great up until yesterday, as you said. That performance gave me hope that the glimpses we saw is the real potential. Can he find a way to make that consistent? Probably not like the rest of Na'Vi. They've been struggling with that problem for 2 years. But if he can do it more than just once every 5th game, then Bit can become an asset. He can become an active for Na'Vi, especially on a map like Inferno.
And when we talk about it, right, he's only playing Inferno at the moment. Right. Is that potentially a weakness that Astralis could exploit?
I don't know if that's a weakness, but the matter of fact is Astralis have always picked Inferno against Na'Vi. So I don't really know how Bit is doing when there is $600,000 to win in the grand final. Like, come on, let's give this kid a break. The games he's got to play, 3rd or 4th map he's playing is the grand final of the global final. It's just massive. And if we see Inferno, we're going to see Bit.
Yeah, we are going to see Bit, right? That could be crazy, but we'll have to wait and see if we get the maps to make sure that happens. But looking at Astralis, right, again, this team we know and love. We know what they've been able to achieve, what they've been able to do. They are running the 6-man roster, but so far in this tournament, we have not seen Bubsky because like you mentioned, Pimp, they're starting to move away from Nuke, which used to be the bread and butter for Danish Counter-Strike.
Yeah, but not anymore. We even had one of the first interviews at the tournament talking to Glaive saying that, I don't know how we got that bad on Nuke. We even missing smokes we never missed before, and we don't feel comfortable on the map. So for him to say that, you know, for probably Astralis being the best team to ever touch the map in a period, was it 32 wins in a row or something along the lines? It was like absolutely fantastic. Yeah. To say that Nuke is no longer a map they feel confident on is quite a statement. Now, that could be something he's saying for the show. That could be something they've been working on over the break. Practicing it.
Sneaky.
But the veto suggests otherwise. We've seen Astralis remove Nuke in the 2nd phase of the veto at least twice in this tournament. So something tells me that Nuke is not a map they want to play. And as Matthew said, you know, Astralis, there's a good chance they're going to pick Inferno, whereas for Na'Vi, there's a decent chance they're going to pick Nuke.
Now, when it comes to Astralis, right, we know what they can do, we know what they deliver as a team, but I look at this team and I think right now, it's even more scary the fact they don't even think they're at the same level that they could be at.
Which I think is a fair statement. I don't think this is the Astralis that at some point in Counter-Strike were not even a discussion as to who was going to win the tournament. If they were participating, they were winning. Simple law, right? I don't think that's the case. I've said it at the beginning of this event that Astralis can bleed at the moment, and I stand by that statement. I think they can have some maps that they drop. Matter of fact, they've dropped, I think, a series or a map in every series they've played, so you can beat them. But what I appreciate is that they remain calm, and when push comes to shove, when they have to step up, they do. Would that be a Glaive effect, as we talked about? Because we know he's got them calls at the very last time. Or is it because all the individuals are stepping up? Except for that matter, but Jisk, Device is only at 115 right now. And I don't mean that as a diss, because they don't need him to be at 140. Yeah,
they really, yeah,
it's a very liberal use of only. I don't think I've had one tournament with 115 in my life, like maybe 2. So it's very liberal.
We'll take you out of retirement. Maybe they'll have a go at it again. But you know what?
Trying.
When we look at Astralis, we look at what they can do. They're never really a scare team. They don't allow the pressure to get to them. But I want to hear from Zonic right now and hear what he had to say to Freya.
Speaking of that pressure, obviously we're going into the grand finals here at the global finals. You will be coming up to face against Na'Vi, who you faced a lot in the latter half of 2020. So what are you thinking of Na'Vi's form coming into this this first match of 2021?
I think it's a classic Na'Vi. They always look a bit shaky, and you are always started to question them. They had a few bumps in the beginning of the tournament, but they are maybe similar to us, a team that you can never count out. the way that they have fought back in this tournament and the way that they've been playing is truly amazing, and we definitely need to play our A game if we want to beat them.
And that's what it's all about, playing your A game against a Na'Vi like this. They remember back at Katowice where they had to face this kind of Na'Vi, but they hadn't seen it since then.
No, and I mean, the Na'Vi they faced at Katowice, let's be honest, even Astralis in the best shape ever would struggle against that Na'Vi. We saw Simple go absolutely nuclear. We saw Electronic having a good game. We saw Flamey finding a lot of impact. Now, Flamey to me is an interesting prospect because we talked a lot about him throughout this tournament. Is he, regressing in his career? Is he finding his form again? It's hard to say, but I've seen glimpses and I've seen more positives from Flamey than I've seen in a long while. So he's as well going to be a great asset for Na'Vi.
Well, let's see if Flamey can be flame on when we get on the server, but let's see the part that we love, the maps, the vetoes, what we're going to get out of these two teams.
Well, I'm going to need you guys. I think the bans are pretty clear-cut. There's not going to be a Vertigo, there's not going to be a Mirage. We can just kick them up to the curb. I wouldn't understand why. Now, when it comes to Na'Vi, that right now is a nuke pick. Right for the taking. Astralis is shying away from nuke. They don't play so well at the moment. Na'Vi has been picking it every single time, so they're going for nuke. I personally feel that Astralis can go two ways. First way is going for Inferno, because in terms of map pool, that is a punish. It's not a good map for Na'Vi. It's a very good map for Astralis. That would make sense. Do we see the Overpass pick coming in? Do we see Overpass as a preparation for a punish? I could still consider it. We saw Vitality manhandling. They stick with the Inferno, remaining as a potential Overpass. Now, the third map, I think Dust 2 could be a handshake, but if they go to Overpass, that'd be great too.
Yeah, I think Overpass, they got a bit scared yesterday. There's no way they're going to play it right. Na'Vi don't want to play it either. They also lost to Vitality, so it makes sense. I think Dust 2 is a good fitting map for a third between these two teams. We've seen so many close games on Dust 2 between all of them, and there we go. Train is not a map you want to play against Na'Vi. So we basically got the maps we expected. Some good, some close maps, and for the first time in the tournament, we get to see Bubsky.
We do get to see Bubsky, and he's been sat there waiting, right? And the question's going to be, how hot does he come into this? Because surely Astralis and Sonic would know straight away, okay, we know what our insta-ban is, we know what their insta-ban is, Nuke's going to be picked by Na'Vi.
See, I don't know. Do you think there's a chance that Sibling is going to play?
Okay, let me put it this way. If that's a big if Astralis backtrack on Bubsky right now, that creates such a dangerous precedent for the future. As in, listen, kid, we know you're supposed to play Nuke, but when it matters, you're not going to play it. So I really hope they don't backtrack, because that would open up a world of trouble for the future.
Yeah, I would agree, right? Because we've been talking about a six-man roster and saying if you practice with him on this map, even if it's just one map, he plays this map. Surely you don't change
the thing is, we don't know how they've been practicing.
I know.
Had they been practicing with Sipnix and Nuke again, do they think that, Sipnix coming back into shape can be a better ramp player than Bubsky? Can he offer more to the T side? Do they want to go back? Honestly, we don't know. I don't think so. I think Bubsky's going to play, but who knows?
Okay, if it was you guys, right, and you were in control and you could make the choice, I'm going to start with you, Pimp, as you are the Dane. What would you do? Bubsky plays or Zip plays?
I think Bubsky offers something else than Sipnix on a map like Nuke. He can be more aggressive, so I'd probably stick with Bubsky and give him another shot. With that said, the recent form Sipnix has been showing in this tournament, I wouldn't be surprised if they'd been practicing with him over the...
You got to make a choice. Which one are you going with?
I'm sticking with Bubsky, but yeah, close one.
100%. I'm sticking 100% because if now I'm changing to Zip, that is the whole premise of the six-man roster that falls apart. If I decide to change now and put in Zip, that's it. It doesn't make sense anymore for the future. You are again backtracking to a short-term vision where you want to perform on the very day instead of looking long-term.
And there it is.
All right, cool.
They are sticking to their guns.
You got me scared for a second, Jacob. I was like, no, surely not. Surely not.
Jacob put this into our heads, by the way, out of nowhere.
I was pretty confident that Bubsky was still going to play right, but there was still a chance there could still have been this conversation. I just want to try to channel the topic, right, that if you have a six-player, I agree, we've been talking about it a lot of times, even with Bit on Inferno, you got to play a six-man. You got to play the player you're practicing with. All I'm saying is that there must have been a conversation, or at least Sonic must have thought at a single point, okay, when Sipnix is coming back into this form, when he's starting to play this well, and Bubsky haven't found much success in Nuke, at what point do we backtrack? At what point do we try to slot in Bubsky to another map? There's a conversation to be had, and I just wanted to challenge you a little bit.
I agree, Jacob. I'm just going to tell you, here is the next 900 IQ play.
Oh, here we go.
You have to have different composition on the same map. That's your next level of Counter-Strike. Okay. When you can have a different lineup.
So you want Sipnix on the CT side, lockdown ramp, and Bubsky
it's not what
aggressive?
I mean different game plans with different lineups. But this is so challenging. The viewers have to understand the amount of work that needs to go into a rotating lineup on the same map. It's hugely challenging. But if one way you can guarantee me, look, we can play good Nuke with Zip, we can play good Nuke with Bubsky, then I'm saying, hell yeah, performance-wise, who's the better performing? Whoop, slub it in. But you have to have that guarantee, which is not the case right now. Yeah, we're going a little bit mental right now with like the theory. I like it.
We got on some deep theory. I threw this question at you. I didn't expect it to go this far. But what we saw from Bubsky right last time around, okay, they're saying the Nuke wasn't bad, but I wouldn't say it's him.
No, I don't think it's Bubsky making Astralis' Nuke bad, right? Glaive said that they were missing Smokes, they were feeling uncomfortable, they're not feeling the confidence they normally play with. That's not his fault. It's not Bobski's fault that the rest of the team is not performing up to their level. Now, we've seen dupreeh coming back into shape, and he's going to be vital, especially on the CT side. He's such a good inside player, and we've seen Na'Vi, we've seen all the teams playing Nuke so far in this tournament, constantly abusing the inner bomb side. So if dupreeh's going to have a great game, if he's going to continue his good tournament and his good CT sides, that's going to be elevating that for sure. So no, Bobski's not a problem, but he needs to be the difference maker as well. Playing ramp, you need to be influential, you need to be impactful, you need to be able to clutch, and so far, I haven't been impressed with Bobski. It's not his fault, but he can be better.
Well, let's see if we are going to be impressed with him. It's time for us to throw it back over to Smix and dGon at VENN, because they are going to present you the grand final this special way.
Welcome back to the Blast Premier Global Final Watch Party. Subscribe to the VENN Esports YouTube channel to get the latest on our next event, the NA Qualifiers and the path to Blast Premier.
We are just minutes away from the global final, and it is time for the team intros. So what better way to kick things off than with a rap god himself? We figured we'd let Harry Mack do what he does best, completely improvise and freestyle these team intros. So Harry, I'll let you take it away.
Yo, yo, hey, hey, 1, 2, 1, 2, check it. 1, 2, 1, 2, let's go. Off top, come on, off top, yeah. Ain't another rapper ever been this wise. I'm about to introduce the teams, I'ma improvise. Hey, yo, first on the list, they gotta be acknowledged. Global final team, we reppin' for Astralis. Mack, all up in there, your life can't be saved if you ever try to step up to my man Glaive. Y'all know on the platter, we about to serve ya. Yeah, hey, yo, we shouting out the lurker. Mack, when I'm on it, I get fly as well. Hey, yo, shouts out to Glaive, that's the IGL. We representing for the team, living out our dream. And y'all know they coming through with the ill schemes. Yeah, Mack here to hold it down, representing once again. All up in the competition, you can tell plan to win. Hey, Glaive all up in it, going deep on the creep. When it comes to gameplay, never cheat. We going all in. We got you all up in the crosshairs while I'm improvising with the boss flair. Yo, headphones on, we getting nice. I entice, and the mic is my favorite device. Hold up, I put it down for my people. Y'all know we gon' make a hit. Yeah, you know that device narrowly missed out. I'm being HL, TV's #1. Many years in a row, we gon' get it done. Maybe this'll be the year. I'ma spit something clear. H-Mack, I be representing with my peers, hands clapping. Y'all know situations getting drastic. Every time I'm rhyming, man, y'all know I'm working magic. Hold up, I put it down while I serve ya. Shouts out to Magic, repping as the lurker. Off of the tip, man, y'all know we putting it down. They hold the flag red and green. I be off the head too mean, doing what I feel like, kicking lyrics real tight. Shouts to Astralis, they the ill type. Hold up, and you knowing that this kid's next. Gotta represent for the support, dude, Zipex. When I come right off the top, I'm the one you about to learn about. Took a little time to recover from the burnout, but now he's back in action. Behind the scope, and he's steadily clapping, snapping on all competition in the ring. Mack all up in it, I'm about to do my thing. Yeah, they move me to do it truly while I'm representing with the homie named dupreeh. And you know I kick a free flow for you, bro. Shout to the double D duo, Device and dupreeh coming through. Never no beginners. dupreeh, the 4-time major winner. Yeah, I be dropping lyrics that are lovely. Enough respect to the rifler named Bobski. Mack, we go represent non-stop. You know they got that 2-year contract. I'ma kick these bomb raps for all my people off the tip. I do it gladly. But hold up, we about to rap now for Na'Vi. Mack, man, I'm probably the illest when I do this. Repping for the team, so check the way we spew this. Na'Vi, yes, I will perform for them. Y'all know what it means, they was born to win. Come on, I put it down and I rap with the sound. When it comes to lyrics, never getting played for the clown. Looking through the scope, too dope. I'm filling y'all with hope, then I take that back. Get sacred raps in the crosshairs, taking shots. Y'all know what we bout. Yes, we do this. Enough respect out to Boomage. Hey, yo, they be top choice. A great player plus an angelic singing voice. H-Man, call up on it. You know what he's about. Yo, Boomage, they be straight up staying on their route. Representing the entry fragger and the IGL. H-Mack, man, I'm doing it well. I'm here to excel, believe me. Rappers, I'ma check those. Every time I do a rhyme, it's perfecto. Best believe that I be at your service and word to your name, cause my skill's so perfect, making y'all nervous. Shooting from above, shout to perfecto, I'm giving you the love. Come on, we ready for whatever, turning around the corner. Tried to warn you in the game, yo, we be the best performer. Hold up, I'm so sick with flows that I vomit. You don't want it with my homie named Electronic. Come on, we out here doing it large. Yeah, they name is Electronic cause they so charged. Mack off the top and you know I stay clever. Is this the best, second best player ever? Might be. In fact, I'm thinking it's likely. I'm staying plugged in, kinda like I'm an IV. Yeah, I got you smiling, showing dimples. Every time I rhyme, I break it down plain and simple. Come on, and y'all know that I really got them bouncing right. One of the best players to have touched Counter-Strike. Yeah, Michael Jordan in the league. H-Mack, I got the lyrics they cannot believe. Hey, very strong-willed and emotional. That's how the game be. Shout to the rifler named Flamey. Mack all up in it, I be holding down the court, holding down the fort. Flamey always bringing that support. Come on, I'm improvising off top over bangers. Shout out to Flamey, hold it down like an anchor. Y'all in danger, cause Navi coming through. Hey, they was born to win, that's what they plan to do. Hold up, the sniper rifle is vital, we about to hit ya. I'm shining just like a fixture, I'm here to paint a picture. I get the reward, headsets and the keyboards, mouse plugged in, and y'all know what we for. Come on, that be the global final teams. Mack off the top, repping for the rhyme regime. I'm here for all of y'all and I'm holding it down. I said all across the planet they be loving the sound. Let's go.
Yeah! Harry Mack, everybody, straight off the dome, and what better way to introduce those teams? Thank you so much, Harry. That's all the time that we got here at the watch party. Now let's send it back to Denmark for the global final.
The watch party comes to a close, and now the Counter-Strike party is about to get started. Over a year of Counter-Strike unfolding across 2020, beginning in London and ending in Copenhagen. It has been quite some time that we watched the best of the best lock horns in and outside of the server. And now we find ourselves at the final hurdle, the final best of three. For some team launders, tonight is the night. Na'Vi or Astralis. Na'Vi, a ridiculous lower bracket run sent down by a fresh-faced Team Liquid, and Astralis watched in wonder earlier today as they upset versus Vitality to lead us here.
There was no bad outcome when it came to this final, but there is something special about having Na'Vi get here to fight against Astralis. Yes, as a third contender, Vitality came up this year in an enormous way and ended up finishing stronger than maybe anybody else. But now that we are into 2021 and looking now at this cumulative tournament with the Blast Global Finals and seeing Na'Vi get better day by day, getting farther than they did in terms of form than they even ended with last year, it's clear that we are on the precipice of seeing a resurgence of Na'Vi in the same way we did at the beginning of 2020. If there's a team that could beat them, that could beat Astralis today, it might not come down to the tactics. It might not just be the fact that Vitality you could argue has a better system. It could be the confidence that Na'Vi have right now. And the fact that even though you would say that Astralis are the better team, that Na'Vi always can bring it close. And based on what we've seen, they primed themselves. They used all these other teams on the way through the bracket as whetstones to be able to show us a situation where maybe they could challenge Astralis for this #1 spot.
And a challenge is what this game is going to be. Astralis, who made ridiculous lower bracket runs to end 2020, have soared forward on the top spot to get into this grand final. So, without further ado, the inaugural Blast Global Finals begins between Astralis and Na'Vi right here on Nuke. And of course, we've got the Danes on the CT side. Smokes both sides of Squeaky Door. Who will be the first to fall? Seems like Boomish catches him by surprise. Falls in from Mini. Never the wiser. Astralis had no clue that was about to happen, and because of it, it's a 5v3 post plant. A T-side pistol round win. Is there a better way to start Nuke for Na'Vi?
Yeah, no, there isn't. And keys to victory, of course, are going to be Boomich to come through on the opening kills to be able to get that first kill on top of show us that his calls are having impact. And one thing is with Boomich that we've seen that's been kind of consistent. When he's playing well, the calling is also really good. And that's always a great sign for Na'Vi and a reason why they got this far in the first place. Having to come through some really, really tough competition. Of course, you know, here's a situation. It's just one round, and we see Magisk get caught off guard slightly inside the mini. The molly comes down, and again, that's what guides the footsteps, the bit of chaos that comes through. It's a nice opening. It's one round for what it's worth. Here's another storyline. Having Bubsky in the game on Nuke. In his last, like, 6 matches, he hasn't got a game with more than 10 kills on T-side. And as he referenced in an interview, I think at DreamHack, Masters winner, he said on T-sides he wasn't really slotting in that well. The question is he an upgrade from Xyp9x? It's hard to say. It's hard to argue that he is from what we can see. But obviously Astralis are not a team that are trying to just hand out favors, right? Surely they're going to try to use Bubsky to take their team to the next level. Either way, we're into the next round.
Wow, the pace. Yet again, Boomich going to be that front runner. We do have an answer. This time it's not the double kill straight out the gate. Magisk able to keep it equal and then some. Gets Boomich as he tries to take that long journey up and around the heaven. Where does this leave Na'Vi? Well, it pushes Astralis into a spot where they're still just playing with what they began with. A few less grenades, but they didn't get their paws on the weapons that they've dropped. Perfecto's low. Gonna serve as a bit of a garage anchor as his teammates go downstairs.
And a 3-on-4 situation. They catch a straggler. That's Glaive that gets shut down, and we had Perfecto in kind of an outpost here in the big garage, waiting for some mistake to happen. Now Magisk will eventually trade him out as well. He was the lower player, and they at least get info that Magisk is upstairs. So this is going to lead them to come downstairs, where there is a CT lying in wait.
This is all Magisk so far. 3 kills at the current moment. Bubsky's going to add 1 to the tally, but it's Simple. And they're outgunned. No longer outnumbered, as Simple takes to the back of the site. It's all on Dupree, smoking to Deeg. And Simple jittering around now, has him spotted. He can take this fight on his own accord, but he does take damage back, and there's the clutch from Simple. A little 1v3 to get that second round. The costs are high for Na'Vi.
Damn, they actually scores that one. They're supposed to win the round, of course. They come in with more money, but then they end up losing players on their way down to lower. It looks unlikely here. But some really crispy shooting from Simple. Gets it to the 1v1 and to labored effort in the 1v1. But he's got the cover to work with. Dupree's out in the open. So no surprise that he ends up winning that duel. And that's a saving grace from Simple. Now we get to see Simple in the second half, but first we get to see Device in the first half as well. And we're talking about, I think it's no surprise, the top 3 operators in the world are also the top 3 best nuke CT rifle or CT operators in the world as well. Device right up in that position. And I'm sure basically everybody has learned from Device on this map when it comes to the CT side and how to play it. But before we get to the rifles, we've just got 1 more anti-eco and a couple of kills come down quickly. And for Astralis, it is just about trying to get some economic damage in if possible. But that's just about it.
Astralis with a nod to Na'Vi. 2 Zeus on the field. One of which inside of hut here, hoping somebody walks inwards. Perfecto just standing above it, watches towards the ramp push. Not going to happen. So Na'Vi looking to milk this one.
In terms of rotations, no one does it smarter than Device, of course. But both teams have beasts on this map.
Easy pickups.
Yeah, the cleanup comes through. Bubsky's left alone. And on CT side for Bubsky, nothing but good things to say. Like, I think when we were watching all of his initial nuke games, CT side looked good. The way he was playing ramp looked good. He was never taking too many risks. He was usually winning his opening duel. It was more in the second half that things were an issue. So I think, and at first what we saw was a lot of teams were avoiding ramp, I feel like, not really messing with Bubsky all that much. He was finding the good opportunities for when to push into ramp, and we'll be paying attention to that in this game, as well as when to go downstairs and how to play from there. But of course, I'm sure he's developed some stuff. So he'll find at least 1 kill here. That's an AK knockdown, and they'll try to cover it. In fact, they do that. 1 kill on the round is Na'Vi, pick up 3.
Good to know that a bit of time on the bench And Bubsky is already quickly shaken off the ring rust. Crisp Deagle into a stationary Simple for that one. But now the game begins. Buy up on the side of Astralis, Device immediately opping. Who takes to the stars for the Danes? Who begins this first map as hot as can be?
I think the opening strategy is very important to show us what Na'Vi want to get out of this half. Right now, it's the default with a little bit of pressure on side. Tweaky, actually, they're going to continue forward with the exact. The flash is just good enough to get one kill. There's another player on top of the HUD.
Yeah, he's up here in the rafters, and as Boomich looks upwards, it's dupreeh to get himself a kill, Glaive adding one, and sure enough, it's just Na'Vi kind of getting pulled in different directions. Oddly enough, a Molotov kill. That makes things somewhat interesting. But Electronic then takes damage.
This is interesting.
And it gets turned back. Simple's out towards ramp.
The problem is, will they make a mistake as to rotate into ramp in this spot? It's been left open for so long. We'll see. The CTs are starting to make their way over, and it looks like they might. Will he wait? This is an opportunity. There's another player right behind him who is not checking ramp at the moment. And Simple, he just has to get the kill. They'll use this to lead off. Glaive cannot rotate in time, and the drop comes through. Now it's a 2v2.
Yeah, Glaive was way more focused over outside, thinking maybe somebody was encroaching on Hell. Simple buys enough time and then takes his shot. Glaive takes his shot and misses the mark. Back in with a second peek. Simple's got both of the crucial kills that got them down here. Bubsky attempting to challenge out through the doorway. The flash goes out, but he doesn't, and as he peeks, he's caught from control. A fourth round win from Na'Vi.
No, the clutch is in favor of Na'Vi right now. They look super composed at the moment, and of course, Simple, such a key piece to all of these moments, right? The 1v3 in the second round, as well as this critical frag as he waits patiently to make the CT behind him rotate farther away. Glaive could have peeked out with that op sooner to trade out Simple if he hadn't been patient. And that's the idea behind waiting. Of course, you're thinking, oh, he's trying to knife him. And listen, it might have been in the back of his head, but that wasn't his #1 priority. It's let the CTs get more and more comfortable with the idea that ramp is completely clear.
Create that gap, create that space between them. Dead on. Glaive got to the doorway before that trigger was pulled, and right out this one, we've got Glaive with a Deagle kill.
Hey, no offense to Glaive, but you can see immediately, like, Device doesn't miss that shot, and he also doesn't die on the repeak in the same way. He is a cut above for that reason.
dupreeh's Mag 7 looking hungry towards lobby, but we have Na'Vi moving all the closer towards ramp. It's going to be Bubsky under pressure. Bubsky at bat. Here on the crates, he waits, flash goes inwards, and he goes downwards. Now, Boomich has got himself an alleviating kill. The pressure off somewhat with this pickup on Device. You know, last round we saw Simple wait to draw distance between the CTs. Well, a kill like that will most certainly pull Astralis in different directions. And in case any of those directions are forward through hut, Simple comes back. 45 seconds left for Na'Vi to play.
Every incentive in the world to try to push, considering they only have pistols and this mag, but no opportunities. Everything is being watched.
And ramp is being taken.
Down a player means there is always going to be a gap eventually, and Glaive finds that outside, looking for the flank.
He hears the utility, so he's definitely on high alert. Oh, Simple looks the wrong way. Mag 7 gets into the engagement. Bubsky now, his second chance. He didn't do anything towards the ramp as he offered it over. Now he could find himself a headshot. A little bit of damage and an awkward position because bomb gets thrown down. 10 seconds and Magisk has one. All on Boomich, and it's not going to work. Astralis with 4 Deags and a Mag 7 rob away around.
Yeah, they steal it. That's a nice shot from Bubsky as the control door swings open to stop him from progressing into the sights. And of course, I think Simple, he's looking for somebody who makes noise in one direction. Either outside, it was Glaive or dupreeh in the hut, and then the other guy shoots him in the side. So they deny the pressure a little bit, and then they win on just this eco. That's a little bit frustrating for Na'Vi, of course, but I think they've had their fair share of, they've had luck go their way enough already in this game. So now the buy comes through again. We don't have the op up on the T side. Bubsky playing this little bit like Nap on top of the boxes. Oh my god, the drop op shot on Boomich, trying to get on top of Mini. He was safe as soon as his feet hit the ground, but Device doesn't let him get that far.
It's a no-fly zone. Clips his wings.
He's ATC.
Puts Astralis to the 5v4. Misses of utility towards Squeaky. Device gets himself another. 2 casualties for Na'Vi outside, both at the hands of the Opper. And with a double man disadvantage and 50 seconds to spare, they're still sitting in lobby. We've seen an affinity for the A site. We've seen the executes. We've seen them come late at times. Earlier today versus Vitality, Na'Vi kind of running into walls when their opponents have a few remaining grenades, and that is the case here in this 6th one. A single incendiary for Astralis, and Flamey's gonna try his hand outside. Device nowhere to be found just yet, but he is still floating over towards Hell as Simple comes creeping around the side of this smoke. That is where Perfecto gets caught, because Glaive's down in the vents. So clearly Na'Vi were looking to inject into the B site, and it doesn't go well. Glaive with 2, and Flamey with nothing to show.
Yeah, this is, you know, I think if Astralis is a baked good, you know, that's something that takes a lot of time and refinement to get perfect. And you've got to be very careful with the ingredients and the time it takes. Glaive is stir fry in the middle of all of it. Okay, on the CT side, he's the one who gets a little bit wild. He's not measuring everything perfectly. He's floating on the CT side. He's the guy who's like, you're expecting structure, right? But then you get fire.
You just wing it.
You just run into him. He's going to be all over the place. That's what really makes Astralis hard to play against these days. And, you know, the fact that he's in vents this round versus on top of the hut where they thought they would find him originally, plus outside flanking like he did on that round previous. This is his brand on the CT side of Nuke, and something that he's really honed and developed in the last half year or so.
Great grenade to get Simple down to such little HP. Immediately, Device Magisk. Oh, that's a great combination. Magisk killing all 3 players at the base of that silo, anticipating the peek from Simple, who, as said, low because of utility. So that single AK round from Na'Vi, and it falls flat. Flat as can be. Bubsky to close this one. 5 alive for Astralis. This CT side starting to come to life.
I'm just happy that they won so the game is a little bit closer. We can see the most of this half possible. We'll see where the rest of this video takes us. I think all the maps can deliver very, very interesting results, especially when we call back to Inferno from last year at Blast at the beginning of the year. And that incredible map from Simple to really set the precedent for what kind of level we were going to have from him in 2020. And Astralis being able to get some revenge for that. Of course, the actual spring groups will be coming up in just 10 days, but this is the global finals to wrap up what we saw last year. Now, Device, he's opping the cross. He misses a shot. The smoke plumes, that was an opportunity that shouldn't have been given up from Na'Vi. They'll be counting their lucky stars. But from here, they can start to move forward with the round. However, Dupree finds that 5v4 on Boomich eventually.
Yep. We get some movement downstairs from Astralis as well. As Glaive gets to the top of the secret stairs, he's got Dupree just underneath him, and there is a T in between.
If he... Oh, okay.
Device on the ramp, hits the shot, but doesn't take Flamey down. Electronic, this is a big challenge. And oh, Dupree, as he moves back towards ramp because it's been compromised, he doesn't look away. Body bagging Electronic before he departs, which is crucial. He's here alongside Bubsky, a little bit of a 2v2 towards ramp, 3rd Na'Vi member coming downwards, and Bubsky holds on until Perfecto walks right into the crosshair, where Bubsky gets 2 and Dupree a single kill. Astralis tying this game at 4.
Bubsky's playing it very carefully with how quickly he's getting downstairs, but this, you know, in the past I've seen that once Bubsky goes downstairs, it can be a bit awkward for him. Agreed. But right now, Dupree's rotations have been mint, okay? Even though Bubsky has to do the heavy lifting and get those first 2 kills, Dupree makes sure he can't die by already having rotated into control room. Plus, he was the guy to kill Boomich as the opening kill outside. So just talking about Glaive is one thing, but Dupree, he'll be the other player to at least have some level of aggression and fast rotations on the CT side, where everyone is a bit slow. Everyone else is a bit slower.
Ambitious Deagle from Flamey through Squeaky. Doesn't find the headshot he had hoped for. But this does actually let Na'Vi get a little bit closer to mini entrance. Device, he's sniffing out the side of the smoke, and he sees the back of Boomich. Oh, and he hits that! As Simple falls downwards, he takes massive damage. Glaive gonna solve the issue of a compromised mini. There's a Deagle shot back. What Flamey looked to start the round with, he finds here about halfway through. Now he's all that's left over. Yet again, Flamey, the one-man army in these sorts of rounds. Can he take a second one with him? Because I guarantee he is not long for this world, and Magisk ensures that.
Flamey's level in these last 2 series have been fantastic for Na'Vi. as we kind of set this up, he's scored a positive rating in the last 6 maps, which you'd say the bar is kind of low there, but a couple of maps, 1.22, 1.26 versus G2 and Liquid in important matches. His impact has been known. He talked about it in the interview on the desk and just said that like he's very happy that his performances have come up in a big way, and it's no coincidence that Na'Vi have made it this far in the tournament, and Flamey has also performed super well. Of course, that sub-in will be coming in on Inferno potentially, but first we've got more action. A failed spray inside of the ramp means that Na'Vi can crack this open. Astralis are on fire, but for how long?
Device is literally on fire, and he has to move away from that, offering up 64 HP. He retreats. Na'Vi sort of stutter.
Man, that was a really rough spray inside of ramp. I'm not sure if that was Magisk or Bubsky, but neither of them came up with a frag. Very awkward situation.
Ooh, perfect by Glaive. He just backed up around the corner as Boomich falls down from Mini. It's lower HP for Astralis, but they've got a chance here. Glaive, he's going to lose that second gunfight. Device from the skies looks, but nice grenades. Simple dunks it on him. And now Dupree's going to have to come in with a clutch, but doesn't look like he's even going to try it. This is Na'Vi giving us a tied game right away the moment Astralis have their lead, back to 5 rounds all.
Well, you don't have to be a rocket appliance to know that Device rotates into heaven before the retake comes in. That's it, right? Rocket appliance?
Something like that.
Yeah.
And I mean, you know, I like when they throw through 2 of them. Ensure you nail it on the money. Nothing but utility damage versus Device in that round.
Yeah. Okay. It's a little bit scrappy, right? With the play that Astralis decided to make on the CT side with the double ramp push. It's something that I think I've watched every single demo for Bubsky so far. He'll push he honestly, you think of him as a super aggressive player, but he doesn't actually push through the ramp all that often. He'll do it a tactful amount of times, 1 to 3 times a half. Honestly, some games only even 1 single time. So, and he usually picks the right time to do it. Here he even has support, which is something a little bit new. There's no kill that comes of it. It's fine. It's a tactic that fails and it costs Astralis a round, but you don't win every single round or have a solid half just by playing passive every single time. This is not weird for Astralis. I don't think it's going to rock them too much. I think the main concern, of course, is that the map is just close in general and that Na'Vi are playing very well.
Yep.
Always going to be talking about this through the lens of Astralis as the favorite. No matter how well Na'Vi have played, at this point, Astralis have proved more.
Yep, they come in from the upper bracket. Let's set that tone. It was Na'Vi who was sent down to the lower bracket at the very first step of this event because of a fresh-faced Team Liquid.
Yeah. And
slowly we've seen them rise. The souffle, so to say.
Hopefully they can't pop like one.
It is their final hurdle. This is that critical moment. 2 maps separate them from $600,000 and a first-place finish at the 2020 season. Boomich creeping out from Squeaky, doesn't see the player in Raptors, and he actually goes into Mini. Magisk, he's playing above the hut. Flamey's got a single kill. Now it's Magisk's chance at back. Good spray. He moves it downwards, and as Device had done damage, it kept it possible. Simple is going to get this bomb in, and we've got ourselves a 2v2. Bubsky and Device both with ops, though. Not an ideal retake situation. Deagle's out for Device. Utility in the play, but Astralis not yet using it. They've got Na'Vi uncertain as to where the retake comes in, and that incendiary right there is perfect. Fast swap to the M-Force, excellent. But they've left the Undertaker, and he's sitting back sight to die at the hands of Bubsky. 6th round for Astralis, 1 round lead.
It's scary to have to rotate in with the AWP, but closing off on an angle like that where Simple cannot run, plus having Device there takes the edge off. The 2v2 here with composure for Astralis. Nicely done. They're going to be feeling good about this win. And I wanted to make a note here of the entry pathing from Flamey. The way that he comes out of he comes out of hut and wraps the side of hut and can't be seen the entire time from that position that I call fur. I don't know what other people call it. But in that position, he was able to go out and help the upstairs execute, plus hide from Magisk that whole time. And then Magisk still hit the spray transfer to kill him and his teammate. Ultimately, the trades look good enough. Of course, when Na'Vi get into the post plant in the 2v2, you're still going to give them the favor slightly. Of course, the T's in that spot would be, they would take that position 10 times out of 10. But they don't close it out. So the Astralis are aware of where they're playing from and now take a small lead because of it. The op changes hands. I don't know if Bubsky ran over it. I don't know how he could have, but maybe he was using that to op at ramp and now it's just in the hands of Device. Perfecto, big concession. He's only got a Tech 9 with his utility.
Tough spot for him particularly. Early nades out of Na'Vi. Gonna set a tone outside. Electronics looking for the entry. Make sure you clear close. We have had Astralis get aggressive.
I think Perfecto, Electronic. Oh, okay, hold on. Yeah, sorry. Bubsky will end up getting a kill. Glaive is looking for the push. I feel like to punish Electronic, but he's going to hear a couple of sets of footsteps as they run low on time.
Of course, Bubsky's downstairs on B right now. He's on the other end of Glaive's flank, so they've got them boxed in. It's just a matter of timing, and Na'Vi, they're playing with that because they just go sprinting. Now, Glaive has to give chase, and he sees the back of Perfecto. Crisp kill. 5v3. They've got Na'Vi exactly where they want them. Pinned in within vents. The only anomaly is this player upstairs still challenging from Squeaky. If Flamey gets the kill onto Dupree back vent, then that could have been the ejection policy. But instead now Na'Vi, this is a one-way ticket to a round loss, unless they somehow pull it out of the hat. And it just doesn't look likely.
No,
They've got nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
Glaive knows that at least one more person had crossed based on the footsteps that he heard. Now they're playing it patiently.
Whoa.
Oh, but so is he, and he's not overextending at all. So they're coming on trying to look for the fight, and Glaive will be the one who wins it. And quite like Boomich, if he's able to win his duels when he's the guy who's usually in an untradeable spot, taking a risk that most other players are not willing to do, then they are going to snowball. But at the moment, honestly, Boomich has been quite successful, even though he's only at 6 and 10, as well as Glaive, who is now with this 2K at 11-5.
Bubsky very quick to get downstairs. This is where the round begins. We had Boomich slip down vent. Bubsky gets a critical kill, of course, because with the pace that we saw Na'Vi go 4 guys down secret, imagine had they already unraveled the B defense. Glaive's flank would have been a non-issue.
Yeah, this one's a bit tough. We saw that Glaive got out to the corner of Secret in the past, and you could see that it was on his mind to try to flank into lower, but he's watching outside carefully. This time he finally kind of takes the leash off and goes for it.
This round's a little bit hectic. Again, we get some utility kind of raining into the A site.
They understand the importance of the squeaky pressure. You know, if there's any team that does, it's Astralis. Because on T side, they're going to be the team to really abuse the vent dives. For some reason, no matter how many nades and spams you throw at them, they can find a way to get down the vent. That causes huge problems, but talking about huge problems, here's a 2-pronged tank on ramp.
Bubsky kind of splits the shot down the middle. Magisk, he'll be softened to 84, and because of the incendiary, this angle just doesn't favor him. He doesn't get confirmation. Dupree's going to be kind of flying blind at the moment. Oof. He sees this now, and he just peeked away from it so he could go back at that bomb carrier. Dupree trying to get a second, won't happen. Simple gets the better of him. Na'Vi with the better of Astralis.
Electronics waiting for the smoke to come up.
Magisk, I think he knows he has to wait this out. Confirm that it's clear, and now they could maybe still contest this, but it's a dangerous voyage to send yourself down vent not knowing where Na'Vi have gotten off to when you gave them a solid 10 seconds to choose their positions. They go 2 guys towards control and a bomb plant. The trajectory on that nade tells them someone's towards control, and Flamey with Perfecto both pick up headshots to push Na'Vi onto their 6.
He's very happy to get that kill. Of course, he wanted to show himself, to make his opponent eat the flash, and then was going to go for the op shot. That would have been an interesting play to make if it was successful, to see how the rest of the 1v1 went. But here's the first attack, right? Again, the two player hit on ramp. They share damage. They take Bubsky out. They deny Magisk information. And the only reason it comes close is because Dupree, he hits 3 people and gets 1 kill. A huge amount of damage considering the spot that he was in. Nowhere to fall back from there. That was really his final destination in more ways than one.
More aggression by Device, but Simple was so ready for it. And now suddenly Glaive heavily outnumbered, on his own entirely, but he peeks over to Electronic, who is trying to take that space. Maybe Glaive goes one better. Oh, he gets the chance. Boomich can't quite trade frag fast enough to deny that second kill. This is all Glaive so far, but Flamey's out from Squeaky, and that opens the A site. Magisk, now he's trying to reel back from this, as Bubsky just missed his chance at Flamey.
But they know that he's here pushing. Ramp, they demand a flick of him, they get it.
And he's back at it! Another! Perfecto's trying to come down the ladder. Astralis, they have no business winning this one. No business at all. 3 versus 5 to now a 2v1. But Boomich has time to play.
Yeah, you know what? Very smart in the clutch, honestly. I think he does have odds here. We know Bubsky's low. His mobility is going to be limited because he's on the op, and this lurking situation, this could be the round. Okay, he gets the kill and knows that Bubsky was the one to fall back off of ramp and doesn't see him into hell. So now, rotating up, see, he reads the rotation perfectly, and oh my God.
And he waits, but then he falls.
He's going to bait.
He's going to bait it. Or not. No, he just wants to keep eyes on it, knowing that Bubsky would be inaccurate. Bubsky, no. He's gone to the wrong bomb site. He's only realized now. And that gave all the time for Boomich to reposition deep into mini. Now Bubsky's in a desperate spot. Already the position's known. Boomich, he hits this every single day.
That's it. I mean, it's well played. No matter what happens, right? If he reads the correct bomb site, he's only embarrassed further because he comes up the vent, and Boomich reads the rotation absolutely perfectly. Knows that he's coming up the ramp. That's really nicely played by him. It ultimately comes down to the Magus duel, whether or not Bubsky knows it.
Bubsky going for that ladder kill, and then falling back. Yeah, tough stuff to swallow.
It could have been communication. It might not have been his own thing. So, you know, don't be so quick to point fingers as to, you know, why he thought it was lower, but seemed to be pretty convinced. Either way, we're into the last round of the first half.
Both teams solid buy. Mack 10 in play. But that's a minor concession. It's Astralis in the possession of the better weapons. Glaive. He gets himself an opening kill, but there's the answer.
Tripped on some rocks or something outside.
Simple finds him with a wall bang in response. Not ideal for Astralis. Somebody's taking a lead at the end of this one. And Device welcomes Perfecto to go for that peak, but now that the smoke grenades fade, he knows he can't stand out in the open. So he's got to go more passive. Na'Vi knowing this, just let him sit, let him stew. You've got more than a minute to work.
Oh man, the op lower is huge. So it's ramp is where they pull the goalie, right? They take a risk here. And Device is playing this very actively. He's actually taking a huge risk by exposing himself to the side of Mini to clear out Big Garage. And there was a moment of timing where he could have caught Perfecto. We've seen Perfecto patrol on this angle in the past. But you'd be hard-pressed to believe that Device is going to take that risk too many more times. But now it's kind of this mental battle of who actually needs to take the risk here, right? We've got Flamey waiting back in the lobby, and the CT's not pushing quite yet. It's feeling comfortable. But for some reason, Na'Vi don't think that they are. So will this kill the clock for the T side, or will they be able to make a decision in time?
Yeah, Father Time is calling. Na'Vi haven't yet to pick up. They could walk right into Device's angle. Oh, but he drops the shot, and he hits the re-peek, but Electronic stays standing. Trade! Oh, the grenade! That's perfect. Magisk is just gonna focus on this, and Simple gets the better of him. 5 seconds to spare. Flamey's got another. Dupree with the shotgun. Can't stop them. Na'Vi, 1-round lead.
Join me, Chrissy Costanza, and your favorite creators on Unexpected Adventures. Tune in live and join the action. Guest House on VENN.
Welcome to the download.
It's a daily look at the stories, people, and trends that matter to you most from gaming, pop culture, movies, and beyond.
We'll see you
Every day on VENN.
the download on VENN.
And so we jump back into Nuke, the first map of our grand finals here for the Blast Global Finals. It was a 4-0 start from Na'Vi, 5 rounds straight from Astralis to get on fire, a single round sprinkled in, and Na'Vi close with 3 in a row as they take to the CT side.
Yeah, they played well to get here. There's so many good individual plays from both sides. A very interesting half. And now that we're past it, there are lessons to be learned, but we have to move now into the T side of Astralis and the CT side of Na'Vi. And Flamey here rotating down lower. Where's the support? He's trying to anchor this position and a clean first shot to start it off.
And not bad. Even, whoa, whittles away. 3 players off the play. And then Simple comes into the mix. Flamey's got a 4th.
The ember from the ashes, baby. That was so clean from him. It's obviously something that he's known to do. There's a couple of positions where you think of Flamey, right? That's on ramp on Nuke, on overpass on B barrels. It's just a signature position, an angle that he likes. It's not something that you're going to learn from a textbook, right? He just, it's just a position everyone plays. He just does it better.
Gets those wild spray downs. Does it with a pistol. Automatic guns not needed.
Wait till he gets a Galil.
And then the game really begins.
And we'll talk.
Astralis is going to spend nothing on this 17th round.
Yeah, he totally denied their ability to get the plant. Of course, you know how important Flamey is right there. If he dies and they get control of control room, they jump through that window, suddenly you can plant. You can plant on the side of the door. You have to actually worry about losing players before the retake even begins. Everything really falls apart. And the only thing Astralis needed in that round was a plant.
Yep.
The round win itself is trivial, to be honest. It's all about the economy starting out the half. I'd rather win the second round than the first.
Starting to look like Na'Vi will take both, but Magisk has other ideas. MP9's making money. He's talking about Flamey and his multi-kill potential.
Just one level up, right? Charmander, Charmeleon, okay?
Yeah.
But we aren't at Charizard just yet.
Not quite. Maybe once that Galil gets passed over. Don't make the mistake, Astralis. They won't. 5 AKs for the T side. Damn, that is cash money.
Yeah, that's the other thing we can't. We have to respect if the SMG dies, then that SMG doesn't get $600 a kill for all the kills versus the eco. Yes, it's not a big loss to lose the SMG, but that SMG was your cash cow. So Astralis is setting up outside, but initial nades are interrupted. Of course, the guy who's always going to be interrupting these nades outside the smokes and the cross is Electronic. He'll have new timings to throw these every single time. He honestly preemptively throws his Molotov a lot, so anybody who throws nades out of spawn, they're going to get punished because you're not always reacting to the nades coming high and over. Sometimes you're just getting rid of it right away, and here the read is correct. So even though Astralis don't cross here, and Electronic can say that nobody has as well. So this just frees up the rotations a little bit, but they get the kill.
Easy ramp hit. Flamey's not going to see a thing. Simple's in position, just gave up the angle, and even though he hits the shot, 2 HP makes the difference for Device. Flamey's gonna find the kill versus Glaive. Electronic tries to extend here. Whoa! There are players all over him, and he has the audacity to go weapon swapping.
That's actually a huge save, right? He takes the off, he goes, they're getting out of there too. I don't think they're even gonna try to go for this. Electronic, he's still sitting vent side, actually. There's just one player far
now
away.
They're gone.
Yeah, okay. They will realize that this is a smarter course of action. Magisk will quietly hunt them down. He'll eventually spot one and fall back. But yeah, that's at least a round from Astralis. This comes with an open ramp and a kill that comes down on a rifling player solo, I think. So it's nice. We at least get the chance for Astralis to come back into this half. It's obviously far from over. We don't know where Na'Vi will take this. And because they keep the threat of majority guns alive, Astralis can't play the next round like an anti-eco.
Keeping things full of life here at the start of the second half. No economic woes. Bubsky's pick up to Boomich, just trying to get down the vent.
Just the audible, okay.
Yep. Wrong ticket. And then this kill from Device. Oh, 2 health, Mohan.
Yeah.
Only 2 HP to get that one.
Thin margins.
But again, saving grace for Na'Vi. Weapons extracted from that problematic position. Keeps things afloat for the 19th round.
I guess that's okay. So that's maybe why ramp there wasn't anybody in ramp. They're really worried since the rotation got stopped, and Astralis knew it that they had to overcompensate.
Flame's not looking. Electronic, his 4th kill of the map.
I swear to God, those guys just watch each other's demos.
Sure.
Those two clashing outside.
Ooh, here it comes. Utility over the top of Hut. We've got Perfecto with a headshot. Then there's a redirection over towards the ramp. This is where Magisk is looking for the entry. A little bit of a fallback from Flamey, but this draws them closer into Simple. And Magisk just wide crouch peeks into that one.
That was a Honda peek right there.
Hell yeah, it was. Magisk looking for more, and he gets it through the floor. Bubsky tries to find one back through the control room, but, well, he's actually not been able to stop them. It's a 2 versus 2. Boomich caught by Device, who walks over the control panel. Perfecto over towards Vents. With 23 HP, this one looks impossible. They are so locked into this post plant. Another ramp success story for Astralis. Magisk versus Simple.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Oh my God. Magisk says, I flipped the light switch and I'm under the covers before the room goes dark. That's how fast this peak was. And then he makes it a second entry as well. And of course, it is all about how accelerated you can get each kill so that the rotation on the next player is just one step behind over and over again.
There we go. Slips in, ensures the save.
Oh, they're going to have to fight hard for this one.
Yeah.
Perfecto earlier, incredible upstairs hold. Finally castered by Anders. Love that.
Yes.
It was so nicely done. And that wasn't an anomaly. He's been improving on small sites as well as here on upper. It's been crazy to see how underrated he has been as an aimer, like just a pure aimer. Came into 2020 with some of the best clutch statistics on the roster, or sorry, in the world. A very steep scoreline for the low amount of games that were played, but continued to show improvement.
Ouch.
Okay.
Gravity, not an ally of Dupree. And oddly enough, that comes with a kill for Na'Vi, who have now taken over a second rifle. Electronics close on the smoke. God, why does this have the makings of a very sketchy upset? Yeah, when I see Simple in a position like this, when I see Astralis having 2 bodies low, I'm just starting to sweat for them.
Remember what we looked at as like a very important piece of control here for the CT side? It's getting into heaven if they want to, or clearing it out. Now, Dupree, he's trying to find this extra player who might come to watch outside sometimes, who might be camping up here. I'm sure he's keeping in his mind that Simple might be here.
Mm-hmm.
But he's hanging out below, looks like he's going to try to flank ramp as they hit towards lower. He gets spotted by Perfecto, but this is a tell.
Fake doors. Oh, snappy shot from Boomich. Keeps the man advantage. So Perfecto's rifle goes down, and Dupree's position's at least known to Na'Vi. Now, with Perfecto dying, Simple can get that M4 right back, and sure enough, his hand's now on it. Dupree looking to retreat. Simple still up in heaven. 2 T's peek from Mini, and 1 goes down. That's bomb confirmed. And a position here by Vent. Really good spot for Na'Vi. 15 seconds to spare, and Simple's position wasn't initially something big, but it comes out to save Na'Vi at the end of this round.
Honestly, I'm shocked that he's even still in heaven in that position. Could have been trying to hunt down Dupree on the flank. Could have been a useless spot, right, if they had gone lower. Electronic must have got the info that they were running back upstairs. And, man, there's a couple of really cool individual tactics that we see from Na'Vi. First, you called it, the fake door to allow this peak to just have maybe a little bit more success. And then the all-you-can-eat buffet, Simple, coming back for seconds and then thirds with these very, very careful kind of shoulder peeks into the Mini. Yep. And Electronic getting the info sitting on secret. They were waiting for them at every turn.
And even if Simple decides to maybe go play down in hell to try and chase Dupree towards ramp, even if he takes a kind of like a passive peek towards it, Dupree was floating back up to the A site to try and catch that. To me, it's the fact that Simple never leaves the upper floor.
Yes.
Goes from rooftop into heaven.
Yes.
Just never even bites on the possibility of the shark swirling beneath him.
It could have been that because of the shark swirling beneath him, that he didn't think if he could have thought it was lower. No, just to take him down a peg, not say he's some kind of like absurd genius. I mean, he makes amazing rotations all the time. So this wouldn't mean much, but If he thinks that he can't kill Dupree or get the better of him, that his next rotation would be either getting down the vent or getting through into lobby, into a late ramp, something like that, then of course the first step would be going towards heaven instead. But it ends up covering everything. And maybe you can credit Boomich for sending him back in that other direction. But overall, it's a very strong round played on an individual basis for Na'Vi.
And that 20th round, well, that could be the one the analysts talk about post-map. If economically, it's the swing back for Na'Vi. They've got 3 AKs on this round, a real testament to the recovery that was just offered to them by Astralis, as Astralis themselves play double deagle. Then Electronic picks up the first kill, Dupree on top of Mini. This time he makes the jump.
Don't get opt.
And Device, oh, he's gonna drop the shot.
Oh, they pull the flash out and they know he's waiting.
Simple's down in secret.
And they can't deny sometimes. They can't deny his position out here. They can only discourage. And Simple, I guess, can potentially just take the duel straight up if he wants to walk up late, and we'll see how prepared they are to watch it.
He waits just long enough for Device to come back onto this side of the red box, but he still hasn't taken that ultimate risk. Oh, and Electronic off of Boomich's flash, then that's even better, because now everyone from Astralis is thinking about Electronic, and Simple comes up. Perfecto's gonna find one. The flick shot's not there, but it's Bubsky 1v5. 30 seconds, outnumbered, outgunned, and now trailing by 3 rounds. This CT side from Na'Vi.
That was like a tourist trap. They got them walking around outside, taking photos of things, having them distracted the entire time. Meanwhile, Electronic's just going to work.
Overpriced souvenirs.
Yeah, exactly. They've just got their attention, right? Like magpies to a pile of silver. There is Boomich flashing once and then twice so that Electronic can take a peek every time Astralis appear to want to make progress. And that's it. They fizzle out like a flat soda. Astralis have no money into this round, and Na'Vi are very much in the power position.
Deagle P250. The $1,000 that Astralis have spread across this team in the form of 2 measly pistols. Na'Vi, well, they've got nades for days. Incendiary first, and there's a little bit of a peek here from Flamey. Last time they came his way with nothing to work with, he just sprays down 4 on the MP9. But not wanting to take such a risk, he fades away to the 2 CTs over here towards Hell. It is an easy day in the office. Magic's hand cannon still not even given a target, but maybe at this point, with such a man advantage, they creep into it, and even then, he can't find the shot. So Na'Vi secure that 13th round, a 4-point lead, with a CT side that's looking to cement itself.
Yeah, it already has. They've proved a lot so far. I mean, this is their lead to kind of throw away. What we've seen from Na'Vi is that they're extremely good at throwing the opening rounds and then pulling off an incredible comeback and looking like the stronger team. This is the rarer sight, and that makes it even more scary for Astralis because definitely they level up on CT side. Everybody gets a little bit better. Electronics had a bad game, and already on CT side, it doesn't look like his scoreline represents his impact.
Fair. Very fair. Good challenge. Magisk, I like that spot. Just a little bit of an off angle. Boomich peeks into it.
That's one of the most even and easiest fights that you can take on T-side. So whenever Boomich wants to give them that, then they're going to go ahead and try it. And of course, Magisk top 10 rifler. He's going to be able to pull it out every once in a while. So the round starts to progress. They get outside. They get the cross smokes going. It's a minute 10. They're looking very sharp.
Simple on this passive angle down in secret on the right side of this peak. Glaive,
oh my God,
not ready for that one. Simple's gonna stick around with just the pistol. And then he goes back.
No
Second
way.
servings from Simple. No scope from Simple. And even further damage. Na'Vi, excellent hold down on the secret stairs. It's a one-man army. And as Electronic picks up that 4th piece of the puzzle, Bubsky sent spiraling down into the vents. A 14th round secured. Simple. The confidence through the roof, man. Gets the fadeaway P250 after landing this shot.
He's not even thinking about shoulder peeking just yet. And Simple doesn't want to leave without this kill.
Easy reposition to the following angle. And then the Hail Mary, which nets him the frag V device. We've got Astralis back into a hell of a situation. A Galil, Tech9, and Deagles sprinkled across this T side with Na'Vi on the cusp of 15.
That's not a once-in-a-while position, by the way. Simple, we can call back to a Blast event where Simple did that versus Astralis in his 22-1 CT side streak, and he got that 4K ace with the AUG.
Ooh, Dupree comes over top of Mini. And as there was already this fight unfolding from Squeaky...
That's the one rifle.
Yeah, that's a big moment. Dupree, he does what he has to, but Flamey... Ooh.
Bomb dropped.
Delivery. He signs for it. Astralis checking the notebook. What's the return policy?
Of course, they just throw the package on the floor.
Perfecto just going to anchor behind the vents.
Okay.
Device, this is it. He's got that Galil back in his hands. Player towards vent. Supposed to be the easy pickup. Perfecto takes a headshot, still robs away a kill.
No, he riddles him with bullets. I can't believe he actually wins that duel. Definitely you'd rather be Device in that position.
You get the 2v2 back because Glaive finally comes out from Squeaky.
Okay, I don't want to get people too unexcited, but we've got the positional advantage. We've got two players watching both open points outside of control room. This is a really, really hard position for Astralis to get back into. Now, what's fun is it's kind of a sandbox for Glaive. There's no real wrong way to play this, and he can kind of take his approach and try to find that timing on the first player. Yep. He makes it a 1v1, then we're in business. So we'll see how he'll try to manage that first kill.
And that 1v1 is offered. Simple's not going to get that immediate trade kill, so Glaive better clear this corner close, and does so. Now it's Simple, and it's oh so close to the corner. Glaive runs him down, and that keeps Astralis alive. If we're talking force by round wins, it's one apiece in this second half.
Chew on that shoulder peek, Simple. That was beautiful stuff by Glaive. It's not everybody that can do it, that can stay that slick. You know, mechanically in that moment when you're a little bit nervous, you might go out a bit extra. An extra centimeter would have guaranteed the shot goes in, but instead, Glaive plays it with perfect composure.
Just goes for the peek.
There it is. He gets the info, and he just does not go out too much.
All the way home. Sends Simple packing.
How many times have we told that story from the other side? The op just wins the duel, and we move on to the next round. Instead, the rifler finally gets some shine.
Ooh, that's interesting. Remember, a callback to that first half, round 10, the anomaly from the T side. The one round that got crushed right back. I mean, that exact same thing could happen here, and we finish off where we started that round thinking Na'Vi was going to get their 15th and finish this show on Nuke. Or Astralis with an op on device, turn this one around right here.
See, they just got to chew through just a little bit more money, and then maybe they can speed up this kind of comeback to just evening up. And of course, there's nothing scarier than closing moments. Astralis, as good as Na'Vi's comebacks have been, there's been some very historic games, of course, where Astralis have shown that they are the most composed team. And here, Device, opening kill, but an answer back immediately by Simple. He looks for a second. The shot does not go in.
Yeah, they cancel out his peek from credit card, but they've actually got players close on him, both sides. Simple jumps into the fire. He's still standing, but not for much longer. Dupree finally getting the better of him. But you know, in that one moment, oh, Flamey slides out from hell.
They can't refrag him. It's 3v2. They're going lower, and he knows it.
They've got one player.
They're clearing out
Boomage
the
back
back
behind
to go
them.
down through ramp. This is fine. They're just playing it cool, but they understand that Flamey got this information outside. Now they set up for a retake situation. Boomage comes in from the back. He's trying to be a bit slower here.
Yep. Oh, that's so dangerous from Magisk, but it's on the money, and it's Flamey down. It's Flamey down, the guy who brought this round into possibility. Boomage with a headshot now pushes it all onto Magisk. He needs one more kill. Pops the window, doesn't jump, and catches him off guard. Magisk keeps it rolling.
Instant read as Boomage tries to run out thinking he's jumped into the control window, wants to go for the stick to try to come back and fight Magisk because he comes out, but Magisk, he was lying. He broke that window open and just walked forward over top of the bomb. Another nicely played 1v2 situation from a different Astralis member this time. A position where maybe, you know, Astralis, they were winning for most of the round anyways.
Yes.
It was only Flamey to answer back with that incredible 2K to give Na'Vi some odds.
Early damage versus Glaive. Device not going to let off the gas pedal. We've seen Na'Vi win rounds with less weapons. Oh, Dupree, he gets pinched between the two of them. Magisk now, long distance fight, and Simple gets the better of it.
Bomb in the open.
A difficult situation for Astralis.
2 players cross downstairs. This is where the protocols need to come in, right? If you know that they may have crossed, you can either give up lower completely and just overstack on watching this bomb outside, or make sure that they can't leave from that position. But either way, you've got to be deliberate about it.
Really
and it seems
good
like
grenade.
they're taking the former option. No defense downstairs at all.
Calling out that position from Bubsky, taking away half of his health. Now they do have the smokes to get bomb back, and sure enough, none of this spam actually finds it.
Yeah.
So they're just gonna go ahead and crank that dial, assuming that Na'Vi, as you said, choose to play the bomb. There's not that many members already downstairs in position, and now that they're scrambling, Device could go absolutely massive. This deep corner, Flamey's gonna check it, but he gets his head taken clean off, and it's only a singular kill, but here comes Glaive. They could all line up, 1 kill and a little bit more damage. 2 of these players low. Bubsky, he gets Perfecto. Now it's on Boomich and Simple to finish this retake with 1 flash. And Bubsky, well, if he swings this doors wide, it's Simple up close. Oh, it's awkward! Simple, he slides through and takes that 15th round.
Yeah, that's it. Match point now, and Astralis after that had to chew through so much bank, only to find Astralis in a 3rd round, still managing a bye, and then they pick the round up.
Man, he closes the door and the boogeyman still comes out. Simple, slipping through as the doorway splits. And that's the 15th round.
That's the clutch. It would have meant the world, of course, to Astralis. Now, where does that leave their money? They had 2 rounds, 1v1, and this player, they lose every single member. I don't think that the money's going to be in a great position, but what did they invest in? It looks like a scout on Device here on T side, a Galil to work with for Magisk. And, okay, Astralis showed us something when it came to denying match point, showing us that they have, like, some fight here, that they might make another one of their historic comebacks, but they don't do it this time. Now they're down to a lot less. Just because it is the best opportunity for Na'Vi to strike doesn't mean that they can guarantee this round. They're still going to be nervous about closing this out. And we'll see what goes on. Electronic score continues to climb quietly. Simple, far and away in the lead, as per usual. Flamey definitely making his presence known, but honestly, Electronic outside in some of these critical moments has been somebody that we just cannot forget about at this point. He has been such a problem. Device has not been able to kill him. Electronic and Boomich in this exact same spot that we've seen in the past have been causing him so many problems, and he's been able to pick some other rifler off under his watch.
We think about how many players showed face outside last round from Na'Vi, and it's no wonder Device goes hunting with that scout, but he sees nothing this time around.
This is tricky from Glaive. It could come down to a timing. It looks like Electronic, he's not going to be watching this time.
Good recovery. Now it's Flamey at bat. Glaive takes that 2nd kill. This opens up the ramp room push, but they fall into Simple, and he only finds himself 1 kill. 4 versus 2 turned 4v1. Astralis fighting strong.
Yep, they're definitely going to take this into the lower site, knowing that they've got Simple dead and Flamey dead as well. Perfecto spotted up in the heavens, and this means the game will continue, even with a weak bye. The key play from Glaive. This is visualization if I've ever seen it. Okay, the fact that Glaive not only finds this 1st kill, but the way he approaches on the 2nd fight, there was no sign here. He literally stopped, waited for that peek, crouched with them, was so in tune with the timing based on when that trade would come out. And even still, you'd give the advantage to the guy who was peeking, but Glaive, instant 1st bullet headshot, and he gets the kill that really just throws the round through his file. There's no way, without outside control like that and a 3v5, that they can come back into it.
With a round like this and a bye like this, you can say that again. No way they can come back into it. 13th for Astralis, unless I don't even know what.
Yeah, well,
impossible.
It's no, I mean, it wouldn't be the first deco that we've seen from Na'Vi versus Astralis in this game already. They made some pretty cool plays. So Astralis are going to be somewhat concerned.
I would love to eat my words for the sake of the show. For Simple's show. He's got that deagle up. Pull out a device. Do it right now. He's got Glaive just on the red box cross, 2 players beyond him, bomb included.
Yeah, they don't spot anybody, but because it's not a normal round, they might not expect to. So it's unclear if they'll actually look for Simple in the big garage. But it's interesting because of the secret pressure at the moment. And Simple, he's going to spot him up top, looking for a second deagle. He finds two, and he knows there's more outside.
That's the bomb. And Boomich, well, he gets the kill to Device. Glaive's going to try to recover, but it's Simple who just gave up that angle. So much damage done to the other players. This needs to be Simple to go even bigger. He would find his 30th kill with a single more. And now he's gonna hunt the back of Glaive, but it's a shutdown from Glaive. And back into the 2v2, there's 20 seconds. Still no bomb possession from Astralis. That could be the nail in the coffin. It's falling down into them. They have to go through Mini. There is no other option. Perfecto looking to lock on the cross. Navi, a single kill away, and he dives down VENN. Is there time? Is there time? Hold your breath! No! Or is there? He's got it! And Glaive's into the clutch. Glaive's into the clutch with incredibly low HP for the two remaining players. If they walk out this door, he needs to shut them down. Oh, a jumping deagle headshot! Are you kidding me? Navi, 16-12.
Oh, look at that. That is the game. It ends on an eco, a second eco in this half. Navi looking like the better team on Nuke. What does that mean in this series? The fact that they were able to pick up this map and look so confident the entire time is already the craziest part. But we've still got more in this series to show us.
A P250 kill to close, man. With the amount of deagles that are spread across that round.
Wasn't that a deagle?
It was a P250. Yeah, okay. The one mixed in. The one mixed in comes in to close. I said that round was impossible. I said I'd love to eat my words. Delicious. Navi, a hell of a win here for map 1. This takes us to Inferno. We'll throw this one over to James Banks and the boys on the desk.
Now that is a game to kick off a grand final. That is an ending that I don't think we're going to forget anytime soon. Glaive, less than a second to go, manages it, secures the bomb plant when you didn't think it was possible. He's in a great position. They didn't have great health. And Perfecto, okay, you just jump and get the headshot.
Flying, absolutely flying Perfecto. This is a historical round in Counter-Strike, I feel like. It begins with Simple hiding in the garage for about 50 seconds. James Banks next to me shouting, look behind Simple, look behind Simple. And he's just waiting for the right moment, finding the 2 kills. And you know, when that bomb gets dropped under heaven, that is it. Navi have a shot at it. And the 1v2 at the end, Perfecto. I don't even know what the hell that was.
Look, this is the bit when I was screaming, I was like, oh God, please look. And of course he lands the shots. And then when he missed on the Glaive, I'm like, surely it's done now.
Yeah, Glaive did everything right in this clutch right here. I think Simple did a fantastic job as well. You'd see 9 out of 10 players not connect those shots. You know, we got to give credit to how good he is, and then Perfecto with the jump deagle. Right? What is that? What is that?
I was straight up an install Counter-Strike.
That's the thing, right? In what world does Perfecto think that's a good idea? Well, it makes sense, right? Because you're baiting for your teammate coming behind you. So even if Perfecto is not hitting that shot, Glaive probably wouldn't have won that round. Fantastically played by Navi and the second anti-eco.
The second anti-eco as well. This is an Astralis. We said we were not confident in their nuke. They were not confident in their nuke, and now we have the answer.
You're right. You're right. I mean, to be fair, Navi did win both pistol rounds and converted on both occasions, so they did have a good start in both situations. This is a Navi that is looking deadly. You know, just a couple of names that we have to mention right here. Simple, again, is on course to win his first MVP of 2021. I don't think it's deniable to him. Even if Astralis were to win this final, I think Simple should be the MVP. That's just my 2 cents. But you have other people stepping up. You have Flamey, Ramp, doing an amazing job again. Triple kill with the pistol, the USP, surrounded by opponents, finding his form, finding the kills. 20 kills as well. It's not only one man, it's not Simple only, it's Navi as a general stepping up together and pushing us to the second map.
And people might think, why do we keep mentioning, right, the whole fact of Navi playing together and coming together as a team? Well, it's because we never seen this before, right? We get it once in a blue moon and it's happening again. But what's also happening again here is Device cannot match up to the likes of Simple.
No, there's no doubt that Simple were the better player in this matchup. I don't think Device had a bad game. He didn't have a good game. He was quite average, to be honest. And that, of course, is a problem. Device is supposed to be the star player for Astralis, especially when you're going up against Simple. You need an answer to him. Another player I highlighted coming into this matchup, Dupree, having had a fantastic tournament so far. He dropped the ball a little bit in this game. I hate to say it, but he didn't play well. I told and I specified that on the inner bomb side, Dupree had to have a strong game to shut down for Navi, and he couldn't do it. He was not good enough. Dupree, as said, a fantastic tournament so far, but in this game, he was a bit of a liability for Astralis. It doesn't happen often, but when it does, it's influential. Unfortunately, not in a good sense for Astralis.
And there's one thing we got to look at here, right? We spoke about this before on Nuke. When it was the T side for Na'Vi, it was simple. He just couldn't get going. He couldn't get activated. But he brings out his Astralis form again.
Yeah, and he steps up at the very end as well. I think it's been a recurring theme for Simple in that event that he might have somewhat slow starts, but I guarantee you in the last 7, 8, 9 rounds even, he's going to pop off. And he's at the same moments right here when he's holding with the AWP in secret, and you can feel it coming. You see his crosshair, you see the way he's peeking angles, you know he's popping off. And that's it. He just needs that one action, and then he's just running around. He's one step ahead of game all the time, and he matched up. Just to touch quickly on the Device versus Simple, if you allow me. Device, third best player in the world in 2020. Yeah. That comes with a responsibility. The responsibility to save your team if, as a team, you cannot find the answer. Simple did it, Device didn't.
Now looking at this, right, Bubsky will go out, Zip will come back in for Inferno, but Flamey will go out on Inferno and Bit will go in.
We have to see Bit play as well as he did yesterday. As said, Bit has not been a liability for Na'Vi, especially not in Inferno, but he was a great asset yesterday. He was doing a good job, and he activated Na'Vi on Inferno. If he can replicate that performance, Na'Vi are looking dangerously dead, and they could potentially take this final 2-0.
Good friends at Amazon Music, we have the pleasure of presenting a musical performance by upcoming indie pop band Nova Cub.
I hope you're enjoying the global final. Map 2 is coming soon, but first, we are Nova Cub, and this has Changed Your Mind.
Welcome back to the Blast Premier Global Finals Watch Party, hosted by VENN, your new home of NA qualifiers and path to Blast Premier.
Search VENN Esports and subscribe to our YouTube channel to get all the latest, because this spring, the path to Blast Premier begins again. Now, we're here hanging out with Nothing and freestyle god Harry Mack. They're back at the party with us. So, Nothing, you may be the best freestyle rapper in CSGO history, but Harry Mack is the best freestyler on Twitch, period. Jordan, you guys were rhyming last week on your stream, weren't you?
Yeah, it was a good time. We rapped together last time, and it was very humbling and awesome. Harry's a great dude, and it was fun to get to cypher with him. We might even do it again in the future. But today, I think I'm going to let him take the torch and run away with it. I think he's ready to rumble.
Right on. Excited to get down.
Now, here's how the freestyling is going to work today. Harry is going to start freestyling about CSGO, and then Jordan, you are going to give him some CSGO terms to fit into his bars. Is everyone ready? All right, let's get it.
Yeah. 1, 2. Yeah, 1, 2. Mack and Nothing, we about to come through. Come on, yeah. Check it out now. Come on, check it out now. Whoa. H-Mack off the top of the mind, check it. Hey, yo, I'm shining like light at the horizon. Off top of the mind, I'm improvising. Hey, yo, we here to make it happen. Nothing and Harry Mack, yo, you know we tapped in. Come on, hey, yo, I'm spitting them flames, holding up the card and he's representing his name. Come on, I'm here to do it, man. Y'all know we never bluffing. What can stop Harry Mack? Homie, nothing. I'm here for y'all. You know I be rhyming well. I'm the leader like the IGL. That's the in-game leader. I'ma break down the acronym. People lose their mind each and every time I rap for them. Yeah, you know I'm forever Harry. Right now I'ma say it stands for I'm good, legendary. H-Mack, man, you know I rearrange it. Anytime I'm on the microphone, I'm about to flame it. Yo, for this opportunity, I'm giving thanks. My lyrics hit from multiple angles, just like a flank. Yeah, we coming at you from all sides, cause every time I rhyme live, people know it's a vibe. Hold up, yo, when we spittin', man, they know when it's great. Matter of fact, I'm cooking rappers kinda like a flank steak. Man, I'm here for my people and I'm never gonna lose. Hey, yo, I do it discreet like a ninja defuse. H-Mack coming after y'all, you know we coming strong. Problem is, there ain't no defusing this bomb. Harry Mack, man, you know that every single time I show up, I light the fuse, top of my head, and I blow up. Yeah, and y'all know when I spill, I get ill. When Sun raps, it's one tap, one shot kill. Come on, it's Harry Mack, man, they love what I said. Lyrical one tap, hitting rappers right in the head. Yeah, code red emergency, I kill the game, certainly. This kid's boss, I change my angle quick, hit you with the flick shot. From one side to the other, do it quick, then I hit you dead in the head, no recovery. I get free, H-Mack, they in my crosshairs. Yeah, I be moving through with the boss flair. Yeah, and you know they couldn't do me. Mack off the top, man, I'm about to spit it rudely. And when it comes to bars, I'ma do it in a new way. My whole team liquid, word to Stewie 2K. Mack all up on it, the funky individual. I like tracks on fire, call me the smoke criminal. Still in the show with villainous flow. Shout my homie Nothing with the cards, killing it, bro. H-Mack stepping to Nothing, you taking a chance. You know he's got soul. Ain't you seen the flashbang dance? Come on, yo, he got the moves that are vital. Posting the clips on Twitch and going viral. Mack off the top, kicking all of the bars. He's breaking into the dance now that he's done with the cards. Let's go.
All right! That was so sick. Man, Harry Mack and Nothing, everybody. You want to talk to us and talk to our guests? They're hanging out in the chat on the VENN YouTube channel right now. Just search VENN Esports on YouTube and join the party. But for now, let's get back into the action. Blast, take it away.
Introducing Guest House, a live, unfiltered show inspired by the streaming generation. Join me, Chrissy Costanza, as I welcome rising stars, industry leaders, and the biggest personalities to play, laugh, chat, and interact with all of you at home. Tune in live and join the action. Guest House on VENN.
know, it took 12 months of Counter-Strike to get to this point, and now Na'Vi, well, they find themselves one map away from securing that first place finish. And here at the Global Finals, we like to reward our grand champions. I want you guys to be reminded there's a $400,000 difference between first place and second. This is not a bag of peanuts and a pat on the back, Launders. It is cold, hard cash and the prestige of knowing that 2020 gets your name stamped at the end of it, and also you set the precedent for the coming 12 months.
The cumulative champions of the fall and spring season of 2020, and it comes down to this map, potentially.
This map.
Potentially here for Na'Vi. One map away. Inferno, it wouldn't be a likely result, but close is very likely, which means you're resting on very fine margins. A clutch here, a pistol early on that we forget about when the map is over. It could mean anything. And you know what, Bit? He turned up on Inferno in his last performance, the best that we've ever seen it. And here he is with Simple, lighting it up on the pistol round already.
Yo, they just take it straight down middle, and it's nothing but headshots. Everybody's alive. Simple's got 3 kills, and Na'Vi make this one look easy, but it shouldn't be easy because this is a map we've seen limitations from.
Yes, we have.
We have to be reminded that there have been limitations, but there's also been improvements.
Sure, there's been improvements. So here's the thing, right? So we've seen Bit kind of hit a power curve on this the last time they played it. The issue for Bit is that he has an incredibly complicated position on CT side. They have him filling as the extra guy who goes over to B when they need a 3B setup. He plays on lane, he plays on arch, and he plays with Simple, which means he has to rotate constantly around that op. And Simple, he likes to move. So because of that, what we've seen is a player who has come onto Na'Vi with so much promise, and they've given him a lot of responsibility all at once, and he's failed by drastic margins in most of those matches. But then in their game versus Liquid, in a very close match, Bit was a huge part of their success and a huge reason that they're able to take the series.
Simple's been just pinned to the corner. Bit's gonna come out with that MP9, trying to manage it, but sure enough, we've got 2 kills coming in from Astralis. Bomb offered over. Low HP for both Device and Electronic. A chance to recover, but he's about to get blindsided. We've got Boomich now trying to pick up these pieces through middle. Perfecto's over on Library. Oh, Astralis, they could rob away the second round.
Yeah, it's a plan with an extra smoke. Now they know this arch side is kind of clear. They realized that Zipex had come through short, so they're still worried about player potentially in the halls. There's one up close on this angle. He takes a big risk by playing out there. It looks like the smoke comes down, and it's a bit late now. Glaive gets spotted in the pit.
But he's got that FAMAS. He plays the Tech 9 instead. Player jumping inwards, taps at that one. Who's next? It's going to be Perfecto. Huge health advantage, and the gun goes dry. Na'Vi, wow. They recover it.
Honestly, it's just such a nerve-wracking situation. And it's going to come down to the wire with just the defuse alone. I know you had to pause for a second to see if he even had it. That was a little bit worrying, but of course, he's still got an extra second or two. It's just fine. And yeah, it looks like around that, of course, that Glaive can get back into in this 1v2. And these kills that come out, that tactic would have actually made the difference, right? That smoke comes down a little bit earlier on lane, that one that pops right here. And the CTs can't cross safely, and Zipex on the other side of it, that's GG. That would have been actually a huge play from Astralis. And you know what? I respect the risk a lot in a situation where you're just down to where you're coming up on an eco.
Even Bit's not certain whether or not that defuse comes through.
You're going to be yeah, it's a frustrating one, but it's Na'Vi landing on their feet, even if it's only with one player. Everybody's going to be upgrading, knowing that the buy is coming here for Astralis. They've got to make something happen on this T side. They put it together with the 2 AKs and 1 Galil. They've got very low utility, but they do have 3 smokes. I think one of those goes out. Okay, this kind of, it doesn't close the doors towards A, but it makes it a lot harder to try to take over the A side, which can be a bit more demanding in terms of utility. With the amount of utility left over, you think Astralis is going to try to find something in between, like an in-between timing, or take a dry peek and try to follow off of that. But it definitely doesn't feel like we've got any kind of full exec on the horizon. Looks like they want to try to test the waters at A. Bracket is wide open for them. We've got one inside the cubby, which could be the strongest spot of the round. They've got one player to take his attention away, and Bit, he's going to have an opponent here to fight, and Glaive the whip back. What on earth was that?
Just smashes him. Bit even hits the headshot, but AK better than. Simple, Eats a flashbang from Xyp9x, who's supporting this split into the A site. Player on bomb site itself is Electronic. 2 kills from that FAMAS. The MP9's all that's left over here for Na'Vi. We saw that previous retake just barely slip through last round. Glaive susceptible.
The 2 worst guns that have to come in for the retake.
But if I'm Glaive, I just don't move. 9 HP. Yep. Oh, but he does. All right, he offers the peek.
This does open up the round a lot, actually.
Now we're even. Xyp9x over in pit with that Mack 10. It's the AK on site that could make a world of difference, but it's a split between Zip and dupreeh to close this one out. Similar situation to the last, but this time, Astralis to the scoreboard.
They do it, yeah, but they invested with the 3 AKs, and they lose 4 players, so it's still going to be an expensive buy, and now Na'Vi have an interesting decision to make. This is an absolutely absurd kill from Glaive. I mean, you have to... You have to underscore it. That is so insanely impactful in that position, and Bit was in the perfect spot. We saw Mousesports as a reference match over in DreamHack Masters abusing Cubby versus Astralis to win over on their CT side, and I like to see that Na'Vi's game plan has lead them over to this one position. It was such a strong spot. It was constantly in Glaive's blind spot as an IGL, I feel like, and it's interesting to see it be a part of the game plan now with Na'Vi here on CT side.
Electronic takes to the top of the bicycle. Oh, he's taking spam damage. Down he goes. At this point, do you just cut your losses and leave?
Yeah, it was the idea to stay alive for as long as possible, but, you know, anytime he shoots, he would just instantly get zoned and killed inside of the pit. No odds here for Astralis as they fall back to the B site. Or, sorry, and Na'Vi, that is, of course. And we'll try again in another round. But the idea was that a lot of the times Astralis were clearing out top mid, and I wasn't, you know, particularly counting grenades, but I think that they were less. They would less often molly out the cubby, and so the player in the cubby could sit there through the entire period of bracket control, fake into B hit, into lane hit, and eventually find a peak or just get info at top bracket, and that was what kept getting utilized versus Astralis. Seems like such an innocuous position, right? Like a position that actually doesn't matter that much, but we don't know if Astralis have really solved those issues, and if that can continue to be a problem, especially if they know that Na'Vi don't often use it versus them. And we'll see. Another go of it here as Astralis with that 3 rifle by just a round to go has put Na'Vi in this double save situation.
Tough spot for Na'Vi and a good chance for Astralis to make back some of that money.
Would have been huge, actually, if Na'Vi could have even forced 1 rebuy here, because, you know, it would have been right up into an AK.
It almost came down to it. dupreeh finds an opening headshot. The pistol player's meant to be taken down this time. Does Xyp9x clear his closest corner? No. Oh, but he then goes at it. A little pirouette to try and keep him alive. But, I mean, jokes aside, Na'Vi, man advantage. Electronic doesn't have armor to go with this AK.
Angle. Oh, he actually falls off there.
And then the CZ comes in. Perfecto.
1 left.
It's all on Magisk. We saw him with a 1v3, and he's going to have to do it again here on Inferno, and he's being wrapped around Na'Vi with a robbery.
No way they pulled that out. I thought for sure that was a wash. They go 1 for 1 on the trades. They take A pretty quickly. They get into library control. They're very smart from Perfecto, not overextending in that position and realizing that they might come and lurk there. Just waited long enough. He catches the timing, but he also creates it. Give him some credit.
Big moment.
And this is...
Look, I swear he saw him there.
He fell asleep at the wheel a little bit, right? He didn't turn fully, and he didn't peek it properly the first time around.
And you could argue same kind of issue for dupreeh inside of library. Goes to clear out, but doesn't go the furthest corner.
He wasn't going to clear it. He was looking back into CT, right?
Yep.
Had not even a thought that someone could have already been inside the library. Xyp9x, on the other hand, he must clear that angle every single time.
All right, well, Na'Vi, a couple of creepy crawlers in the corners across this map, and they've got themselves a 1-round lead. Can't question it. They pulled it out of thin air, but that's what they did to close map 1. So 5 rounds deep on this CT side. They've got 3 picked up AKs versus the 5 of Astralis here in the 6th.
It's a very it's always an annoying thing when you're on the T side and you see that the other team is going 3 players on banana, taking control of it, and you don't quickly go for like a Hall's take or top bracket. But still, with some time, Astralis will eventually grab it. They molly out the cubby here. They clear out some of these close positions. There's nobody to smoke this out just yet. It looks like, yeah, they'll finally threaten it. And of course, this will just be a small distraction for the T side as they reroute. Now, Simple here, he's about to reclaim top mid control, which can free up a rotation from Bit to go over towards B if they want to. And we'll see if he actually goes the extra distance. Being a little bit timid. There's only 2 players in the site. If Astralis move fast enough, they're in the money.
Here it comes. No rotate, not even close. Still no movement, and oh my, Boomich, blind as a bat. Perfecto tries to come out, gets a kill with him, but that's a singular kill. Bomb plant for Astralis, and because Na'Vi weren't even close to come over, no bolstering of that B bomb site means we are tied at 3.
You know, Na'Vi on CT side on Nuke, they never play without information. Simple is always the guy to go out and get that. He's in a number of positions in one round, all over the place, making sure that Na'Vi knows something. But more than that, he's finding safe openings, and it feels like he doesn't have that same level of confidence on Inferno. It doesn't really go for the info in the exact same way, but here they could have benefited greatly from it. This is a position where Bit could have supported with flashes to deny the entrance into the B site. And, you know, playing in a standard spot like that, top of the second oranges, eating flashes, no cover to use. Of course, you're going to die with a full exec that comes in. But this is a cut and dry round from Astralis with a punish on the fact that Na'Vi did not respond to them at top mid and on the top of banana, and then went through with an execute they knew was going to work. They knew this was going to work. So now it's about what the response will be from Na'Vi.
What do we expect? What do we get to see?
Simple cannot play scared. You know, don't want to put tons of emphasis on him because it's also going to be B players. But sometimes as the Opper, he will be the B player, right? I want to see a very complicated itinerary from Simple in terms of rotations almost every single round. Whether it's these deep peaks or on top of banana, constantly changing it up in the exact same fashion that we see from him on Nuke.
Well, you know what? Bit kind of has that complicated itinerary. The last time we saw them on Inferno, it was him that was moved all over the map. So we'll see if they can both do it. We'll see if this is going to be costly. Bit, double kill. Stops that bomb. Lays down the incendiary and dives back beyond the balk. Sure enough, Simple at his side.
Oh, that's so much info. And you could see that Perfecto instantly. He's like, okay, well, this is a spot where we know they're light on the banana control with the bomb going towards Halls, but he's not in a position to go and take over control of it. They're down a player. Off shot through the wall. Simple sees him from the balcony. That's just a warning shot, but it counts for damage, whether it's confirmed or not.
Yeah, it definitely hurts. Dupree sent limping back. We've got 2 Ts. The top of mid. Boomich looking for a little bit of information. Still, of course, time for Astralis to move this back to the B site. They've got the utility for a full-blown execute. And because Dupree's so close to death, I mean, maybe he sticks around to Balk, keeps these guys committed, and then we get this other 2-player play towards B instead. And that's exactly what's going to happen, but it's still coming in through a form of a split. If Glaive gets this kill, then suddenly we've got a very precarious spot for Perfecto. Instead, it gets unraveled before the ball ever gets rolling. Smoke down both directions. Perfecto plays in front, and Device gets that kill. Now he can take a chance, but with no teammate nearby, Boomich is going to challenge this, and he stops the plant right in its tracks.
Yeah, good play.
This one fizzles out.
That's actually just a small thing, an individual decision, but, you know, Perfecto has no excuse for taking that fight, right? Because he could get the kill, right? But who cares if he does? What he needs to do is delay. And so making noise and responding to Device, putting shots through the smoke, only jeopardizes the rotations. It forces Boomich to have to make a play like that. But that's not a position where he actually wants to spam back. When Device wildly sprays through the smoke to try to get that kill, you ignore it. You're in the winning position. That is not your fight to take at all. And it's really Device that's happy to hear the bullets coming back, so he has a chance to get back into the round.
Yeah, hones in on him. Don't take that bait. Could have been a worse situation for Na'Vi. All things considered, content with the pickup.
That was an insane sequence from Bit in the halls, right? Totally changes the course of the round. If he goes 1 for 1, I mean, Astralis, like, it's hard to even say Na'Vi are winning at that point.
So 4v5 round win from Na'Vi to take the 4-3 lead.
And poor Electronic looked like he was checking radar for a minute there.
We've had 4 rounds go back and forth between these teams. Who's going to stabilize? Who's going to establish that little bit of momentum? And when?
Spot of Hall's control. Dupree likes to go down to the bottom of Boiler and just hold this hard right angle onto the site, like right here. Just sits there and waits for a mistake to be made. Bracket control get taken over. Simple finally going for this re-aggression, and he does punish as soon as Glaive is going to set up for nades. This is going to show him something. A lot about the intentions, in fact.
They retreat off of it. Dupree lingers a bit.
I think they make a little bit of noise, but I don't know if Bit's going to try to rotate.
Well, we saw them come at this B bomb site with few seconds left once upon a time. And they're going to do it yet again. Boomich is boosted up on the cross. Magis is going to take heavy damage. It's all on Boomich. 1 kill, and he knows Dupree's just down beneath him. Can't find it through the smoke. Still, there is time to plant here. Boomich is going to maintain deep control on coffins. This relegates Astralis to the inside of the bomb site in their entirety. They sit within it. 3 flashbangs for Na'Vi to try to get this retake, but Device picks up a critical kill, keeps it even. And he's standing fully exposed and taps in. Bit trades.
2v2.
Zipix up high, and that's gonna deny Bit a chance at the retake. Simple tag by the 2 of them. Astralis back at it as the game's tied at 4.
And we could talk about the strategy and how they wanted to come into the retake and what the protocols were, but listen, they flashed Device, okay? They knew where he was. They sacrificed Boomich to try to go for this kill, and then he just hits this shot.
First bullet.
They instantly maintain numbers. It's still a little bit messy. Outside of that 1 kill, it's a bit messy for Na'Vi on the retake, considering they had the player advantage. But Astralis, they get that first entry, and we know how good Magisk is at entering onto Banana. It's like one of his specialties. Even though we see Device come out as the first player to top Banana early in the round, when it comes to those late round executes, Magisk is so good at the 180 from oranges up into CT spawn. Here he only gets 1 of the kills, but that's just enough, apparently. Now Na'Vi don't have much money to work with. Og in play, Bit's got a gun. Armor purchase. And it is the full investment, though.
And only 1 player at the B site initially. So Astralis is going to find this banana control with no resistance. Almost had a chance to drop Perfecto off of it, but instead he lays down his smoke. Slows things down for a moment.
Almost scarier than gun rounds, honestly.
Yeah.
Almost scarier.
Well, if we've learned anything in this series, it's exactly that.
Yeah, you know that the CTs are just being so sweaty right now. You know they're going to deny a certain amount of control. You're never going to feel comfortable. You know they're going to randomly gamble. Oh, there it is. Okay. Wow. Bomb gets dropped. The player looking to throw grenades. He does get traded from the back, but again, the intentions are known for the CTs, or for the Ts. It's going to make them somewhat uncomfortable. Magisk trying to take the lead here.
Yeah, going for the solo show as the bomb comes over. Boy. Tags Boomich down to 27. Good flash. The pistol of Boomich is going to find the headshot. Now we've got Glaive with that bomb in a recovery mission.
Still up there.
He gets dinked. This is working out wonderfully for Na'Vi, but can Boomich really hang on? He knows there's another player here. That's both players of Astralis. 10 seconds to spare. Molotov goes deep. Boomich ahead of it, dies to the wall bang, and Perfecto can't wide swing. But Glaive, he's going to get flanked by Bit. There's the headshot. There's the 5th round. There's the force buy upset.
That's a lobster pinch from Na'Vi. You have to give full credit to Boomich. For Boomich and Perfecto. The roof flash that he threw into the site as the rotator, that's the one you'd normally see from Bit as the guy who's coming from Arch to try to support. He does perfect here. Of course, the kills that come down are great mechanically, but the flash to deny Magisk from coming forward, and then he stays there. He doesn't immediately fall back. Boomich stays out there for the information. As soon as they actually feign the threaten, they throw the Molotov behind him. He doesn't fall back through it. He's still in that same position. They finally spam him down, but he gets information. He's delayed. He's also got a kill. And then, of course, the last 2 players come in. And what's really important in that 2v2 is just to try to attack when the bomb is getting planted, because the time on the clock means the Ts have no choice but to put it down. And as soon as someone puts down the bomb, you've only got one person who has their gun out. A Na'Vi pounce. This is 3 ecos that we've seen from Na'Vi in this series so far, across 2 maps versus Astralis. The same cannot be said for them.
No, they've got away with 1. I think the count is exactly that. 3-1 to the favor of Na'Vi.
And
3 to 3.
Ecos might not be fair, but a force buy, like 4 pistols and armor.
Yeah, yeah.
A steep firepower disadvantage.
Your implications there. We got 2 players boosted onto the porch, one of which going to play on the monkey bars. 2 of which on the monkey bars. Grenades come over the top, and it's balcony in question. Electronic dives in. This spot from Simple could catch them off guard immensely. It's, ooh, a falling Magus.
Where's the achievement?
Bit.
Wait, what?
He gets deegged in the middle. The replays will tell us the tale, but so far the A site begins to fall. It's Electronic who has to put the weight of it on his shoulders. He has 3 bullets left in the gun, so good thing Perfecto comes in. Dupree with the deeg. V3. First shots miss, and of course, Boomich flying through the skies, aerodynamic as ever. Na'Vi 6-4 lead.
What happened? How does Glaive get this kill? How does Simple get shot in the side of the head? Up top when... What happens here?
Looks like he dies.
Oh, he's getting shot from lane, but it's from the boiler. It's from the boiler. That's why Bit cannot see it. Okay, all right. Well, that makes a lot of sense. I was wondering, you cannot run up lane without Bit seeing that, but the setup works out well. Electronic actually prepared for the Halls pop. The read is correct for the CTs. They felt it coming and they were right.
And that smoke that kind of pops in front of him works perfect because then he's sectioned off away from Pit. Yeah, it allows Astralis to find a little bit of footing, but then it's the next step forward that cuts them down.
It's so important, I think, that's something that doesn't get talked about too much, but for the IGLs to have a correct read or two, you know, despite winning rounds, if you have the wrong setup, you might feel lucky or relieved to win those rounds, but for the confidence of the IGL to know the strat that's coming, finally be correct about it, have the setup, and everything goes as planned. Everybody has faith in the IGL. The IGL himself is going to feel rewarded about that. This is, I think, a really, really important part of the game. We definitely see a good call here made for Na'Vi in that regard. It's not going to phase Glaive, of course, at all, but it does result in the round 1.
Ooh, Perfecto and Boomich. Rock solid B hold. Money being made by the MP9 as well. A single dink seems to come the other way, but a full house from the B site defense and an empty hand from Astralis in that one. Yeah. Understandably, with the lackluster guns, but now we've got to buy.
Sometimes we just dart by these kinds of rounds because they just are not too easy to win, but it's the amount of damage that they do that matters the most, and they don't get any of that.
And that round, the reward for that back and forth fight we had. Remember, there was 6 rounds won back and forth before Na'Vi get the chance to stabilize, and with that chance comes that reward you just saw.
This is a much better CT side than you could have anticipated from Na'Vi so far here versus Astralis. Definitely not favored. I would have,
again,
absolutely given this map over. Yeah, they're just doing the exact same setup. Now, of course, you have the added benefit of just being a good setup, right? Like the only issue, it's not like the Virtus Pro lane setup with someone on the hall on top of the roof like they had earlier, where you can see over top of the arch smoke, so your arch player can just leave if they smoke lane out and go arch. But it's just not something that Astralis are doing very often, so it's not a setup that you want to employ very often. But here versus Halls, as we just saw, it's actually quite good. Now, I don't know. I do wonder why they wanted to copy and paste this, knowing they're going to a full rifle again, what the idea is here, and how it'll work versus a round that's not a Halls pop. But significant pressure on both sides of the map. Whoa, hold on.
Big gap.
Yeah.
Intentional?
I don't know, but look at this. We've got Halls and Banana being taken at the same time. They are really confident that Na'Vi are going to try to get back map control, but they're not doing it in the Halls.
No.
And it's 35 seconds. They're not feeling comfortable. And look who's feeling comfortable. Electronic has moved his way over to the B site, but he's not correct about this read.
Device trying to sell it at the final hurdle. Let's see it, Bit. He's got the back of Zivix and a second follow-up damage. Perfecto shuts down that B play, but Simple, his back is open, and they don't expect this position again. Simple, he stays up top, 10 seconds, and Dupree, he could scramble for the bomb, but he realizes there's just no time. Na'Vi, with Simple as the insurance policy, sits on this A site, bleeds out that clock, and doubles the round count of Astralis.
Oh my god, man, that was such a tense round. I mean, it comes down to some interesting positions that you don't often see between both teams. First of all, Astralis splitting up for the map control, and then bit this close at mid without actually having any support. He's not just sitting in the cubby, he's committed. So he's giving himself a good opportunity to like get one kill for sure, and then have some kind of edge in the next fight, but not guarantee that refrag. But they were willing to take that risk, and they had rotated 3 over towards B as well. And then Simple, they just didn't expect him to be up in his treehouse again.
Yeah, he's hanging out, right?
Attack timeout called here for Astralis. And yeah, things start to change when it feels like no matter what you're doing, you're getting called out. But this is turning into a commanding lead for Na'Vi.
And they tried to bring it towards that B site. They got Electronic to successfully rotate over.
Yeah.
It was just 2 landmines on A.
Dude, the story for Na'Vi last year was like consistently good placings, but the big wins were not there outside of Kato early on.
Yeah.
You know,
remember, they topped their blast group as well. The first event, we saw them.
And that's first through third. This is the finals of the global finals of the culmination of the year.
But again, at the start of the calendar, a strong start for Na'Vi. And not actually, excuse me, not a strong start. The fact that they have ramped up over the event. There was a period where everybody thought these guys were going down.
Oh, yeah, it was so rough in the first. I've honestly never seen them play that badly in the first 2 days. And their game has just elevated to an incredible level since then.
Boomic gonna eat a couple flashes, still manages a kill alongside Perfecto, who seems to have been flashed in the process. That AK picked up by Dupree. He posts as bomb is planted. We get Na'Vi crawling over, but I mean, he's held into his angle. Boomic, like a boulder, just locks this in. Double deagle versus 5, and it's headshot after headshot, kill after kill. Here for Na'Vi, now leading 9-4 on this CT side.
Yeah, you just can't write it off, man. You can't write it off. We get a bit check. He's just, feels like he's just doing so well as well. I mean, things just are starting to get calmer and calmer here for Na'Vi. The trades are coming through. They look very comfortable. The support is great. Wow. You know, it's a very demanding position where the Perfecto is at any one moment, because as soon as they turn the corner on B, he needs to be able to flash in, spam through as he is. But he always seems to be in that spot, in CT spawn, as they're turning the corner, ready to assist in with Boomic, who, of course, is putting up good numbers himself.
The chances are waning for Astralis on this T side.
Can't wait to see the interesting stats that come out of this match. Boomic is 16-5 in this game.
Above and beyond.
Haters, be quiet. Na'Vi on fire. Electronic pushing through, and he sprays 3 down. And he does so much damage to the third guy that this is already Astralis with hopes waning.
Feels like it's been iced out before it even had a chance to begin. They just wanted to step into the apartments. Interested in window shopping. Shutters closed by Electronic. Still a chance. But how many times are we going to watch Astralis just change direction into this B site to walk into the rock that is Boomic?
It's tough because they haven't even been able to win versus 2 players. No overstacks, no deep control. It's just been Perfecto, Boomic working together, putting up more than 1 kill each, allowing the retakes or holds to be very easy. Simple this time. He's committed over towards the B site. The bomb walks its way back to A. There's just no great options here for Astralis. They're going to give it a chance.
Boomic, he's right where he needs to be. And with his form, he's going to peek. 2 headshots and the third. Boomic stops them all.
The Wicked Whip with confidence. Boomic comes through. He recognizes right there. If you're foggy on a day and you're in that position, you don't come forward. You wait for the fight to come to you. You know they're setting up for grenades, but you don't go out and do it yourself. You don't just finish the duel but today he's got his captain's hat on. He's playing with confidence.
Yeah, he is very much in the game. And what we know about Boomich is that when he's playing well, he's calling well.
He's calling well. Absolutely. Absolutely.
And that is on full display here as Na'Vi take to the double digits. A final round on this T side. Boomich the Boulder barrels forward in that last one.
When's the last time Na'Vi have had this good of a half versus Astralis on Inferno, CT side? I don't even know. Another kill to open up the round. Simple. He hasn't even had to make noise so far. He's just maintained a positive score line with just low kills, decently low deaths.
Oh, but Device with an opening. Smashes Boomich in this one, who's going to have to call from the sidelines for the final round of the CT side. A smoke spam from Perfecto. A position we've seen Astralis in all too often. Footing on the B site with a bomb plant, but a single smoke is all they have to hold on with. We've got the double incendiary for the retake. And Na'Vi, you know they're going to play this.
Late to the information, Bit will make his way over. They've got a lot of nades to work with. They can smoke Banana out.
That's exactly what happens. Cuts off Dupree. We see him come back, currently walking through it. Plays on the forefront of it. Then the incendiaries are thrown forward, but neither of them are on the money. In fact, Dupree, he cuts down 2, and this could be it. Astralis looking for the 5th, but Simple, he's got that deagle. And it's a close 1v3. He gets all the kills he needs, but it's a round for Astralis nonetheless. And the individual power is there. Only 6 rounds away from the win.
Welcome to a new show called The Download.
It's a daily look at the stories, people, and trends that matter to you most, from gaming, pop culture, movies, and beyond.
Are you going PlayStation or are you going Xbox?
Going Nintendo.
There are no limits, so if you have a question or your own opinion, we want to hear it.
We'll give you, the viewer, an inside scoop, analysis, and discussion that matters most.
We'll see you
every day on VENN.
The Download on VENN.
And so Na'Vi have Astralis against the wall at the moment. That back and forth round count in the middle of the half, Mohan, that was going to set the pace. It was going to set the tone of who stabilized. And in the end,
that was very much Na'Vi.
Yeah, definitely. I got a little excited at the end. I thought he had time to defuse. Oh, that would have been insane, but he gets the 3-1 Deegs. Ultimately, the 5th round for Astralis. Hey, maybe it's a curse. 11-4 is the scoreline that Zonic loves to see. He's, of course, on the better end of it by the way that he's characterized it, but now he gets the 5th round, the cursed 5th round. So we'll see what happens in this game. It's unclear at this moment. Yes, it's a big lead, but it just doesn't mean anything. For those of you who've been watching this kind of matchup over the years, it just does not mean a lot. Astralis are definitely capable of coming back into this. Na'Vi know that for sure. Yes, they played well. Yes, they're upper map, but it's a grand final. This is Astralis specialty.
Flash over the top from the CT side, and then the terrorists send one of their own. Good trade back by Apps, but Device, that's the clean headshot they need. And you can see how that serves as a trigger. Forces Na'Vi's feet into this A site. Magic's taking a dink. That actually buys a little bit of a timing here for Na'Vi, but an attack from the back. Perfecto's been cut off from the pack. And Boomich, he's just going to get that bomb plant. So already somewhat of a win here for Na'Vi. Let's see if they can lock down the post plant. Bit, he's gone unchecked. Magis gets a kill in the middle, but it's Bit with 2, and that's huge. It's low health for a couple of these players. Bit still dodging shots. 4 HP, 4 kills. Has he done enough? Perfecto in the apartments. Glaive with no kit on him. And that bomb's at the halfway point. Glaive, he's sticking this. 5 seconds left over. Perfecto extends. He comes off for the kill, and Na'Vi 11-5.
No kills in vain for Bit. I hope he's not working minimum wage, because he has been working overtime here on CT side. That was so nuts, and we're pairing it with this T side now after the pistol. How is he doing so much from Graveyard? It's not a spot that offers you a lot. You can't fall back from here. Yes, it's impenetrable, which is nice, but in a post-plant situation, once you get spotted, you're probably going to die most of the time, but his aim was immaculate. And it's the 2 pistols that puts Na'Vi now at 11-5 after very decent trades in favor of Astralis to kick the round off.
Oh, that's got to be a lump in the throat for Astralis.
Sure.
Tough way to lose it.
Very fair.
Early kills, had Na'Vi scrambled. But it's Bit's big moment. And this is a player who did not come in as the 6th-man roster with initial success, but struggles. And we've seen him claw his way back into relevance. Magisk, with a little magic, pops in and takes one with him.
Yeah, that's something. Looks like the execute might continue forward here. Simple bomb, of course, we're watching that. Decides to go back towards mid, maybe throw a flash potentially. There is this pinch from Lane and Arch from the CTs. They throw some nades as well to get info. And of course, this could mean for Na'Vi one of 2 things. That Astralis are going to hard rotate, or it doesn't really matter. That even if they do hard rotate, it's better for us to go forward than back. Okay.
He's done it again.
That's an entry, yeah.
The jumping headshots, the name of the game. It's going to get that bomb in. Na'Vi now comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, they got the info just in time, but they couldn't do anything with it. They die falling back into spawn. This just means this just means the next round is just going to be that much easier, right? Astralis need every little bit that they can get with these pistols, SMGs, whatever. If they're going to mount some sort of comeback, it's going to start by trying to secure an eco out of Na'Vi as soon as possible. But it doesn't look like that's the case. Grim Reaper comes knocking. Not as Vincier take 12. And we've got a no money play one more time here for Astralis. But this is not a situation where they're just thinking about damage. They're thinking about round win every single time.
They have to. At a 7-round deficit, they got to play it for its most. We've got Mack 10s, of course, still across the board for Na'Vi. And with this much of a lead, with this much of a confidence, map win in your back pocket, you know what Na'Vi can do. They could very well just slap a disrespect sticker on this round and get real wild. We'll see. The stakes are high. They don't want any of these riflers to die, but you never know.
Astralis in the Blast Fall finals faltered to Vitality. having had to play a best of 3 earlier that day versus Big, said they didn't have enough left in them to win in the second match. Na'Vi has already won a best of 3 today.
Yeah. And against who other than that very same Vitality. But oh, Device! 2 MP9 kills up here in the apartments. Simple gets it back.
That's pit open, though. And
yeah.
TTs are rotating. It's scary as it's 4-3, but there's a good amount of control here for the Ts.
And a testament to the uphill battle that Astralis were fighting this round. Even with Device getting a 5 versus 3 moment off of that MP9, the rest of the team just don't have enough.
Oh.
Or do they?
Wait, there's a Hall's flank as well. Okay, now the CTs are getting into better spots. It looks like we've got Graveyard eliminated for the T positions, and Dupree's,
but
he can cause a distraction, right?
Yeah, or that thing sometimes just shoots slugs. We'll see if it can rail a headshot, perhaps into the pit player. There's no way he wins the engagement versus Simple. Zipic's low HP. Electronic, he's going to take a tidbit of damage. Simple over towards Arch, and there's a player right behind him.
Wait,
what a whip around!
Oh, he heard it. He just reacted. Zipix ran onto the site to try to be a good teammate and trade, and Simple just listened.
And there it is. The Mack 10 swap worked out for Dupree. Gets a parting gift, but who else do you want in those high-octane, important moments other than Simple and Electronic? They combine to close the post plant, cutting off the Arch player, and then just cracking the whip.
Crazy. I mean, he knows he's in danger. You've just got to stay sharp in these moments, of course. And it just goes to show you how dangerous Astralis can be at any turn. That 2K MP9 spray down on Halls. It made things really, really sketchy. But still, the lead continues. 3 rounds away from closing this out. Device offing this time around. Electronic taking forward aggressive control to the top of Banana, and lots of pressure. Oof. Glaive gets traded 1-for-1. There's 3 on the site. They might not know. Now, the 2 grenades that come late will tell them. But they're botched grenades. They go behind the car. They don't do any damage. And Perfecto will threaten with a frontside smoke. Try to deny them some information.
Really fast first engagement. Information exchanged.
They made the call fast.
Kills traded.
Up on Device again.
And a 4v2 towards the A site.
Trained on this angle on Arch.
Easy first pickup for Device. No flash, no assistance, no double peek.
They didn't know about it.
Just Perfecto popped. Magis to the bicycle. And Simple's going to get boosted. This could give him an unorthodox angle, but that grenade, nice damage. Still doesn't stop him.
3v3. Device, he could be behind an Arch smoke. He's got a very strong line here.
Ooh, but there's a gap. And that gap could work wonderfully. He doesn't see the T drop down. That's bit inside a pit.
They could very easily run into this.
They've got to be cautious with the decisions they make. Bomb plant comes through from Simple. 3 versus 3. And again, with such a little margin of error, do Astralis let this round slip? That save has to be hot in their minds. And with that Molotov right there,
they're just waiting.
It could be enough. They waited out. There's no kit currently on these players. They look to re-engage. Another grenade, and that one's on the money. Simple finds the headshot. Now it's all in from short side, and they have to call it off. They have to concede a 14th round to Na'Vi.
Oh my god, it's actually happening for Na'Vi. Potentially here, they could close this out. Definitely not a favorite in the tournament with Vitality in it. If it wasn't for Vitality, then you'd think the next best competition, of course, would be them. But look at this. A key frag, and now potentially an op for Simple to grab. I don't know if he won't necessarily always get this, but we saw versus Simple how we saw Simple versus Liquid, how he picked up the op and had an unbelievable amount of impact on T-side Inferno, which is so rare. Today he'll continue on with the AK, and I guess all that matters at this point for Na'Vi is that it's Device who can't afford an op. Scoring between 44 and 69 ADR here for Astralis. Utility damage through the roof for Perfecto. A great map for him. Kill-wise, damage-wise, as a CT side rotator, support for Boomich. His mechanics look sharp. Everybody is contributing. It has been a team effort. So we run this clock down on the pause. Potentially one last try here. A dignified attempt at the comeback from Astralis. as their star dims.
And dignity on the line, because a score like this on Inferno, a map that we have criticized fairly from Na'Vi just at even the beginning of this event. It is not Bit at the top of the scoreboard, but he is definitely one of those shining pieces. This is the only map we see him on, and he does it all. Glaive's low HP, trying to play around on Banana for that information, takes more damage and more damage until finally he's forced back, which means Na'Vi have Banana control off of the back of this utility. But they leave it.
Yeah, they leave it. They clear it out. They mollied sandbags. They spotted it. They start to fall back. Astralis playing without information. They don't have good guns. Glaive is low. Arch is wide open here. They don't know what Na'Vi want to do. They're just gambling and hoping it's B.
And they are wrong. Na'Vi knocking on the door of middle.
Simple, letting him know how much map control he has. And that they are a slave to that information. It's electronic, prying eyes here on the archway. Magisk in jeopardy.
Device and Magisk, the last two players to hang on to frag grenades. Maybe they soften away some of the HP of Na'Vi on their approach. Bit, ooh, doesn't thoroughly clear that corner. And now that's an AK offered over.
Graveyard.
Boomich, she's coming in quick. Gets that kill, Device goes down. The A site's crumbled, and all the while, Simple is just unraveling the B hold. This is a 15th round for Na'Vi, no doubt. 10 map, match, and tournament points. A masterclass on Inferno.
Oh my God, Simple. They literally took both sites at the same time. At this point, it doesn't even matter if Simple gets a kill. He's going to get info on so many players, but he also just assassinates them both. They got to be excited about that one. As we touch on 15, just not the scoreline you would ever expect on Inferno versus Astralis. I thought with certainty we were going to get Dust 2, as well as they played on Nuke.
You'd think. What's wild again is ever since that back and forth spree of rounds came to a close, it has been nothing but Na'Vi. 11 of the last 12 rounds. Not a single CT round win.
If you think Astralis are going to give up in this moment, this is a $400,000 match. This is a match for all the prestige from all of the tournaments that they played with Blast this last year. The culmination of it all. If you think Astralis, that didn't perform an 8-round comeback to win their first major, are going to give up when they're down 10 rounds versus a team that they regularly beat, that they are facing now from the upper bracket, you have to be kidding yourselves.
Na'Vi with that dream run from the lower side, taking a page out of Astralis' book. That is the way Astralis qualified for this global finals. They won the fall finals just a couple months ago. Na'Vi getting in just by way of points, scraping by across the year to get themselves here. Facing that elimination from every best of 3 following Liquid's loss, and now they have a man advantage in this 5v4.
It potentially begins. Dupree's down.
And they let it stew.
3 players move over. Bomb gets picked up, but they have eyes on B, thinking about taking this back. A nightmare for Astralis again, playing without info.
They let that reality sink in.
Guessing game for Glaive.
He's going to try to get ahead of Electronic at the B site, who's coming in with a bit of utility. That was a good job at drawing the rotate, just like the last round. They're trying to repeat the success. And this time, close corner clear. Bit's going to have a chance to entry in this bomb site. Magisk on Pit. A couple of players line up, but he only takes one. It has to be the Maverick. Right now, right here, 15 seconds, and he dies to Perfecto. Glaive and Zipic still with a bit of a chance, but they're not going to stop that bomb plant. It's a post-plant retake instead. Upgrade from the UMP to the AK. $400,000 on the line for this retake. That is the difference. And it's all on Glaive. Low HP for 3. Na'Vi, they've got it. Na'Vi have done it. Your Blast Global Finals Grand Champs.
They finally do it. They stand in the face of the odds. They come through the lower bracket. They start off a despondent, losing, poorly playing Na'Vi with Bit not showing up on Inferno, with the whole team failing, Boomich behind, and then Boomich, Electronic, they come into the fray. Simple stays consistent. Bit shows up, and they conquer their Inferno and beat the statistics.
That's right. The Undertaker and his team, they get the better of every single challenger sent into that lower bracket. A fresh-faced Team Liquid is the one who sent them there in a 2-0 fashion. Two of the best players in the world between Simple and Electronic, but a system that we questioned. A 6-man roster that could have upended everything they worked for. Simple, #2 player in the world, but the #1 team here at the Blast Global Finals. $600,000 for Na'Vi to start this year. Feast on this.
We will be feasting on that win for a long time to go, Scrawny, because that was an impressive win. Coming in from playing another best of 3, going up against the best team in the world and dominating them 2-0. We could have never predicted that.
It's a resurrection from Na'Vi, absolutely. Remember, they were one map away from being eliminated after their first loss and then losing the first map to Complexity, and now they triumph against Astralis. It's a story of individuals shining, obviously. Simple, we have to talk about it, but some other players just showing better than what we expected from them. Perfecto is the one, Boomich is the one, but also a map pool destroying Astralis on Inferno. That's the signal.
And this is the thing, we spoke about it. 18-year-old Bit in his first ever Tier 1 final. The pressure's on, right? Your team's already up 1 map. You come in, and it doesn't need to be light. It doesn't need to be super impressive like we saw yesterday when he played on Inferno. But he did show us that he can hang, and that pistol round on the T side, just wow.
He did his job. He did exactly what he was supposed to do for Na'Vi. And I'm glad we can finally stand here after a brilliant Na'Vi performance, after a brilliant Simple performance, and say that Na'Vi won because they won as a team.
Yes.
They were the better team on the server. No doubt about it. To my understanding, they played some of the best Counter-Strike we've seen Na'Vi play ever since Katowice. I don't think we can argue that. I don't think we can disagree on that. And to see them win as a team instead of just winning by Electronic, just winning by Simple, makes me so happy. Because this is a Na'Vi you can buy into, and this is a Na'Vi you can be happy for.
And this is a Na'Vi that has something to build around. This 6-man roster thing comes into effect. Flamey spoke about it, right? And he didn't want to be playing on Inferno. It was a map he chose to go out of it. When he comes in for these nuke maps, though, he steps up and delivers.
I mean, that's the premise. If you can guarantee me that Flamey is going to have that kind of performances on the map he plays, and then Bit actually comes into his shape, come into his own, then yes, the 6-man roster is working. But we know it's a long-term story. Bit had been disappointing. This time around, he stepped up. What's the next chapter?
And it is all about the next chapter, right? This is how we're going to look at these guys going forward in all of this. But overall, if you're a Na'Vi fan right now, you finally can sit in the glory of a win after so long, so many near misses with it. And this shows us that, okay, you did it this year, you did it last year, but it's all about how they continue forward from here.
I have the deepest respect for Na'Vi's fans out there, because it must be hard to be a fan of Na'Vi, because you never know what you're gonna get. It's a roller coaster. Look at you, James. You're in the green room. You're happy, you're sad, you're mad, you're everything, you know.
Confused?
And, confused sometimes. It's a big circle of a lot of emotions, right? But this time around, I think all the Na'Vi fans out there, including you, James, can be happy for the performance. Happy to see Flamey play well. Happy to see Perfecto finding impact. Of course, Simple playing MVP of the tournament. I don't think there can be a discussion here, right?
No
Sabu was up there, but Simple is the MVP of the tournament. Na'Vi won everything. They won, they won the tournament. They won as a team. They won $600,000 as well, and that is a lot of money, especially in the area. So everything that could go right here for Na'Vi was just perfectly fine for them.
Well, you were just mentioning Simple himself is standing by for the winner's interview as he's just bagged himself the grand final win. Simple, how are you feeling after that one? Because that wasn't just a win, that was a dominant victory over Astralis.
It was great. That was a great feeling. That's the best feeling you can ever imagine for a player.
And now when it comes to it, right, I've got to touch on Bit here, because this guy comes in, 18 years old, never played in a final like this. Okay, you've really trialed him. He's played Astralis 3 times prior to this, 4 times total. But this guy delivered that T-side pistol. It was incredible. What do you make of this young man? How do you view him?
I would just tell him, don't think that it's final, because it's another game for him. And we knew that he's going to show up. I believe in him for whole tournament because he's patient guy and he's just a great guy and he's great addition for our team.
Simple, you played, or rather you won 5 maps today. Tell me about how much energy you needed to spend. Did you still have the focus when you moved into this grand final?
Yeah, I'm just very happy that we won.
I just ask you as well.
I mean, like, just game by game. Like, we told each other that's gonna be a long day from the beginning, and we knew that we can finish this road. And yeah, just a lot of water, and yeah, and don't eat before games.
Okay, don't eat before games. I just wanted to ask you, Bumic had an incredible tournament, and it's probably the first time we see him shine so much. Can you tell us a little bit about his performance and maybe explain us why he was able to perform so well?
I think that just everyone is really believing in his calls and Blade help us as well. But for example, on Banana, it's the hardest spot on any maps, and they had less preparation with Perfecto before, and now they feel this game really, really good. Like they're upgrading their skill, and in 3 months they're gonna play there much better, for example. But yeah, just everyone is playing a lot, and everyone wants to win.
Simple. I don't think there can be any doubt that, at least to my understanding, you were the MVP of this tournament. How does it feel to be MVP of the first tournament of 21? Was that a goal you had, or was that just something that comes along with being so great as you are?
It feels like it's deserved MVP because we won. It means a lot because without my teammates, I wouldn't do this. Like, it's thanks to them that they keep me in this game. They keep my focus clear, and I just played my game, and I didn't think about anything else.
Sounds good. Now, Simple, I didn't want to ask you yesterday because I didn't want to remove your focus from the tournament and from the game, but you didn't win the best player of 2020. Is that extra fuel on your fire? Do you want to do even more next year to make sure you're going to be the best player of the world for 21?
Yeah, of course. I'm not gonna relax. As I told before, I want to be on this level for so many years, and it's great. There are a lot new players and players that can play really, really good because that's exciting for me as well. I'm learning their game and I'm trying to see something new for me because it's my game. Like I just want to play it and I want to know everything about it.
So no Valorant in the future for you?
What? Sorry?
No Valorant for you in the future?
No, man. Just forget about this game.
That's simple. One thing I do have to ask, right? We saw this Katowice run in 2020 that was amazing for you guys. We now see another amazing run at the beginning of this year here. But what has changed for you guys in order to make this happen after the end of last year? And how do you keep this going forward? Because one thing we have seen and we've come to question when it comes to Na'Vi is how you guys can consistently perform like this. What is the thing that you need to hit the nail on the head with?
I think we became more stronger from last year because, as you see, we can actually do some comebacks and we have more belief in each other. And we just, I don't know, we just keep practicing every day. We just keep talking, we keep discussing, fixing mistakes. Yeah, just everyone want to reach this goal because nobody was at the top from us, you know. So we just live in this moment to get this and stay there as long as possible.
And also, obviously, we're in Corona times. You guys are at home. But do you have some sort of like extra coaching going on or mental coaching and preparation like that on the side of Na'Vi? Because I'd just like to get some more insight into those changes and how you guys are working.
Yeah, every day we working with our coach, Gleb. And yeah, he helps me personally a lot. And for my team, he do a lot of impact. Like every time before games, we talk together and we're just trying to be more focused on the game.
We'll definitely keep that going. Simple, you are the MVP and champion here for the Blast Global Finals. Is there anything you want to say to all the fans out there?
Thank you, guys. Thank you, everyone. Just thank you. Yeah. You know what I'm telling. Thank you to all of you. Thank you, guys. Even thank you for trash talkers because they make me stronger. I respect criticism and I know what I need to do to be there with my team, you know. I just thank them to remind me that I need to practice, play, and I can do more. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, Simple. Congratulations once again. Go off and enjoy your celebrations.
See you guys.
I love it.
Yeah, there we go. That's the right attitude. That's the fuel. There, that's the fire to make this magic happen for one of the best players in the world, one of the greatest we've got.
Absolutely. You know, he said something that really resonated with me. He said, you know, I want to say thank you to my teammate because without him, I wouldn't be here. I would be winning, talking about the MVP. And I actually agree. And we have to say it for the fans and the viewers at home. The very fact that Simple might very well be the best player in the world doesn't mean he can win alone. These days are over in Counter-Strike.
Yes.
You cannot be a one-man army. It's not going to work out. You need teammates by your side. You need structure. You need a map pool. You need resilience, tenacity. He talked about the fact that they could pull comebacks together off. That wasn't the case before. This right here, this run from Na'Vi had all the elements of a championship team. Simple is one of the very best players in the world. He cannot do it alone. He needs Na'Vi with him.
And you need to be humble. And just to add a little bit of historic context into this one, you guys remember when he first came over to Liquid, they tried to qualify for a major? I think Simple had one of the worst tournaments he's ever played in his entire career, and his teammates carried him to the major. They would not have qualified had it not been for the teammates of Liquid. And back then, Simple were as good as he is now. That humbled him a little bit. I think he realized back then that he needs a team around him. He needs a support cast to elevate himself and to be at the very best level. I think that was a very good learning process for him, and you can see every single event, every single year, as a personality, Simple is also growing. Again, a well-deserved MVP today, and I love, as Maniac said as well, the fact that you are aware that you need a team around you to support you to be able to play at this level. It's good to see him being in this state of mind.
And it's the growth of it as well, right? That's what we talk about with a lot of players. And some players don't ever hit that mark. They don't ever learn from their mistakes with it. But some teams that do need to learn from their mistakes right now is going to be Astralis, because we never expected them to bow out in such a fashion.
No, I guess the fact that Astralis lost their map pick so clearly is a little bit disheartening, something that we're not really used to see because, again, Nuke was very competitive and based on the stats and based on the narratives, you could understand that Na'Vi had now this map strongly in their grasp. Astralis was losing a little bit. I could understand it. But the very fact that they go smacked on Inferno, to me, might be a little bit worrying. And we circle back to the discussion of, yes, this is an Astralis that looks very good, very deadly, but this is not the unbeatable machine they used to be. Individually speaking, some players did disappear a little bit. You talked, Jacob, about Dupree being so strong coming into this day. He unfortunately missed the mark a little bit. Device was rather quiet. And I don't care that it's a team game. Of course it's a team game and everyone has to step up. But if you are a star player, it comes with some responsibility to bail your team out of certain situations. I think the stars for Astralis were a little bit quiet today.
I would agree. Astralis cannot be happy with this performance at all. You see the scoreboard here as well. Not a lot of double digits and not a lot of performance that stands out for Astralis. I just do want to note down, you guys remember what happened at Katowice, right? I have a sense and I have a feeling that when Na'Vi is playing at this level, it doesn't matter whether you're Vitality, it doesn't matter whether you're Nico and G2, it doesn't matter if you're Saivu, Device for that matter. Nobody can compete against Na'Vi when they're playing at this level. If Na'Vi can find a way to replicate these kind of performances on a consistent basis, they can be a candidate to be the best team in the world. I'm not taking anything away from Na'Vi here, right? I'm basically just trying to praise them and say that if you're Astralis, you gotta admit sometimes you just face a team that outplayed you. Sometimes you're just facing a team that have a higher potential than you. If Simple is playing up to his best, if Electronic is playing up to his best, then Device and Dupree will not be enough to save you. That's just how it is. Na'Vi have a higher peak, they have a higher potential, and today we saw glimpses of that. So again, if they can replicate performances like these, who says Na'Vi can't be the best team in the world?
Well, let's speak to a man that can help us try and understand what went wrong for Astralis on this day, as Zonic was able to talk with Freya.
Commiserations to Astralis, but Zonic, thank you so much for taking the time to have a chat with me after that grand final. Of course, when we spoke earlier, you acknowledged that Na'Vi had a rise in form throughout the competition. So what was so testing about the Na'Vi that turned up to the server today?
Oh, I think it was more on our part, to be honest. I think they obviously played really well, but everything was just off for us today. I must admit, a lot of miscommunication, and they also played really well. I have to give them a lot of credit because they deserved it. We'll have to look back at it. I know for sure that throughout the whole tournament we've been struggling with our pistol rounds, and if you want to gain momentum against a team like that, it's a good way to start off a match. But we'll have to work on that. And overall, I would say I'm satisfied with the event for us. But it's bittersweet when we showed up like we did in the final today.
I wanted to ask specifically about Inferno as well, because looking back in December, you managed to beat Na'Vi on that map 3 times. So what were some of the issues that you were facing specifically on that map?
I think that for us, it was, I think that we were a bit too fast in our play, and we didn't clear specific corners, and it felt like we didn't really reset mentally after the first game. So it was just very difficult. They won some rounds, and we lost a lot of anti-egos. At least it felt like that throughout the match. So it was just uphill from the get-go, and then I think that they played really well on Inferno as well. Maybe in hindsight, we should have maybe gone towards B more in the beginning, because I think that they were, with the presence that they had in mid, they kind of shut us down quite fast when we tried to take mid control, and that kind of hurt us today.
I know we were chatting about it a little bit earlier, but of course we got to see Bubsky coming in on Nuke the first time that we've seen him at this tournament. So what's the team's plan going forward with utilising Bubsky? Is there going to be any kind of changes we see to this rotating roster for Astralis?
There might be. For us, I think it's in the pipeline to see where we can utilize Bubsky more. It doesn't necessarily have to be that Bubsky plays Nuke and Zip doesn't. In an ideal world, for me at least, I would like to see us switch in different positions, because otherwise it's just going to be the same when people are trying to anti-strat us, which I think it's a great weapon if you have more players. It would just be the same if our opponents know that, okay, every time Astralis plays Nuke, it's going to be Bubsky who's playing. So for me, it will be ideal if in the future, if we can utilize him so that he doesn't necessarily have to play every Nuke, but that we can actually switch it up a bit. So yeah, we obviously I have to look at the matches this tournament to see if he can play more maps or how we're going to do it. But yeah, right now I'm just thinking about our game against Na'Vi, and it's definitely not Bubsky's fault.
That is very interesting, right? The integration where you cannot predict what Astralis might be doing and who might be playing which map, which would also say to me, it's a bit of backtracking, but also maybe there's more potential for Bubsky on different maps?
Well, to be fair, that could be the case. We don't know. Matthew, you touched upon it as well in the pregame segment, saying that what if in the future we could have a scenario where when you play Nuke against Astralis, you don't know whether it's going to be Bubsky, Smix, or Magic for that matter. They could switch around, so you have 2 different game plans for each the team you're playing against. That is a very interesting prospect. I do want to say, though, first and foremost, get Bubsky working, right? It's not working for you right now. So sure, if you're pulling Bubsky out of Nuke, that's not, trying to implement Smix as well and having 2 things to play off. That is basically admitting that Bubsky right now on Nuke is not working for you. And I also do agree with him saying it's not his fault. We don't have to personal slander Bubsky. No. It's just not working for Astralis and Nuke as of right now.
And it's always going to be hard to fit in a new player to a core that has been so long together and achieved so much.
Absolutely, because whether or not you use the same roles, people have preferences. People have favorite ways of playing Counter-Strike. We see Bubsky sometimes picking up the AWP towards ramp. That's not something Zip would be doing. So you have to think about it when you build your game plan. And when you've been together with 5 players for so long, you have habits, you have patterns. You know how people like to play the map, and you have to rethink it. But for Astralis, in a way, that could be a blessing in disguise, because Counter-Strike is evolving. You don't want to be stuck in thinking, how were we winning 2 years ago? You want to think about how to win now, today. And in that sense, I like the fresh blood. And if one day, that's my dream, if one day we could have lineups that you just discover on the day for the map, that would be sick. But like, the challenge is huge in terms of theory. It's gigantic.
Well, Na'Vi are our global finals champions, guys. They gave us some epic moments. So let's hear the winning moment from them in this mic'd up clip.
Ни одно хп, я живу просто. Биваю ласта. Хорош, парень. Хорош, парень. Ребятки, мы сделали этот последний шаг.
And they are winning $600,000. A huge prize pool that was on offer, picked up by Na'Vi, which no one expected. And this is an impressive way to kick off 2021 when they also get the gold TW Steel watches. That is for all 6 players and the coach, and you can only get them by winning this tournament. A fantastic opportunity and gift for these players. It's certainly one I would love to have myself. I'm very jealous.
I am extremely jealous. I'm thinking about just going back to my career, maybe leaving the desk behind just so I can win one.
I've seen you stream. Just stop there. Just stop there. Maybe just stay with me, please, mate. I'm sorry.
What about me? Can I do
crush my dream?
You had to go to NA in the first place, so you're never making it back here in Europe.
Everyone is getting a little bit.
We have had a fantastic tournament, though, guys, right? We have had a lot of fun from start to finish, but this sets a real high tone for the rest of the year.
Absolutely. If this is how we start 2021, then I just cannot wait to see the next tournament and the one after and the one after. I said I was a little bit scared of the level that we would display after a break. I didn't need to be scared at all. I think Counter-Strike is at the highest level we've ever seen. Granted, it's online. Granted, it's brawly, but there's also some strategies. There's some storylines to it. I just want to jump into the next.
I know people may hate me now, and I just want to make sure I do my job justice, right? Because when I was doing the event at Katowice, and when I saw Na'Vi play at such a high level, I also said on the desk straight after they won, let's wait and see if Na'Vi can replicate their performance. Ooh. And I got a lot, yeah, exactly. I got a lot of boos, I got a lot of Instagram DMs and all that kind of stuff with people not being happy about it. But we saw back then what happened. They couldn't re-find that form. They couldn't rediscover it. They couldn't find the consistency. I'm gonna say the same thing here. I would absolutely love to see Na'Vi play at this level because I genuinely believe they could be the best team in the world if they do it, but I want to see it more than once every year. I want to see it twice a year, I want to see it 3 times a year, I want to see it more or less every single tournament, because if that happens, then I agree with Matthew, then we have a very spicy top with Astralis, Vitality, Na'Vi, all fighting for number 1.
Well, guess what, Pim? We're going to see it at the next event. We're going to see it later on in this year because we have got plenty more events coming for you for Blast Premier 2021. And you don't have to wait long at all. On the 4th of February, we kick off the 2021 season correctly because this was the 2020 Global Finals, starting it off here in Jan. So stick with us because the spring season is just around the corner. More great moments, more epic highlights, and like you mentioned, Maniac, the Counter-Strike, we always say it, but it does only get better. It does only continue to impress because the level of the players and the skill within these players continues to get better as we evolve and grow.
We do, James, and I'm looking at, the list of teams right here, and I'm just getting excited, if I can say that, in a very normal way. I'm getting very CSGO excited. You have some names here. We didn't even mention during the tournament, but what about FaZe Clan? What are they going to show in 2021? That could be an impressive storyline. You have the Liquid, who obviously shown a little bit of grip. It's a tease. We had some tease. You're right.
Yeah,
it was a tease for Liquid. That's it. Obviously, OG Esports trying to fight to stay at the top. Can we just start the tournament tomorrow? I know it's not tomorrow, right? We cannot do that.
I know, I've got to give you a little bit more time with that. Right. We got some fantastic teams to bring us into the next season, Pim, and we got a lot of great action to come your way. Who would you pick as your hot team to look at?
Ooh, that's a good question. I have high hopes for FaZe Clan. We don't know their official roster just yet. I think I have an idea. I think I have a good idea of what's going to happen with FaZe Clan. I think I know who's going to play for them, and if that is the case, that's going to be very interesting. A team that I definitely will follow. And then Liquid, we saw them at this tournament. As Matthew highlighted, they were looking good, and would they get more time with Fallen if they integrate him into being an in-game leader, release Stewie 2K, get Nafby back on the level.
We don't want him to go by.
We don't want him to go anywhere. Get Elise back on the server as well. I think Liquid have the potential to be up there with the very best teams in the world. Not to forget about G2. Quite disappointing at this tournament.
Got to keep an eye on G2 for sure, but we are done. It is all over. I don't want it to end. I don't want this to be the last segment, guys, but it has to be it. Maniac, thank you very much for being by the side of me. The same to you, Pimp. We've had an absolutely incredible time here for the Global Finals, but it has all come to an end. Remember to be back here on the 4th of February for the most inclusive tournament in CSGO history. Teams have the chance to get to this Global Final in multiple ways, and trust me, the 2021 season is only going to be better. There's more on the line, there's more at stake, and you guys won't want to miss it. I've been James Banks, and we'll see you on the 4th of February.
you're building a home to
What's up, gamers and internet denizens? It's me, Jimmy Wong.
Me, Emma.
What's up, gamers and internet denizens? It's me, Jimmy Wong.
Me, Emma5.
We're here with all the gaming news that's fit to print or whatever the YouTube equivalent of print